Oh my goodness, here we go. Tracy, are you ready?
Here we go. Look at that sun. It is a gorgeous day here in Winter Park, Florida.
On our Full Sail campus.
Oh yeah. Jessica, what is going on right now?
It's Hall of Fame time, Tracy.
I know, it's so exciting. And look, we are looking right there at the bridge towards the back lot. Kind of quiet right now, but it's going to get busier as the day goes on.
I hope those students are in line for panels. That's why we're not seeing them, because we've got panels kicking off
right
at the 10 o'clock hour.
You think they can see us?
Well, not yet, but I think in a second they will.
All right, look at that golf cart.
Intro.
Look at that awesome golf cart.
Ooh.
Backing
come
up.
Give me a ride. Come pick me up here.
That is some skills right there. That driving in reverse. I sure can't do that.
I can't do that.
Me.
That's why I have a special little camera. So I go into reverse and the car shows me what's behind me. I don't even have to look.
Just be fancy. But anyway, yeah, we are so excited to be here. Hello and welcome everybody to Hall of Fame Live. My name is Tracy Wheel.
And I'm Jess Ryder.
And we are back again this year to bring the Hall of Fame experience right to you, no matter where you're joining us from.
Get ready for an incredible week full of professional development, networking, and of course, a ton of fun. And lucky you, you're getting inside access.
Absolutely. But before we get into what Hall of Fame is all about, let's introduce our fellow Hall of Fame live host, my dear friend, Shay Ryan. What's up, Shay?
Good morning, everyone. I am here on Full Sail University's back lot where it's hot and sunny and students are ready to go. We have so much here on the back lot for everyone visiting. Whether you're coming back or this is your first Hall of Fame, welcome to the creative experience. We have a paint by numbers mural. We got hungry hippos, like a big hungry hippos. We have t-shirt making station, tattoo airbrushes, and so much more. So if you're in between panels or you got some time to kill, make sure you come and check out the back lot for the creative experience. But if you don't know what the creative experience is, don't worry, we have this video for you. Check it out.
Playing a video about the creative experience?
We're not going to do that
That's
right now.
That's okay.
But we'll get to it.
We'll show you more later.
But you know what? It's here, the time we have patiently waited for all year. But what exactly is Hall of Fame, Jess, for those who don't know?
That's a great question, Tracy, and I just might have an answer.
Yeah, you do.
Every year here at Full Sail, we take this week to celebrate our graduates' accomplishments in art, entertainment, media, and technology through an event complete with educational panels, entertainment, and so much more. 6 new graduates are chosen for the Hall of Fame each year, an honor that serves as a tribute to the creative inspiration, technical brilliance, and determination of each inductee. But you know what? Let's let everyone's buddy and Full Sail President Gary Jones explain.
Now we have a video.
Every year, we induct 6 Full Sail graduates into our Hall of Fame.
Can I just, take a minute and soak this in?
If any of you students reach this point, it's going to kind of hit you like a brick wall, and you're like, wow, how did I get here?
Friends, families, and mentors all come together to honor these extraordinary individuals as they reach this milestone in their careers and in their lives. These are alumni who have graduated 10 or more years ago and have made noteworthy contributions to their industries.
This is the coolest club of people.
And I'm really happy for you. Because as kids, we always wanted this.
I love working with you. I look forward to the next picture with you. Congratulations, Mark.
You're in my Hall of Fame and my heart. Peace and love.
Dave is an absolute genius at this, and I've loved the times that we've worked together.
Couldn't happen to a nicer, more talented guy. Proud to call you a friend. It's an honor being directed by you.
Hey, Bob. It's the boys in Metallica here.
Hey, Bob.
Well deserved. He does my sound when he's not out doing Metallica sound. He is one of the greatest.
Dylan's he's part of my creative family. One of the best engineers I've ever worked with.
I want to congratulate you, brother, and salute on your blessings. Chef, you know how we do it already.
Hey there, Brian, or as we all like to call you, Sweet Pea. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
But most importantly, Hall of Fame members are recognized for what they give back to the Full Sail community.
Again, I'm honored, and I promise I will use this to give back as much as I can to Full Sail students and alumni in the future.
I just want to help, I really just want to share a little bit of passion, a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of insight maybe as to what you will experience out in the world and how maybe that might be integrated into the project that you have right in front of you.
It's not just about what we share up there, it's the fact that we're people that students can come up and talk to and ask questions of, and we actually absolutely love doing it. That's the biggest takeaway.
And this is the place where I got my second chance to become the man that I am today. You've had so many chapters in my life. To now be a chapter in your book means more than you could ever imagine. So thank you.
For a lot of us, this is like Christmas. We compare this week to Christmas. It's Christmas not because we get things, it's because what we come to give.
During Full Sail's annual Hall of Fame, students, alumni, faculty, and staff come together to celebrate the importance of professional growth, reflection, making connections, and honoring our accomplished grads. But beyond that, Hall of Fame is a time for students to learn, create, and focus on their career goals. We caught up with some students attending Hall of Fame 13 to understand the event through their eyes and see just what it's like to experience this week as a student.
This is my first Hall of Fame experience. I've never been out to nothing like this before. They got the food going, they got the music going. If you want somebody to play your music, they got that over there too, basketball, all that. Like, it's a real experience out here, and I love it.
I had a friend come and just to like see, you know, what Hall of Fame is like. And she was like culture shocked. She was like, wow, the community here. That's like a key point of why I wanted to go to Full Sail. It's the community, the networking.
I love seeing everybody come together. You have so many mixes of degrees and just different personalities that all just mix well together, whether you know it or not. That's the whole point of Hall of Fame. It's just a great place to be.
The Hall of Game was awesome. It was really cool getting to see the current varsity teams go against past alumni teams who have really just helped build the program to what it is. Everyone's here for each other, to support each other, and that's the biggest thing you have to look at.
I mean, I went to a camera setup, I went to a Shores setup. It was just, again, such an awesome opportunity to see the newest, latest, and greatest in technology, and all around, all the vendors had something cool to show.
This week, I'm definitely looking forward to the ceremony itself, hearing their stories and stuff like that, where they came from and how they got to the level they're at. It gives me hope that I can do the same thing one day.
I went to so many of the seminars they have there, the informative stuff, just meeting people and just getting to have as much fun as I can at school.
The biggest thing I can take away with is specifically in the networking part and how you can meet people is that everybody can make it. Because you walk by, who are regular people, you're like, yeah, I was a student here 5, 10, 15 years ago, but now I'm the person who I dreamed of being. You can make it. You can make it happen if you dream and you work hard enough.
I really saw the heart of the school and why everyone comes back and the whole reason why they're so committed to giving back to the students that come here. They all have a passion and a love for this, and it's now, to me, I see it, that it's one big happy family. Everybody's hugging whenever they meet. It's such a great feeling to be a part of that.
Oh my goodness.
So inspiring, right?
Can't contain my joy.
I know,
right
and
now.
we're both Full Sail grads, so
Yeah.
we feel that passion as well. Very,
sure.
very exciting. Hall of Fame. We look forward to this every year. But now I feel like I could take a Hall of Fame test, pass with flying colors.
No.
I mean, I've done
No.
No?
No way. We're just getting started. There is so much more to talk about,
What?
Tracy. Yeah.
Cray. All right, well, that's true, but we haven't even talked about this year's inductees.
Maybe we should start.
Let's do that. Video game developer, artist, writer, educator, songwriter, and musician, Natalie Asport is a 2013 computer animation graduate whose credits include AAA titles Just Cause 3, Just Cause 4, Rage 2, and Contraband. She currently serves as a senior prop artist at NetherRealm Studios and as an adjunct professor at NYU teaching 3D modeling for games, a course which she co-designed. So talented.
Impressive.
Seriously.
2014 game development graduate and Navy veteran Mark Diaz spent 8 years with AAA developer id Software working on the celebrated reboot of the Doom franchise on games including Doom VR and Doom Eternal. Today, the grad is working as a lead gameplay programmer at Insomniac Games, where he recently shipped Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and is currently in development on Marvel's Wolverine.
VP of Technology at Proforma and Chief Technology Officer for Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti, post-secondary educational consultants, 2010 web design and development graduate Michael LaPlante boasts more than 14 years of experience in tech with companies of all sizes, from social media giants and trillion-dollar search engines to government agencies. $1 trillion.
Yeah, the credits are so good we can't even say them.
Nope.
2007 film graduate Nina Lopez Corrado is an alumni member of the WB TV Directors Workshop and has directed episodes of Mayor of Kingstown, Perry Mason, The Nevers, A Million Little Things, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., The Mentalist, Supernatural, and so many more. She is scheduled to direct an episode of The Last of Us for HBO, and as founding partner of Broken Toy Works, is currently developing 2 feature films, 3 one-hour dramas, a half-hour comedy, and a DIY reality series.
I'm already tired just thinking of all her work. Grammy-winning record producer, songwriter, vocal producer, mix engineer, musician, and U.S. Army veteran Benjamin Rice is a 2012 recording arts graduate who has worked with artists including Lady Gaga, Selena Gomez, and John Legend. He's also worked on original music for films, including Disney's Wish and A Star is Born, where he engineered and vocal produced the entire soundtrack, as well as co-produced several of the songs, resulting in his first Grammy win.
Yeah, Benjamin Rice blows my mind. 2001 recording arts graduate Nadine Santos serves as the Vice President of Programming and Artist Relations at Music Choice. Her adept relationship building extends to major record labels such as Republic Records, Interscope, RCA, and Warner Records, where she's developed valuable artist collaborations with music icons including Mariah Carey, Taylor Swift, and Meghan Trainor. Whoa.
These guys, their credits are insane.
I always say, my degrees of separation now from all of these people, it just gets, I'm already only one degree away from Beyonce because of Leslie, so I'm just gonna keep it going.
Put that out in the universe. Yeah. I would like to meet Lady Gaga someday.
There you go. You've got 1 degree of separation.
Somebody
now.
hook
Hi,
me
Benjamin.
up. I would really like to meet Lady Gaga, if possible.
We're fans.
But throughout the day, we'll be heading into panels as well, including one where we'll get to meet all the 6 inductees you just heard about.
We'll also be hanging out here at the desk with special guests from past Hall of Fame classes. We'll explore the backlot today with Shay, and we'll play so many mini games that you won't know what to do with yourself.
I won't know. I still don't. What am I doing with myself right now? Don't know. But you know what? I do know. If you download the Hall of Fame app, you'll be able to keep up with panels and presentations, special events, and everything happening outside at the Creative Experience. And bonus, it has the food truck schedule.
I've already got the juice truck on my brain, Tracy. I cannot wait to get a juice. They're just giving me water.
Apparently, they opened at 8 a.m. today, which is insane and awesome. So anyone out there want to bring me a juice? The one with the mango would be great. Anyway, you can also use the app to make connections and plan out your week. So download it right now.
I think we have a video about it.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations.
Well, Hall of Fame Live just got started, but you know what? We already have so much to talk about.
We really do. Let's take a quick look at everything that's already happened this week. On Sunday, we kicked off Hall of Fame week with Hall of Game Homecoming. Returning to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, our annual esports exhibition welcomes students, alumni, faculty, and staff to cheer on their favorite Armada players as varsity teams competed against returning alumni in Call of Duty, Rocket League, and Super Smash Bros. Alumni took the year's claim to the Hall of Game Champions Cup with wins in Rocket League and Smash Bros., while the varsity Call of Duty team beat out the returning alumni in their best-of-5 match. Students got to enjoy swag giveaways courtesy of MSI, food trucks, arcade games, and more, while 5 hardworking students were awarded scholarships on behalf of our sponsors at Orlando Health. After the show, students gathered on the patio and at the outdoor stage for the Armada Connects after party to enjoy raffle giveaways, free food, and Armada swag. You can catch a replay of the stream by heading to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. Just go to Twitch and type in Full Sail Armada, and you can watch it and all the fun we had.
That was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was the best one we've ever done.
I was so excited watching that Smash tournament. Our alumni, they're just insane. I mean, our varsity teams are great too, but I was really happy that Juice got to win one of our
Juice,
best.
if you're watching.
Juice, you're amazing, and you're my favorite, and you're like the GOAT of
the
esports.
GOAT. Yeah, the Smash Brothers Full Sail GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Yeah. You have to get very specific. There are a lot of good Smash players out in the world. I don't want to make anyone upset.
Juice is Juice. Like,
Juice is Juice.
And he has a name like Juice.
He should be sponsored by the Juice Truck.
Hey, Juice Truck, you listening? You should sponsor Juice. He's amazing. And he got a job right after graduation.
That is incredible.
I know. He's just talented, smart, and
does this very well.
Proof that if you come here and you work hard and you know what you want to go after, it can happen for you. Just like look at our inductees, right? I mean,
Yep. But anyway, there's a lot more happening. What, don't you think a lot more? What else has
I
happened?
think some stuff happened yesterday.
Yesterday, we had a career fair yesterday. Let me tell you about it. The Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail live on Monday, allowing students and alumni to make connections and network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Live Entertainment, Sweetwater Sound, Televisa Univision, the Orlando Philharmonic, and All Elite Wrestling. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers.
How fun.
I know, like to get the opportunity to have an interview like right there and then.
Right, just get to talk to somebody,
Yep.
say, what are some things you're looking for in a candidate?
Yep.
What a head start on the application process.
I know, it's
So-
really
so
great.
fun.
Yeah, Full Sail's career networking events happen regularly on campus and online, so be sure to keep your eye out for the next upcoming events.
It was fun. Maybe I'll check it out. Just
You-
kidding.
you
I have the
a
best job.
You have the best job.
On Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress was home to Full Sail's Tech Expo, a dream event for any tech-loving student. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Apple, Adobe, MSI, Sony, Avid, Focusrite, and our Hall of Fame live sponsors, Panasonic and Shure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see all of that awesome technology in one space for our students, mostly because I would say the majority of our students are
very tech focused.
Very techy.
I mean, any degree program you're in, you probably have some kind of connection to some kind of tech. So how cool to kind of see the scope of everything.
Absolutely.
In one space, get your hands on maybe what's not even out yet. You know,
Right.
some exhibitors bring things that are still yet to be released in development.
Yep.
So it's so fun for our students to get to check that stuff out.
Absolutely. But not only that, we also had a show production workshop, which is pretty cool. Show production students work throughout the week to bring the Hall of Fame experience to the attendees and online viewers. Because of their commitment to their craft during Full Sail's biggest week, they don't always get the chance to take advantage of all of the amazing panels, presentations, and workshops offered throughout Hall of Fame. That's why for the second year in a row, show production students were invited to a special workshop on Monday where they got to learn from grads and Hall of Famers Brian Carrico, Brandon Blackwell, Justin Rathman, and Andy Bongart about their experience and advice on the live music production industry, or live production industry in general. Yeah, see, like out there, that's the outside stage right now.
Those are show pro students right now working.
I know.
Instead, they don't get to go to panels so much. They don't get to get so
Right.
much because they're getting industry experience right now, right here that they can put on their resume.
Right.
So
And getting
it's a
to
bit of a
work-
catch-22.
Yeah,
you
but getting
know?
to work with those grads and network with them, what a fantastic opportunity.
So incredible. I
Yeah.
mean, we have grads from Broadway shows like Hamilton. They work on massive tours and performances with artists like Beyonce, Blake Shelton, Sir Paul McCartney. They have some invaluable knowledge to share, and our students are just so lucky that they came out early. Before even
I
the
know.
week really gets started, they're here and doing that workshop for students.
I mean, can you imagine being able to work, like you're still in college and getting to work right next to, like, you know, Justin Rathburn, who's like mixing in Hamilton.
Yeah,
right
no, catch me crying.
Like, seriously? work. Angelica. Sorry. Anyway.
Eliza. Oh, sorry. No. Different show.
We can go. Oh, that is the show. And Peggy. Anyway.
We're the Schuyler sisters.
We sure
We're
are.
Shay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But we also have our online students got to come here to campus. Hall of Fame is much better with friends. That's why this year we hosted an online student meetup for students visiting from around the country. Here at Full Sail, we know the online journey can be a bit different from the experience of life on campus, and Hall of Fame can be a whirlwind if it's your first time here. Now, this very casual campus meetup invited visiting online students to network, make some new friends, and secure Hall of Fame swag, all while getting acclimated to what's going on campus and preparing to make the most of their Hall of Fame experience.
Yeah, online students often have commitments, whether they're parents or they have full-time work, stuff like that, and make it really difficult to study on campus. So I'm so glad that we have that opportunity.
I know.
To go on. Somebody's got juice behind me. Yeah, the juice is so good. So.
Did you bring me a juice? This is Krieger, everybody. Krieger was part of our Valorant team, correct? Valorant team. for a while, and I said I wanted juice, and he brought me juice. And ask and you shall receive, folks.
You bring something nice for Tracy. You get something nice.
You get a hat.
Come back later. Come back later. Maybe we'll have more.
Aw, see, this is what we're talking about. Sorry, Jess, you can have some.
Now, who's bringing me something? No. I have my water.
Yeah, but you know what? Let me just tell you, the reason I got that is because about networking, and it's all about connecting with other people. Speaking about connecting,
connect with us on social.
Connect with us on social.
We're
Facebook,
on all the platforms.
on Instagram,
TikTok, X. Find us there. And make sure that you're using the hashtag
fullsailhof. And then maybe you'll get a free juice.
Maybe you'll get reposted on our channels. Shout out to our social team. They work so hard all week. They're covering everything that's happening. And they want to see what's up with you. What's going on? Tell us. Share your experience. Use the hashtag fullsailhof.
And connect with the entire community.
I know it's not even 10 a.m., but all this Hall of Fame excitement is making me really tired, Tracy.
Already?
Yeah.
You want some coffee?
Yeah, you have some?
Hang on. Can we please have some coffee?
No.
No?
No.
But you know what? I don't have coffee, but you know what I do have? This awesome video with Ben Rice.
Okay.
Are people really going to want to watch me drink all this coffee? That's what I'm thinking. Hi, I'm Ben, and I am going to sample coffee, apparently. Let's get started. I don't know if I have a favorite. I like really dark coffee. It may come to mind as we progress, because I haven't had a lot of coffee yet, so maybe I'll get answers as we go on this coffee journey together. You gotta see what notes we're getting here, okay? Has a nice bitterness to it, but smooth finish, doesn't linger too long. It's nice and dark, not bad. I like it. I would drink that. I'm excited to come back for Hall of Fame to remind myself where, you know, kind of everything started, to remind myself the things that I was worried about and didn't know back then, and how things have kind of worked out in certain ways. And hindsight is helpful in a mental health capacity. I would describe what I do for my job to grandparents, an older generation, as I help artists make, how do you describe it? I create music, I help artists make music in various capacities. How's that? Coffee 2, letter B. It's not as strong as A, but it's also not as bitter. It seems like a lighter roast to me, or a more watery version of something. I'm also thinking, I wonder if this is the Seinfeld sketch where Costanza's doing the candy bar test and trying to see who can pick out the Twix. They're all Twix. This could all be the same thing, and I just sound like an idiot. On average, I probably drink 5-6 cups a day, sometimes more on a heavy day. It becomes a habitual thing, just something I reach for, so 8 cups potentially, just depends, but for sure 5 or 6 a day. I just love coffee. I always have. Since I was a teenager, I drink coffee all the time. It's just one of the few, passions of life, one of the simple pleasures. Maybe, all right, final answer. My name is Benjamin Rice. I'm being inducted into the Hall of Fame this year. I see you sitting over there. If you have any questions or would like to come up and ask me anything work-related, life-related, I'd be happy to talk with you and answer any questions that you may have. Come find me.
Look at that horse.
Really? Look at that horse. That's the juice truck.
Oh, it's a juice truck. Okay. Well, I was excited about the horse. Yeah, all right. Well, we're going to check in with Shay on the backlight right now. I think she's got some fun little announcement for us.
You think?
We're going to find out right now.
I mean,
where is she? I don't see her. Where are you, Shay?
Oh my goodness, I love that coffee video. I know I could use an iced coffee out here on the Full Sail University backlot. It is day 1 of Full Sail's Hall of Fame. We have so much going on, panels, workshops, but I am showcasing the backlot today. This is what we call our creative experience. We have paint by number mural, we have tattoo airbrush station, hungry hippos, like a giant hungry hippo, and so much more. I'm personally really excited because I think I'm going to be challenging someone in some hungry hippo later, so make sure you stay tuned to see it. But if you've never experienced Hall of Fame or you've never experienced our creative experience area out here, then why don't we find out what it's all about? Check out this video.
Beyond the focus on professional development and education lies Hall of Fame Week's creative experience. Taking over Full Sail's backlot, the carnival-like atmosphere invites guests to engage with the ingenuity and imagination of the Full Sail community. Games, challenges, and interactive activities give students and staff plenty of opportunities for fun, and on the student stage, musicians and poets perform their work live, and club booths and a community art wall give students the chance to express their creativity.
One of my tattoos that has probably the most meaning to me is something that I got with my grandfather before he passed. It was his first tattoo that he'd ever received. He was in his early 70s. I was on my way to get a tattoo inspired by something he had told me. I mentioned to him that I was gonna go get this tattoo, and he asked if he could join me and get it with me. It wasn't part of my plan. Worked out to be one of the most memorable things that I've been able to do. Something I think about often. That's the nice thing about a tattoo. It lasts forever, even when that person and that memory that it's attached to is no longer with you. And that's this rose compass I have, just trying to stay true to your moral compass, as it were, as you go through life. And that's what I got with my granddad. Music-wise, I got a gramophone, something that when I was getting out of the military, I wanted to have something on my body that was putting me back into music or signify my love for music, which is what I started doing when I was a kid. Reminds me to keep making music, I suppose. Letter C. All right, that's the most bitter of the brews, but I dig it because I like dark, bold. I hope that any experiences that a student may have during Hall of Fame week, it just leaves inspiration, hopefully. If I or anyone else being inducted can do anything that inspires you or that is seen as successful, it just means anyone can do it. There's none of us that are any more special than the next person. I hope students are just inspired and see what's attainable and see that if you just keep going and put your best foot forward, good things can happen, and success can look like a lot of different things. It doesn't have to be awards. Making a living doing something that you love is really what success is. All right, last one. That one's got kind of a peanut kind of a palate to it. That's the most flavorful, slight bitterness, but very balanced, smooth. That almost has kind of like that Starbucks burned peanut kind of a thing going on. So I've had several pinch me moments in my career. One thing that comes to my mind is all the time I spent with Lady Gaga recording her vocals and working on records with her on several different projects and several albums, and having moments where something is happening in real time. We're writing, we're laying down the first takes of something. But there's moments where you think, if anyone else could see this, they would lose their mind watching this go down. It feels like a rock and roll, like music history moment. But in that exact moment of it happening, it's just, a Tuesday afternoon. You learn to be in rooms and to be professional, whether you're having a pinch me moment or not. Let's do maybe, all right, final answer down the line.
We do indeed have Starbucks.
I knew it. It's exactly what Starbucks tastes like. I got it right, at least.
Is Lobos Coffee. Cup A is Lineage Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Both local places. B is actually McDonald's.
Yeah, okay. Well, at least I didn't put that first. Not hating on McDonald's coffee. Some people love McDonald's coffee. I knew that was Starbucks. I hate it. I wish I would have not picked it as first. Can I keep drinking the coffees?
Yeah, drink your favorite.
I'm feeling better. I got my coffee. Turns out it's like a magic trick. We sit here and we say we want something, and then it comes to us. So can I have a check for $1 million?
I'd like Adam Levine to show up to campus.
Well, I'm ready now, Tracy.
Yep.
I'm caffeinated. What's next?
Well, first of all, I just want to tell everyone this is the reason you please stay hydrated. It is warm out there.
Yeah.
Follow my lead. Stay hydrated.
So many drinks.
I have water, juice, and coffee. So stay hydrated,
coffee.
Folks.
That's how I actually say coffee. So.
Coffee. But you feeling better?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. We have so much more show to do. So much more show.
Yeah.
What's your favorite cup of coffee, Jess? What kind of coffee? How do you take it?
Oh my gosh, it depends on the day.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just like a regular, like classic, like let me get a regular coffee, like 2 creams, 2 sugars. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. I'm a simple girl.
Yeah.
But sometimes I want like a really complicated Starbucks order where I have to give them like 30 notes and I like know that they're cursing under their breath at me.
I hear
But
ya.
Hey. They proudly serve it, right?
They sure do.
Shout out to Jet Fuel here in the EB
Yes.
lobby. If you are undercaffeinated, you can come here and get a coffee. So
Yep. But now that we are caffeinated, let's talk about our very first panel of the day, which is super exciting. We will meet the 14th class of the Hall of Fame inductees. From music and tech to games and film, we will learn how these accomplished grads made their way into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
We will be back after this panel, but in case you're feeling a little overwhelmed with all of the panel options, here's a quick how-to.
Throughout Full Sail University's Hall of Fame week, students can attend a series of conference-style sessions held on our Winter Park campus. Attendees are invited to learn, engage, and make connections with graduates, faculty, and industry professionals during these sessions, some of which are also live-streamed for online students. With panels, presentations, and workshops covering topics across the fields of entertainment, media, business, and technology, as well as career-focused sessions devoted to networking, mentorship, and more, students can get a perspective on what their chosen careers are like in the real world.
So happy to see you all here. Thank you. Thank you for coming to meet our new inductees. I'm the Director of Alumni Relations. We have wonderful relationships with our alumni, and hopefully we'll see you up here one day. How about that? I would love to interview you. So, are you ready to meet our inductees? Okay, let's do it. Ready? First up, she began her career at iHeart and CBS Radio as an assistant program and music director. Currently, she's Vice President of Programming and Artist Relations for Music Choice, where she oversees all music curation and artist partnerships for a music service available in over 40 million homes. She works with major record labels such as Republic Records, Disney Music, Hollywood Records, Interscope, RCA, and Warner Records, and artists including Mariah Carey, Taylor Swift, Meghan Trainor, and many more. So let's welcome recording arts graduate and a new Hall of Fame inductee. She is Nadine Santos. Welcome, Nadine, and a warm welcome to our online attendees too. Okay, next up, after serving in the US Navy, he decided to pursue his childhood dream of making games. After graduation, he was immediately hired as a gameplay programmer at id Software. Currently, he's a lead gameplay programmer at Insomniac Games, where he shipped Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and he's currently working on Marvel's Wolverine. His credits also include the award-winning titles Doom, Doom Eternal, Doom VFR, and Ancient Gods Parts 1 and 2 DLC. Let's welcome game development graduate and another new Hall of Fame inductee. I'm so happy to say that, Mark Diaz. All right, this woman is extraordinary. She's an alumni member of the WBTV Directors Workshop and has directed episodes of Perry Mason, The Nevers, A Million Little Things, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., The Mentalist, Supernatural, SWAT, Once Upon a Time, and so many more. As a founding partner at Broken Toy Works, Inc., she's currently developing 2 feature films, 3 one-hour dramas, a half-hour comedy, and a reality series. This year, she's directing Mayor of Kingstown for Paramount+, Netflix's #1 show, The Night Agent, and an episode of HBO's hit series, The Last of Us. Please welcome producer, director, film graduate, and Hall of Fame inductee. She is Nina Lopez Corrado. Wow, 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 wow. He's a Grammy-winning record producer, vocal producer, musician, mix engineer, musician, and a U.S. Army veteran who got his start as an assistant engineer at the Record Plant Studios in Hollywood. He's earned top 40 credits with artists including Selena Gomez, Julia Michaels, Britney Spears, Becky G, Zedd, Nick Jonas, Elton John, John Legend, and more. In 2017, Lady Gaga brought him in to work on her film A Star is Born, and the rest is history. He vocal produced and engineered every song on that project, including the song Shallow. His most recent work is teaming up with multi-platinum Grammy-nominated songwriter Julia Michaels to co-write and co-produce all the original songs for Disney's 100th anniversary feature animation film, Wish. Please welcome recording arts grad and Hall of Fame inductee, Benjamin Rice. Okay, she is a video game developer, artist, writer, educator, speaker, songwriter, and a musician. Currently, she's a senior prop artist at NetherRealm Studios, home to the Mortal Kombat franchise. Before working at NetherRealm, she was an environment artist and a vehicles and weapons artist at Avalanche Studios. She also worked as a primary 3D artist for Visuals for Law, creating CG medical models of the human anatomy to use in court cases. Her credits include Mortal Kombat 1, Just Cause 4, Just Cause 3, Rage 2 Terror Mania DLC, and Contraband. Let's welcome computer animation graduate and Hall of Fame inductee. She is Natalie Asport. Okay, and last but not least, with nearly 15 years of experience across the technology sector as a web designer, front-end developer, and entrepreneur, he's worked with companies of all sizes, from the social media giants and trillion-dollar search engines to government agencies. He runs his own company where he handles everything from software development to cybersecurity, including the development of a phone app, which has garnered over $1 million in sales to date. Currently, he's the VP of Technology at Proforma and is the Chief Technology Officer for Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti. Please welcome web design and development graduate and Hall of Fame inductee Michael LaPlante. I am so excited for all of you. I just can't even believe the power and the talent and the heart on this panel. So this is mostly for you. As you heard, we're going to do a Q&A, so I'll just kick it off to get started. So Natalie, she's like, why do you pick me first, Sherry? What does this all mean to you? What does it mean for you to get into the Hall of Fame?
Thank you, Sherry.
Oh, do you have a mic?
Oh, yeah, let me, oh, I got a mic, thank you. Thank you for that lovely question. Hall of Fame, oh man, I part of me wants to say everything, but the reason I'm thinking of that is because everything that it signifies. I've known of Hall of Fame since I was a student. I think the first one was, I was a student in 2011, and I just became more familiar with it throughout every single year, and just getting to know from afar and personally everybody that's been inducted so far. And it's just phenomenal. It's like when you watch award shows and they talk about amazing people and you wonder if are they being genuine with their words? And it's like, no, there are amazing people. And it's because it kind of starts with being like all these aspirations and ambitions as students, as kids, and then you grow up to live out your dreams. And that's what I've seen displayed every time. So being a part of it is just mind-blowing. And that's why I would say it's everything.
And Nina, you have such incredible success. I just want to ask, do you remember being on this campus? How did you feel as a student? And how did you pursue your dream in just a general sense?
I do remember being on campus, and I remember showing up and having no idea what I'd gotten myself into. I definitely didn't know I wanted to be a director when I was here. I really loved producing everything. I actually never directed anything while I was at Full Sail. I didn't start directing until I moved out to Los Angeles, and I kind of really understood what the director was. I always knew I wanted to have a say in the creative direction of the project. I just didn't 100% understand exactly how the director did that. And then once I found my mentor, then I realized that's what I wanted to do. So being back on campus and kind of seeing young Nina and how excited I was to just be a part of the process, and then to now be able to, be in the process of making, really great projects. It's humbling to be back.
We're so happy to have you. Nadine. Hi. Hi. You're so strong. You're so smart. You have such an incredible career. Can you talk a little bit about keeping motivated when you're facing those struggles, when you're moving up in the industry? How did you keep yourself motivated and pushing forward?
Well, first, can we get some love for Sherry?
Oh.
What an intro. Woo! She's awesome. Thank you. I think you always need that motivation, right? So I think keeping that end goal in mind at all times. There's always going to be obstacles. There's going to be times where you're not really sure what that next chapter is going to look like. None of us really know, even when you think you have a plan. That's the funniest part. But keeping in mind that end goal so that when you hit those certain obstacles or certain issues, anything that you come into, you just remember why you're doing it in the first place, where you're trying to go, and then just try to continue to keep yourself surrounded by positive energy, positive people that understand and can support you, and then just keep pushing forward, because you'll get there, but it just won't be the path that you thought you would take to get there. So just keep going.
Nice. Michael, tell us, what is the best way to approach Hall of Fame? You're so enthusiastic, and we love you. You're a huge cheerleader for the students. So what's the best way to make the most out of this week?
Have fun and talk to everybody. This week didn't exist when I was a student, and I wish it did, because there's so many awesome folks that come back, from all of the Hall of Famers to education guests to the folks that are just on campus. It's an amazing networking opportunity to talk to people. Obviously, our goal as students is to be employed at the end of our education, but it's also a way to make lifelong friends. There are so many people during Hall of Fame week, because I've been coming back for many years now, that I got to meet, and now I like to call friends, and we've got to work on awesome projects together, and it all stemmed from these 5 days together at Hall of Fame. So just go up, don't be afraid to talk to people, meet them. If you're here on campus, sorry online folks, I have a little surprise if you come talk to me and we have good conversation. So come and find me this week, and we'll have an easy and fun, lighthearted conversation.
Very nice. And Mark, you consistently come back and give, and that's a huge reason why you're up here. Can you tell us why you do that?
Totally. It's honestly because it meant so much to me when I was a student, and getting to talk to these industry professionals. Every chance I got, I would go out and try to meet them. Albert Perez, Jamison Dural. I'm really just following the example of, these Hall of Famers that, what they set as when I was a student here. And, if you go even further back, like when I was in high school, middle school, around the time I knew I wanted to make games, there weren't a lot of resources for, what it was like in the industry. Like, this was back before YouTube existed. And, before Twitter was around. So there wasn't a ton of accessible, information out there. And the industry was this, like, a black box. There was no way to know what it was like in there. You would hear rumors and stories, and, it sounded neat, but is it really live up to that, So I like to come back and do what I can to provide a little window into it, and, tell stories and make friends and joke around and, have a good time.
Nice. And Ben, I can't even believe your accomplishments and that you're here, and such a fan. But you talk a lot about relationships, and I want to expand on that, because I feel like a lot of huge artists want to work with you because of who you are. So how can you share with us how you shine through authentically with an artist?
First off, I feel very lucky to work with everyone that I do work with. And I think it's important to always be grateful for that. I think it's just, it's the simple things: being kind, being hardworking, and realizing that in your job, it's essentially a service job. You're working for them to try to create their vision. And if you can integrate yourself into what they're trying to accomplish, and with time build trust, the relationship starts with trust, and the more you can build that, the better the project becomes, the better the relationship becomes, and it just takes time. Just being kind, it's really all there is to it, I think. And just, work hard, be nice. Just be nice, that's all you gotta do.
Very nice. And Nadine, you too, you also talked about relationships, because you do a lot of brand partnerships in what you do. How do you build those? How do you build trust with other professionals?
I think a lot of that is organic, right? You meet someone, you just be true to yourself, let that come across, and if that relationship, it's meant to happen, it will. So sometimes I think the biggest thing that we forget is you can't force relationships. You can't force those type of things. You have to let those things happen organically. If you're yourself, the right people will be attracted to that. And then also, I always stress this, but to be very careful who you offend. I think that, and in one of my later panels, I'll do it, I don't know where Sean is, but Sean loves the story, where I always talk about watching people who try to build relationships. A lot of the times it's the ones that aren't organic. And you're not sure who's in the room. You're not sure who's around when you're talking. You're not sure who is anywhere. And building those relationships has a lot to do with that first impression. And so, just being very mindful of your words, being mindful of your actions, and coming from a very true and honest place, those relationships will build when you put yourself out there, and meeting people and talking talking to people, to your point. I think that that's going to be a very big key part to how you build those relationships, but staying true to who you are and watching how you deliver. You're always putting your resume out when you stand in front of someone. You're always putting out who you are. So that representation, I think, will build the relationships that are meant to be in your path.
Nice. And Nina, I feel like a lot of people are going to want to meet you this week. And I think that there is a proper way to introduce yourself to someone. Or can you give us a little advice about how you're networking on such a high level and talking to professionals?
Yeah. So when you are approaching any of the Hall of Famers that are here this week, I think just be you. Like Nadine's saying, that's who we want to see. That's who we want to meet. That's who we're going to hire one day. And so just tell us your name, tell us where you're from, tell us what degree you're in, and what you want to do, if you know what you want to do. And it's also okay to not know what you want to do. Like I said, I didn't know exactly what I wanted until I left. So just be kind and make sure you wait for the right moment. Don't try and get in front of other people. Because I know there's only so much time that we're here, and I know everybody wants to ask questions and we want to answer all the questions. So just be you. It's a good week. It's going to be a fun week. We can't wait to talk to all you guys. That's why we're here.
Have you noticed too, all of our female inductees have N names? Natalie, Nadine, Nina. How did we do that? We didn't even try. So Natalie, tell us, I feel like you know a lot of the Hall of Famers. What is the common thread? What do you see? You're all in different industries, and I think you're all pretty much just meeting. Mm-hmm. So what's the common thread?
Well, I could answer that in one word, and then I could expand, but passion. I think it's so important. From also the common thread I see is what stems with passion is you have a passion for something that turns into, okay, I want to do this X, Y, and Z. And you want to start thinking in realistic terms. You're going to have people saying, oh, but what are you going to do when you grow up? Can you do that? And then you start trying to think of the feasibility of doing that passion when you grow up. That sort of manifests into a dream. Then you start setting up actual goals. And I think one thing I noticed with everyone that I've met so far in Hall of Fame is they've actually put out an actual literal roadmap. And maybe not an actual roadmap. It would be look pretty maniacal, I think, if at 8 and 9 years old, everybody had these crazy roadmaps, but I think we all had that internally and we just kind of stuck with it.
Mark, are there any times where you've been afraid or had self-doubt, or is it okay? You're graduating. I know you had id Software before you even graduated, but how do you keep yourself pumped up?
That's actually a really good question, because one of the most common ailments in the industry is imposter syndrome. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. You might, have a touch of it yourself just being here. But it's the idea that, I'm, not as good as everyone thinks I am, and I'm just, eventually they're going to figure out that I don't belong here, and so, I've had that, in one way or another, and it's been 10 years now, 2 different companies. I'm in a lead position now, and somehow they still haven't figured it out. And, so what I do, whenever I start feeling that, or I'm running into a really tough problem that I can't solve, and I start to think oh man, this is the one, this is the one that's going to get me. And you got to hold on to all the little victories that you have along the way, all the stuff that comes easy to you that you take for granted that you don't even realize is a thing. Since transitioning to Insomniac, like I said, I took on a bit of a lead role, and I'm doing a lot more management now. And I'll occasionally get a bug or a task or a feature or something I need to fix, in this system that I've never touched before, because I don't work in code as much as I used to. And I'll dive in there, and all the old, everything just kicks back in. I'm put the breakpoint here, follow this there, oh, this is how that works. And I just start working it out and figuring it out. And then I'm before you know it, it's fixed or done. And I'm oh, maybe I can hang, you know? So you got to remember moments like that. You got to hold on to the little victories. You got to remember that you're where you are for a reason, you know, and you got to where you are, you know, and there's a reason you're there. And like those are the moments where like take a second to pat yourself on the back sometimes. And that'll help you through those moments when you are facing like some self-doubt or some imposter syndrome or some, you know, depression or whatever it could be. I also do jiu-jitsu, like that helps. You know, everything feels easy when you're used to like being choked by a 200-pound dude, you know.
Well, I notice a lot of you have other hobbies, outside interests. I mean, how important is it to be solely focused on your career and what you're doing? Ben, do you have any advice about that?
I can really only speak from my experience. I feel like I've always been, my wife can agree, I've been pretty solely focused on work and career and being available, to the detriment of having other hobbies or other things that I might do. But I also think that that's been necessary to be very focused on it, to start as being a very driven person and to stay that way. I've just kind of always been that way, and I think it's okay to be, you know, a little obsessive and focused on what you're doing because it's going to pay off in the end. I'm learning slowly to try to make time to relax and do things with my family, and I love being in nature, just as a kind of a reset, taking long walks, kind of the simple things in life that can kind of bring you back down and calm you down a little bit. But I think being focused is really all I've known, and I think that's a good way to be.
Nina, you're shaking your head. How do you keep your life balanced? I know your sister's sailing. Do you get to go on the boat, or what do you do?
That, you know, it's funny because I agree with Ben. My 20s was all about work. It was like work, work, work. My brother, who's here today, he used to always be like, you need to go on a vacation. And I was just like, it was just work, work, work. Or I'd go home and see my parents because I was living in LA. That would be my vacation. And then I would go back, but that was kind of like work too. But I do find now I have to find time, and because I had a baby, so I have to make time for her. And actually she has forced me into like going to a park or going on a walk. And that does make all the difference in the world. Because if you're just like super focused forever on what you're doing, you're not going to grow as an artist. And I find I need that recharge. And that recharge can kind of set you in a different direction. Like my sister, she sails, and she sails because my husband wanted to sail around the world. So we started watching YouTube channels. She fell in love with a YouTuber who's on a sailboat. So now we're producing a television reality show based on her sailing. So kind of the hobby has turned into work in this weird way, which I think is really cool, and it makes me feel recharged. But you need to make time for your family. You need to make time for yourself. But you guys are all really young and you're just starting, so stay focused.
And it's been a joy learning about your families, and it's good to know that you can have both eventually. So it's exciting. So Michael, you have so many different businesses. You're juggling a lot. And we juggle a lot as students here, right? There's so much pressure. There's so much to do. Give us some advice how to keep it all straight.
Have a good partner that always encourages you, because whatever crazy idea I come up with, my partner, my wife, is the first person to always say, yes, that's a great idea. No matter how dumb the idea is, always the first one to encourage me. And then come up with some form of organization for yourself, for all your businesses. Things will fall through the cracks, and you're going to learn what works for you. But coming up with that organization to keep everything balanced. Luckily for me, I'm in technology, so technology touches everything. So Sherry mentioned a few of my different businesses, like I own a car detailing business. Has nothing to do with technology, but it keeps me inspired because there's things in the car detailing business where technology can help that improve. So it also, helps me stay inspired and stay on top of things. And then I bring all of that back full circle to my job at Proforma, and I help my team grow by inspiring them.
Mark, I want to go back to you because I want to talk about the Alumni Network. So at Insomniac. Were you recruited by a fellow grad? How did you wind up at Insomniac, first of all? And tell us about the grads that are out there and how you leverage that network.
Sure, yes. So I ended up at Insomniac, kind of through, I got a heads up from Sean McCabe, who I met coming back doing these Hall of Fame events. And, he knew me. I was at id Software at the time. I'd been there for 8 years. I loved it. I was having I loved the games we worked on, everything we did. He actually, just sort of gave me a heads up that they were looking for a senior gameplay programmer. And, that was exciting. I took a look at it, and I thought about it, and I was like, I think I'm good. I'm here at id. That's what I do here, so I'm comfy. Thanks. And then. And I felt bad at the time saying, no, but his words were, Mark, I am the most patient mother effer. And that's verbatim. He said it, not me. And so then a few months later is when he messaged me. He goes, how about a lead position? And at that point, it felt irresponsible not to at least apply. And so I was applying, and every step of the way, I kind of thought, here's where they're going to say no. I wasn't super attached to it. I was like, I'll go for it, and if it happens, that'd be great. If not, then no big deal. And I ended up getting that job there through that alumni network. He gave me the heads up for it. I'm sure they asked him if I was a jerk, and he probably said no. And similar story with how I landed at id. I networked with Grant Schonkweiler, who was at id at the time, just casual conversations. I didn't come to him like, hey, can you recommend me for a job? Just sort of like chatting it up, like everyone's been saying, being organic. I think we talked about video games. It's like the easiest thing to go up to someone and talk about for me. And same thing. He told him that I'm not as mean as I seem, and that it just gives you that extra little star on your resume when you're applying around. And everywhere I've been, I run into Full Sail grads. They're in every industry. So there's tons of connections out there just waiting for you to take advantage of. Just all a LinkedIn search or a Twitter search away, and you really can just kind of cold call them, be genuine. Hey, I'm just looking for some advice, or if you'd be so kind as to check out my resume and just give me your thoughts, your feedback. Whatever, and thanks, have a good day. Most people are very receptive to stuff like that, so give it a shot.
Yeah, Grant Schonkweiler is a fellow Hall of Famer, and if you go to the Hall of Fame website, you can see every Hall of Famer from every year. You can filter it by degree program, so it's a resource for you out there, so enjoy. So I know we all read the bios, and I kind of do a nice little intro, but I want you to tell us what you do in a nutshell so that we can really understand. So Nadine, what do you do?
A lot. So I am currently the Vice President of Programming and Artist Relations for Music Choice. I am in music programming. So I started off in radio, which would be like a program director at a radio station, basically works with the music director to decide like every song you hear, what artists they partner with, what type of events they do, shows, concerts, all of that. And now I do it for television for Music Choice. I'm super blessed. I have a team of about 11 to 12 programmers, and they are experts in all of their different specific genres, from pop to jazz to hip hop and every other genre in between. And what we do is we program music. So if you go to the high channels on your cable network and you're watching, Sounds of the Season for Christmas, we're huge on, we program and we oversee all of that. So I also oversee everything with record labels and artists, and that includes initiatives or contests, sweepstakes we could be doing, any type of partnerships with them that we do, and I just oversee all of that day to day.
Wow. Mark, what do you do?
So I'm a gameplay programmer. I get to work on the fun stuff. Like, I get to work on blood and guts and things that go boom. Like, the things that really drew me to games. At Insomniac, I'm a lead on the combat team for Wolverine. So I manage a team of people that work on combat-related features. And I make some technical contributions myself, not as much as I did when I was in IC, but I still get to get in there and, make stuff explode. So that's what I do in a nutshell.
My turn? Okay. I am a television director and executive producer. When I'm a producing director, I basically oversee the look of the show. I manage all of the incoming directors. We have a different director for every episode. If we're on a short order show, like a Netflix show, or HBO, if it's 10 episodes, it's a block. So one director directs 2 episodes. So I just make sure that the choices that the director is making goes with the rest of the show, so that when you as a viewer are watching, it feels like the same person directed every single episode. That's my goal. I think the same way the showrunner hopes that every writer writing on the show, it feels like one person, so it's cohesive. When I'm a guest director, which is what I'm currently doing right now, I show up to a show, I meet 200 new people, and in about 20 minutes, I need to convince them that I'm going to be their leader and that they will follow me up the mountain for the next 2 months. And I work with all of the department heads, picking the costumes and the props. I design all of the shots. And then when we're on set, I work with the DP and the camera operators to get the shots that I want to make up the scene, to go into the episode. And I direct all of the actors. And then I go into post and I cut the episode with the editor and then hand it off to the showrunner, where they do the final round of cut notes, and then it goes off and you guys see it on air.
Amazing. And I know this may not be easy to answer. How do you convince 200 people that you're going to lead them?
Kindness.
Oh.
Really, I think if you are directing, or when you're directing your projects, everybody on that set has a creative mind, right? And a lot of the people who are in the below the line jobs, like the grips and electrics, they too want to be directors, and especially the camera operators. But they also see themselves as creative assets to the show, and they are. So if you listen to them, that doesn't mean you have to take their advice or do what they pitch to you. But if you listen to them, and make them feel appreciated and make them feel like they're a part of the process, they'll trust you. And that's what you need, because like I say, I'm the director and I'm a guest usually, but even when I'm a producing director, I'm only as good as every single person that's below me, because as a director, you're really kind of useless. Like, you tell them what you want and then you do nothing. They do all the work. And so if they don't want to work for you, or if they don't trust that you have a plan, then they're not going to work for you. So for me, I like to find out personal things about their families, about their hobbies, about why they do what they do. And then I like to talk to them about what they think. And my other piece of advice is trust your camera operators. They have really good ideas. And for me, it's more about the best idea wins, not just my idea. I don't need it to be my idea. I just want the show to be the best. So keep that in mind. And if you do that, then you can get 200 people to follow you.
Excellent advice. And before we move on to you, Ben, we are going to do some Q&A. This is all for you and for our online guests. So think of some good questions, and then we'll move on. And I will ask you, too, for some questions from our online students. So, Ben, what do you do?
I'm a freelance producer, and I say freelance just because I don't work for a specific studio or company. I started out as an assistant engineer at record plant, like you mentioned. Depending on the project, I do a lot of different things. So I think part of my job is wearing a lot of different hats. So I'm a producer, but I'm also a songwriter. For some projects, I'm mixing. I'm always engineering. I'm always recording. I'm always editing. So it's always kind of a mixture of a lot of things, and it's working directly with artists for labels. Most recently, working more on music that are on soundtracks or in films, which is the same thing. And so working with film studios. So as a producer, as a songwriter, each relationship that I have with each client and each record label or each company is different. But it's essentially kind of wearing a lot of different hats and doing kind of a lot of the same things. So it's kind of a mixture. And I like what you said about how you're only as good as the people around you. I feel very, very much the same way. I'm only really as good or successful as the people I've been lucky enough to work with. They make me grow. They make me do my best to rise to the occasion for them. And that's kind of how I see my job, really.
And Ben, how do you switch back and forth between these roles in your heart? Like when you're the songwriter, when you're the producer, when you're dealing with an artist, how do you switch it in your brain?
I don't. I think I just see it all as trying to be available for all of it. I think when you build your career in levels, starting, as an assistant and then working your way up, all those things stay with you. So when you're in a situation or in a session, all of those things might be asked of you at different times, and so they're kind of just there. And you draw on them when you need them, and kind of just trust your instincts and try to move past any nervousness or anxiety of starting something new with a new client or a new project. And you start to realize that you can kind of trust the accumulation of experiences that you've had over years and years. So it all kind of snowballs together. And I think I just try to approach it as I want to be water in this situation and take the shape of the container and just like whatever I'm needed to do this day. It's not my quote, it's someone else's, but it's a good one. I think that's the mentality, and I try to do that best I can.
Excellent. Natalie, what do you do?
Yeah, currently I work as a senior prop artist at NetherRealm Studios, working on the Mortal Kombat 1 game. What's really awesome is that as a prop artist, especially when I was a student, I thought prop artist was like simple things like a water bottle and a chair. And I was like, oh, that sounds kind of boring. But actually, what you can do is do a plethora of different things. So you might be working on a water bottle. You might be working on a flaming zombie tomorrow. You might be working on Scorpion's chain another day, or Johnny Cage's glasses. And these are iconic characters. I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with the Mortal Kombat franchise. And it's just really surreal. I also do some art direction where, since Mortal Kombat's a very well-known IP, there's already a pretty solidified art style, and I'm ensuring that the team of artists that I work with, that I help lead, that they are also adhering to the style. So they're modeling the props that they're working on that are seamless with other props that are existing in the game, textures, UVs, rigging. What's really cool about this is in game studios, pretty much it changes based on studio, but usually there's a little overlap. So you're not just working on textures, or you're not just working on modeling. Sometimes you're working on you're getting a concept, you're modeling, you're UVing, texturing, and sometimes you're doing a little bit of rigging. And then you're working with animators to make sure it's working the way that it needs to be, it needs to function properly. Working with cinematic animators for cutscenes, working with gameplay animators for special super moves or fatalities, which is the funnest thing. Working on materials, I think, like, just creating, there's like a fatality skin that you had to create for one of the characters, and it was like their skin was peeling off. And I was like working on that for a couple weeks, and it was just trying to explain to friends who aren't even in this field to be like, what did you do for work today? And I'm like, I'm not going to say it because it's going to sound really violent and you're not going to understand. But just making sure that the team is working. I have like an amazing team. I have an amazing producer, and we have like a small but tight unit for the prop team, and just making sure that we're helping the character team, because there's a lot of overlap. So let's say you have, you have Scorpion's chain that's hooked on his belt, but then let's say drops. Maybe it's being worked on by the character team, but then we take over it at a certain point. So just making sure that we're helping with environment art as well. So it's a lot of, you have your hands in a lot of different pots and a lot of different departments you're working with. So I'm just going to emphasize too, you're working with people, and being kind and being nice is really key, because that's going to make the pipeline really smooth when you're working with all of these different departments.
Thank you. I might be a little afraid of you now, Natalie.
Don't
Michael.
have to worry.
Michael.
So my title is Vice President of Technology at Proforma. Really what that means is I'm a teacher. So most of my job day to day is helping all of my team members when they get stuck on a problem, helping them get through a code, act as a rubber duck. In programming, a rubber duck is something you talk to help get through a problem. So getting them through, because unlike Mark, getting to make things blow up, I think if I started writing code these days, I would make it blow up, and then my team would be very angry with me. So ultimately, it's really being a teacher and helping everyone on my team continue to grow, because that's ultimately the goal. Is I want to be the least smart person in the room by the end of it, and doing that is teaching what you know to help other people surpass you. And then more recently, I've been shifting more into like a chief security officer role, making sure all our cybersecurity practices are in place, making sure all of our policies are enacted through the whole company, and doing a ton of teaching on boring security things. I'm pretty sure most of my team is sick of hearing me talk about security. So that's kind of the new recent thing that I've been doing.
Love it. So I know it's a little intimidating. It's the first day. And of course, they're all going to be on different panels going more in depth on these subjects. So we're just scratching the surface here. But the Q&A mic is right in the middle there. So feel free to stand up, make a line, and ask your questions if you have something specific. And in the meantime, I want to talk about fun stuff. Not that this hasn't been fun, but let's talk about some pinch me moments, some projects where you were just like, I can't even believe I'm working on this. Nadine, do you have something? Or
hoping I wasn't going first.
Oh.
Let's see. I mean, there's been a lot of those moments. I get to work with some artists, and one of the things I talk about, like, I'm from New York, so I was born and raised on hip hop and Jay-Z and Nas, and a lot of my upbringing in the music world is revolved around these artists. So I've had some moments with them where I've got to work with these artists that I've admired for so long. Jay-Z went from just being an artist, one of the greatest artists, but just being an artist, to then being a president of a record company, amongst the million other things that he does. And since I was programming radio at the time, I got to work with him on a partnership level between the record company and the radio station, and sit in offices with just the two of us and talk through ideas and talk through music. And I always go back to him, even though there's been so many amazing artists who have done so many great things with me. But those were moments that it just kind of all came full circle. Being raised in a culture of this genre of music during a time that I came out of Full Sail, which was back in 2001, where hip hop was really just continuing to grow and become what it became. I think anytime I got to sit in a room with someone like Jay, it was just something that took me. Those were the moments that it was like, oh wow, like this is really happening. These are real conversations, real partnerships, real moments. So I'll probably lean back towards that.
Well, we'll weave the rest of yours through our Q&A, but can you tell us your name, what degree program you're in? Let's keep it to one question and direct it to a panelist.
Okay. My name is Austin Jansen. I'm a game development major. So I have sort of two questions. I'll save one for later if I could mark out. Both my questions are for you. So first of all, I'm just starting out. I'll give my 4th month here. What did you wish, if you could go back, right, and tell yourself what you know now that you wish you had known as a beginning student? That'd be great. And then I have another question, but I can wait and ask you that one-on-one later. Right?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't thought about what I could go back and do differently, because honestly, things worked out pretty awesome. Better than I could have asked or hoped for. Oh. So, my advice for you starting out, though, would be to, I didn't really do that great in high school, and I actually went to college for a year afterwards and failed out, because I spent all my time playing Diablo 2 instead of going to class. So,
okay, so can I, my second question sort of related to that?
Yeah, we'll get to that. So, I didn't really know how to be a good student by the time when I started here. So I just sort of did all of the simple things, all the obvious stuff. Like, I did all my homework. I studied for all my tests. I did every extra credit assignment. I came to all the panels, and I tried to network with as many people as I could. I over prepared for everything. I just went like, I was just face down in a book constantly. And, you know, on the first day of class, I would go into class and I would look around at everyone else in the class and I would be like, I'm just going to, you know, to set myself apart, I'm going to get a higher grade than every single person in this room. You know, that's just the goal I set for myself. And it was never malicious. I didn't sabotage any of the other students, you know, to get it. But I just thought, I'm just going to outwork everybody. I'm going to work as hard as I can on all of this. Like every assignment I did, I tried to go a little bit above and beyond for it. Like, you know, if we're just programming a math library or something, I would go in there and add sound effects too. You know, I would have running projects on the side that was just stuff that I thought was neat or cool, or, you know, just finding different ways to apply what I was learning in whatever class to whatever I thought was neat, because that's the kind of stuff that helps me get through those classes, because I'm not an academic. I'm not a smart guy. Like I need it to be fun and cool, you know, in order for me to really get into it and give it more than like 20% of my effort.
Okay. So
and I'm going to challenge you to save your second question for your networking opportunity with Mark, okay?
Thank you, guys.
All right, next up, tell us your name and degree.
Hi, I'm Paula. I am in digital arts and design. I have a question for Michael. So I just wanted to know, how did you navigate the time between graduating and getting your first job? Like, what were some challenges and success moments that you encountered in that moment?
So for me, the big thing that I always wanted to do was, you know, the big tech companies were young tech companies. They didn't necessarily exist, but I still wanted to strive for something. But getting into those jobs is really hard. So being open to whatever came my way. My first job out of Full Sail was writing Photoshop tutorials. I was doing nothing really with technology, but it got me in the door. And then they learned that I knew how to code, and I ended up working my way up, and I worked directly for the CEO at that company on doing special projects. So being open to whatever comes your way. Career development here on campus is amazing at helping you try to bridge that gap and navigate it. I know I'm pretty far removed from graduation, and I still reach out to them on a monthly basis, now more so on the employer side, hiring Full Sail students. But just being open and flexible to whatever comes your way. You know, it may not be the exact title of digital artist and designer, but you'll work that way. I know Nadine said earlier, it's not a straight path. It's more like a mountain or a zigzag to get where you want to go, but you'll get there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Rim, and I'm in recording arts, and I had a question for Benjamin. So I'm a big fan of the Wish album, and I was really curious, like, what your favorite song was that you got to work on, and like how much creative freedom you had making that, like what direction you were given and how that went down.
Nice to meet you. I'm glad you're a fan of it. It's hard to pick. It's hard to pick a favorite. I mean, I kind of like all of them for different reasons. As far as the creative freedom, it's essentially ultimate creative freedom. So our process was meeting with the directors, screenwriters, executive producers, the entire film team as a whole, on essentially a weekly basis, like starting from the very, very beginning, and them showing us, you know, here's the script, here's, you know, still shots of what's happening, here's what's going to be happening in the scene, and we want a song to kind of be a vehicle for this particular moment. And they, you know, give us a lot of, you know, maybe references, inspired ideas, lots of information for us to digest, and then it was up to Julia and myself to then go back to my studio and say, okay, now what do we do with that? And they were the film team was incredible. They're all so incredibly smart and talented, but they're also very collaborative. So they were very open to anything that we wanted to do or bring to the table. So Julie and I would just spend time trying to figure out what we wanted the song to be initially and get it to a place to where we felt comfortable to present it to them. And then we'd go back into the storyboard meeting and say, here's our idea for this song, and just play it for them. And it was just very organic in that way.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
So we have about 7 minutes left, so I'm sorry if we don't get to all the questions, but hopefully throughout the week we'll definitely bump into you and you can ask. We do have an online question, I believe.
Yeah, we actually have a few. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Nope. Is it on?
There you go.
Now it's on. Sorry, get set down.
Hey there. So we have actually a few questions online, but Stefan, he beat everyone. So Stefan, who's a current military student in game art, and he had a question for Mark. He said, "What can I expect from transitioning to active duty to the game industry?"
It's a little more laid back in the game industry than in the military, believe it or not. When I first got into, I'm pretty lucky. When I came out of the military, I spent a year working as a contractor for the Army, as a civilian, and that was sort of like a halfway house for me, where I still was around the same kind of people, I was around the same environment, the same community, but I was putting on civilian clothes every day instead of a uniform. So yeah, it's laid back. My advice to people coming out of the military and coming into, especially like a school environment, there's a big culture shock. Just be humble, I think, is number one, because it's easy to kind of come out with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder sometimes, or it's just different. People are going to talk to you differently. People are going to have different sensibilities. The way we used to solve problems in the military is also very different than the way you solve interpersonal problems, in school or at work or anywhere else. So, just be ready for that, be aware that that's a thing. And, I would also say seek out veteran resources. Like there's the Military Student Success Center is a physical place here on campus where you can network with other veterans. When things do start to feel a little overwhelming or you feel out of place, you can go find other like-minded people who have similar shared experiences with you that are just sort of a comfort zone. And then, go there, recharge, and then get back out and kick this place's butt. Go and learn the curriculum and, apply what you learned into the military here, like your attention to detail, your ability to work in a stressful environment. All that stuff is going to come in handy and be a boon to you when you're going out to apply for positions. It's going to help you stand apart. You have a big leg up, believe it or not,
Well, thank you for that, Mark. And Ben as well, a veteran, so thank you for your service. And you're nodding your head, so I'm thinking you agree. Our next question. And maybe we can get through these a little quicker.
So my name is Mars Walker, and I'm in the game art program, fellow prop artist. How's it going? That's not my question. So my question is, what were some of the most important lessons that you learned in Full Sail when it comes to working in the gaming industry?
Thank you for your question. Thanks for being here. So funny story is I actually took the computer animation program here. I didn't ever touch a game engine until my first day on the job at Avalanche Studios. A big part of that was networking and just right place, right time, opportunity, preparation, and Full Sail. Just being here and having attending to a lot of different events here and meeting industry professionals. And I think we have I don't know if John LeBaron's in here, but he helped me. He used to be a career development advisor here at Full Sail, and he put me in touch with Avalanche Studios here, who at the time they were recruiting and looking for people to fill their New York office as a contract junior artist. So for me, from my personal advice is just take all the skills that you've learned and everything that you're learning, try to absorb it and, build your portfolio, build your resume, and always have it on hand, because you never know who you're going to see on campus, who's visiting. And then, like others have said, organically, you can talk with them and hopefully there'll be opportunities that maybe you can actually break into the industry that way. But I would say you're on the right path. Just keep at your skill set, keep at it, and keep making art.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name's Joshua Seeley. I'm in computer animation. My question's for Mark. You were talking about networking. What are some questions, if you were back in my shoes, what kind of questions would you ask?
All the stuff we've been talking about, really like we've been saying, you want to try to grow those relationships organically. So if you're meeting someone in person for the first time, just sort of, introduce yourself, just like you just did, name, degree, program, and then just try to find like a shared interest. I find that stuff like that, like if you see someone wearing like a band t-shirt that's a band, like just sort of break the ice with that, like, hey, or if you're a fan of anyone's work, like she did, the student earlier did with Wish, and Ben, that's gonna, like, he'll probably remember that, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, just sort of let it evolve naturally. It's sort of questions to be like, hey, what advice would you give me if I'm trying to get a job here? What sort of resources can I use that could help me? What positions what do you look for in a junior engineer? What sort of skills are necessary for this or that? What programs do you use? Like, what tool set do you use? Stuff like, and then ask them, hey, would you mind giving my resume a once over? Would you mind checking out my portfolio? Stuff like that. Those are all, great. And let the conversation kind of flow naturally as you can. I know it's awkward. And when you do have those awkward moments, just sort of forgive yourself and move on to the next one,
Appreciate it, boss man.
Thank you. Okay, and our last question.
Hello, my name is Matthew Weaver. I'm in the game dev industry, and naturally my question's for Mark Diaz. So we've talked about you getting into Insomniac Games and all of that and working with Sean McCabe. But my question is, on a more high level, the job, the ecosystem, what is it like working at Insomniac Games?
Every studio has their own vibe, so Insomniac, it's very chill. They're remote first, there's a lot of transparency. The CEO, Ted Price, he tells us, he's very open and kind and just like approachable. Like, there's a ton of approachability there. We're all remote for the most part. There's still a lot of people in the studios, but a large part of our workforce is remote. So just being able to poke anybody on Slack or Zoom or whatever, that, game dev is highly, highly collaborative, and the speed at which you communicate is the speed at which you get stuff done. So it's everything is very open, professional. The workflow is really good. id, we played a little more fast and loose. We were a much smaller team, and we had things were a bit less structured, but just as effective. It worked for them, and maybe that same workflow culture vibe wouldn't work for Insomniac, which makes has a much larger team and makes very different projects. So that's what it's been like there. I love both the studios I've been at. I have great friends still at id. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I like the vibe. It's pretty cool.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mark. I want to make an offer to our online watchers. If we didn't get to your questions, you can always email them to me at alumni@fullsail.com, and we will make sure that we get answers for you. And I will be contacting you for those answers. So sorry if we didn't get to them. And I just want to say thank you so much for being here. It's going to be an extraordinary week. You are extraordinary people. And can we have a round of applause for our new inductee? Thank you so much. Bye to our online students.
Come find me after the young lady that asked me the question.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So, look, it's the Armada tent.
Hi, Armada people. Aw, my favorites. We had so much fun on Sunday, but they're kicking it there all week. Do you have questions about Full Sail Armada, about collegiate esports at Full Sail? Go to the tent. Go ask.
Yes.
They'll tell you all about it.
Those guys are my babies. I love those guys.
And they really want to make sure we see them wave. And look at those waves. Strong waves, gentlemen, strong waves.
Yeah, and for anybody online, if you want to join Armada, you do not have to be a campus student for some of our varsity games.
Yeah, we've also got the stream team.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
got so many great opportunities to get involved, even if you don't want to game, if you just want to get in with the community.
I don't game, and I'm all into Armada.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I do game.
Armada's for everyone.
Yes. I game Power Wash Simulator. Best game ever.
She's really good at it.
I'm so good at
really,
cleaning.
Really good at it.
But you know what? What a great panel, Jess. Oh my goodness. These guys, our inductees, are incredible. They've done so much in their careers, but they also make time to give back to the Full Sail community. What was your favorite part of that panel, Jess?
I mean, for me, it's so cool seeing for the first time 3 women being inducted at the same time. We've never had this like even split, and we're both girl grads, and it just feels so cool to see, and I'm just like kind of geeking about it. I am super fangirling over all of them, so I really can't pick a favorite moment, but like Ben's credits are insane, Mark's credits are insane, Nina's credits are insane, Nadine has had some of the coolest interactions with like my dream people, like ask her about Jay-Z. When you see her, ask her about Jay-Z. Good story.
I know. Well, for me, I loved one of Mark's answers towards the end where he was saying, like, networking, let's really make it organic. And I think, like, part of my career has been successful because I've been able to connect with people, and I'm never, like, trying to get something out of them. It's just more like you just make friends. And I know that can be a little hard for some people, but get used to it and learn how to do that here. Do it with your fellow classmates, and then eventually get easier to do it with those guys with the creds.
For sure.
Because even if they have the creds, they're still normal people.
Yeah.
Just with better resumes.
But we've got so much going on. Coming up in this next hour, we'll be joined by last year's inductees, Brandon Blackwell and Devin Renee. Head outside to play Hungry Hungry Hippos with their HOF 13 classmate Justin Rathbun, and talk to Focusrite about the Dolby Atmos immersive audio experience happening today and tomorrow on campus. Ooh, fun.
Very, very fun. We have a video I think we're going to show you guys, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's watch a video. I like videos. No?
I love being a storyteller. Storytelling for me has always been a way of sort of exercising my right to have a voice. I feel like when I was growing up, I wanted somebody to tell my story. I wanted somebody to see it from my point of view. My mom was a single parent, and so it was just the 2 of us. I have an older sister, but we're 14 years apart. She had long gone to school, and it was just my mother and I was a latchkey kid, so I was involved in a lot of after-school activities. And then by the time I got to high school, I was the president of the drama club. I was all about it. There was something about performing, there was something about writing that made me feel like, okay, this is something that I could see myself doing for the rest of my life. Bridget is my former drama teacher from high school. She would give me the best advice. She was like one of my first mentors out the gate.
Devin walked into my classroom. She was extremely confident, just always a go-getter and an extremely brilliant young lady. I put her in contact with a young man named Cody Canty, who was also alumni of Full Sail, but he and Devin became really close friends.
Every time I talked to him, he was talking about how great his classes were, and I was just like, I'm so jealous. I've got to get out there to see this school that you keep talking about so much. By the 6th month of Full Sail, I was rocking and rolling. I had friends, I was loving my classes, and I was just like, I can do this. And being at Full Sail in those early years, those are some of the best years of my life.
She graduates from Full Sail, and she's like, yeah, I'm getting my master's. And I'm like, hold up, this young lady's getting her master's before me. And I'm like, this is amazing. But again, it was inspiring. Devin was really living her dreams, and she didn't allow anybody to tell her no.
You have to be a little bit mad, like, to go after some of these goals, because without that madness, it won't propel you forward. I was asked to be the script coordinator for a show called Delilah, and the showrunner came to me and was like, I want you to have some writing opportunities. Why don't you start writing some material? And I was like, wonderful, this is great. So I'm writing and I'm script coordinating at the same time, and then he gives me my first episode. We get to the end of the season, and he says, I want you to write the season finale. It was such a defining moment in my career. This was my time now. It was like, this is what it's all been leading up to. You gotta put up or shut up. You have to step up. And I pulled it off. you get to a point where you have to make your own opportunities. You have to make your own work. And I was like, I'm gonna start my own production company. Yes, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna boss up and start my own production company. After all these years of kind of working on whatever would come my way or taking every opportunity that I was given, now I can actually create opportunities for myself that make me feel like, okay, I'm the boss. It's important for me to give back to the community because somebody paid it forward for me. The feeling that I get when I work with the students at Kids in the Spotlight, you know, when we take their just initial conception of an idea and we produce their film, I get excited by teaching, and I get excited when they get excited, and your students always end up teaching you something.
It's not often that older people talk about how inspiring younger people can be to them. But it's different with Devin. She's just really inspired me. I'm so proud of her. She's the person that makes me say, okay, I was there for a reason. And I'm so grateful for that.
In a way, I feel like being inducted into the Hall of Fame means like the work that I've been doing the last 10 years has not gone unnoticed. It means the world to me to be able to have my university recognize me in this way. People see the work that I've done and they want to highlight me for it, and it makes me feel good about myself. I'm going to be a storyteller until the day that I die. As a writer, you can think, wow, everybody showed up to set today because of me, because of words that I put on a page. Getting out this release of emotion and being able to share it with other people and have them understand where it is I'm coming from, there's nothing like that.
All right, you guys, we are now sitting here in the awesome side desk, and I'm here with Devin and Brandon. Welcome, guys. How we feeling?
Amazing. Glad to be here.
No, so this is your first year back after getting inducted. Let's start with you, Devin. What was it like getting inducted last year?
It was the highlight of my career. It really was. It meant so much to me to be recognized by the university, by my peers, but also this family, the synergy here, there's nothing like it. So to be back now to welcome the new inductees feels more amazing than last year.
What about you, Brandon?
Yeah, being in a career where you never get acknowledged for anything unless it's bad. To be on.
Seriously?
Yeah. I mean, your job is to perform and perform at its highest peak, and that's just the expectation. But to be, given an opportunity to be awarded for your work and the respect, I mean, it was an emotional roller coaster being here back on campus, both professionally and personally. But being here on campus and, like you said, the synergy of being home, it was amazing.
So let's talk about it on a personal and emotional level. Is it more chill now that it's not the year that you guys are getting inducted? Is it less pressure for you all?
Definitely less pressure, but I feel like more responsibility now for us to continue to pass that torch and pay it forward. So I feel like I have to just be just as dynamic as everybody was to me and make sure I'm carrying that,
That's awesome. Brandon?
Yeah, definitely agree. And it's nice, it's still fresh in the mind. So the current inductees, it's nice to give your perspective. I remember Phil, is it Palin? Phil Palin giving me words of encouragement that helped me write my speech. So it's like I need to pass it forward.
Phil helped me too.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Phil, just giving back to everybody.
Super helpful. And, you can see some of the nervousness on the inductees. And I remember myself walking around with that same feeling. So letting them know, be present, letting them know to, enjoy this moment. You've earned it. You've earned every single bit of it. And also with their spouses, their support systems, that this is not just for the inductee, it's for them as well, because they're our backbone. So, yeah.
That's great, and I think that gets forgotten a lot, so that's really great you brought that up. So, Devin, we just saw your video. You've done incredible things. 3 degrees. I don't know how you did that. Well done. Yeah. But now you're on a new journey. You're in Africa now, I hear?
I know, that's the word on the street, apparently.
Talk to us. Yes. What are you doing over there?
I am currently teaching screenwriting, and I'm announcing now to everybody that I'm switching over to reality TV. So not just staying in the scripted lane. So I'll be working on a new show as of August of this year called The Masked Singer. The African edition. I'm really excited, but I'm also teaching screenwriting and bringing just producing, screenwriting, directing to the people of Johannesburg, especially the women. So it just feels like something divine, something I was supposed to do.
That's so cool. I mean, Africa. What's it like? Was it a crazy culture shock going over there?
Crazy culture shock, but I touched down and I knew it was home, like immediately. It called to me in a way that Full Sail called to me all those years ago. So it was a decision that I made instantly. I didn't have to think about it.
That's amazing. So also, Devin, you had a birthday recently.
I did. Shout out to the Taurus.
What was crazy, Devin and I actually have the exact same birthday.
Birthday twin.
Except she's a lot younger than I am. What'd you do for your birthday? Anything fun?
Okay, so this was my first birthday in South Africa.
Okay.
I threw a little party, a little mini soiree, and we welcomed me for the first time there, like the start of my birthdays, the future birthdays to come, which I call anniversaries now, like Mariah Carey.
As you should. Brandon, talk to us. You've worked with incredible artists. What are we doing these days? Who are we working with?
So I'm still with Alicia Keys. After Hall of Fame, a couple of weeks after, I went to South America, toured with her for the year. And then most recently, a couple of weeks ago, I got a call from another Hall of Famer, Tremaine Williams. They were looking for a monitor engineer for Mariah Carey, as you just mentioned, Mariah. So doing her Las Vegas residency, which is really cool. I never thought that at this point in my career I'd be doing a residency, but I think it's like you were saying, divine timing and wanting to slow down a bit from being on the road, and I still get to do what I love, but I get to stay in one place and don't have to load it in and load it out. So it's not a bad gig. 3 days a week. It's not a bad gig.
What do you do the rest of the time while you're in Vegas?
Really just taking meetings. So my wife and I, Ariel, we have our children's book, and we have some amazing projects that we're, trying to adapt our children's book into some other opportunities. And it's way different than touring and live sound and music, but it's an exciting adventure. And the networking that Full Sail has allowed me to do, and it really, since Hall of Fame, just opened me up into communicating and just getting myself out there more. So it's been a great time, and it's been an adventure ever since we left.
But what everyone really wants to know is, are we partying it up in Vegas? Are we doing the parties? Are we doing the gambling?
So I'm not really a big fan of Vegas. Earlier in my career, when I was working with Big Sean, we did a Vegas residency where we would come in every month, and I kind of got that partying out of me then. So it's usually on off days, it's sleep and then take meetings. So no partying for me. Maybe some eating good food, but that's about it for me.
They do have incredible food
Absolutely.
in Vegas.
It's expensive, but sometimes some of it's worth it.
I thought you get free food if you gamble a lot. Or
that's true. You get free drinks also.
I wouldn't know about that. What are you talking about? So as these students are coming up to you guys, I mean, obviously you were in their shoes at one point, nervous about what was next, and what do you tell them? I mean, you're obviously an example that it is possible to follow your dreams and that your dreams will make it. But what do you tell them, like straight off the gate, like as you graduate, what's next?
I think for me, I'm always telling students to be grounded, but also to enjoy this moment, to take it in, to stop and smell the roses as much as they can before things just sort of like go over the cliff, because I don't think I did that enough as a student. And this time here, this precious time here went by so fast. So give yourself grace is what I always say, because you're gonna come out, you're young, you're hungry, you're ready, but also we need time to build, right? And you're laying the rudimentary foundation and the rudimentary track for what will be your professional career. So give yourself grace, guys. It's not an overnight thing. It's a journey, not a destination.
Absolutely. Brandon, how about you?
I would, a lot of the stuff that Devin said, I agree with, and I say a lot of the same things. It's a journey, and it's both with valleys and hills and waves and ebbs and flows, and you just have to navigate it and ride them. And when you're on a low and you're currently riding back up, it's what did you learn in that moment? I feel that our journeys were given to us before we were even born, and how we've already agreed to it, and our process is we have to learn through everything. So if you're going through a bad moment, you were meant to go through that bad moment. And that's speaking for me. I've gone through bad moments in my career at times that on the outside look like they were highs, but I'm dealing with my own lows. And the thought process is, why did I go through it? And when you can change your perception on stress and anxiety and those types of things, you'll look at life completely different. So that's something that I give to all the students. And you can literally see the light bulb click in their mind, like, oh, whatever I'm going through and dealing with, it's not that bad. Learn from that situation.
That is fantastic advice. Thank you guys so much. But enjoy the rest of your time here. I'm sure I'll be seeing a lot of you too. But we just saw what earned Devin a spot in the Hall of Fame. But let's learn a little bit more about Brandon in this next video. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
The job for me is to give whoever's hearing my mix the best sound experience. Sound is super important to me. When I was younger, I grew up in South Orange, New Jersey. My home life was good. I grew up with my mom and my stepdad. School life wasn't so great. Dealing with being picked on, I didn't see much for myself until I found out, what sound engineering was at my church. My eyes opened up a little bit wider, and then out of that, I found Full Sail. I went online and I Googled it, and it was like my dream was on the screen. Once I got down on campus, it was the most exciting time of my life. I was always involved between the Show Pro Club, I was the president, all the live events, BTS weekends, graduations, I did them all. A lot of my audio career, it started here. By the grace of God, my mom's boss meets the musical director of American Idol. He's putting a band together, they're going to perform with multiple guest artists, and you should come. We ended up doing a couple of shows. One of the shows, the local engineer, the band wasn't very happy with. And me being hungry, I just said, hey, I went to school for this. I can mix monitors. We do the show. It was like Shaka Khan, Kiki Wyatt. So there, I met a lot of sound engineers really quickly. I also mixed for a lot of artists really quickly. And it just snowballed from there. And I mean, when I say it snowballed, it was an avalanche. It just went fast. Leading up to Glastonbury, where I was mixing front of house for Kendrick Lamar, 210,000 people, it's a lot of people. So you have to walk really far up and around. It's me, my wife, Ariel, my system engineer, Aaron Tucker, who's actually a Full Sail grad. It felt as if, I was in my own control room by myself. I got my two warriors behind me, my wife videotaping me, because, we want our kids to know what I do, how important it is. It was just a great experience. After the show, it was just an emotional rush, we did it. People were calling the UK office of the company, asking who mixed front of house for Kendrick. I told Ariel, I said, I shook up the United States with Dan Vegas, and I said, but Glastonbury is where I'm gonna shake up the world. And yeah, I definitely did that. So yeah, Glastonbury is important to me. It's very important.
He is so humble, he's so kind, he's such a generous spirit. He uses his time effectively and making sure that people understand that they are included, period.
Noel was looking for, people of color in the industry that can come be mentors for Diversify the Stage, making sure that underrepresented and marginalized people were getting the same knowledge of what our industry is.
He shouts to the rooftop what he does for a living, and he feels that it's really important for people to understand that these careers exist, and also for people to see their reflection, and I just respect that so much.
I remember at graduation, I said, I'm going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame my first year of eligibility. I didn't know what I was saying back then. It was just like, I'm just gonna say this to put this massive goal so I can achieve for something. I would come back on tour and come back to the school. I didn't care if I had 3 hours of time. It was important that I got to be on campus, give back to the students. What's next is just giving more of me to the world, more of my knowledge, my perspective, my experiences.
Oh my goodness. Whew. That was a fun interview you did with Brandon and Devin.
They're so inspiring and just such great and humble people, and I love it.
Yeah, and it's so cool that even you're not being inducted this year, but come back, hang out.
I know.
The family just keeps getting bigger, and we really love to see it. And they are just two crazy accomplished grads. So fun to see them.
I love it. Look at that line outside. Look at all these people out there. Hi, everybody. Can they hear us?
Looks like they can. Good time. Hi. How you doing? Having fun? Are you having fun yet?
Make sure you hydrate, guys. It is warm out there. Get some water, get some drinks. get some t-shirts and some swag. Yeah, we definitely want to see what you guys are up to, so make sure you use the hashtag fullsailhof throughout the week and share your Hall of Fame experience, because we want to know all about it. And don't forget to connect with us and follow along on social with Full Sail on Instagram, TikTok, and the X. I'm going to call it the X.
I think we're getting crashed by a special guest. So let's see what happens.
What?
You can be close to me.
You guys.
It's Natalie Asport, one of this year's
Hello.
inductees. You just saw her in a panel.
Hello, everyone.
Are you having a good
looking?
time? This one.
I'm having a great time. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, it's been so surreal and it's been amazing. It's been a wild experience, and it's only the first day.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're not even that deep into it.
Oh, man. I'm just trying to pace myself, but
Okay.
it's really hard to because everything's so exciting. There's so much going on.
Any cool panels you're on you want to plug? Make sure people come out and hang out.
Geez. Yeah, I'm doing a panel. I'm doing 3 panels today. If I could remember which ones they are, I'm doing like a 3D modeling tips and tricks one.
Nice.
I'm doing I just came off of a panel to meet the 6 inductees.
Yes, we got to watch that on stream.
And Sherry was moderating it. I have another one too. I have 2 others tomorrow. So I'm just like, just taking it all in, and then just enjoying just trying to share as much as I can with students and everyone who's watching and tuning in.
Yeah, and you might see Natalie's credits and be like, oh, okay, I'll ask her about video games, but you can also ask her about music. Super talented
Yes.
musician. So if you're into music, that's a good conversation to have,
I'm here.
right?
I would love to. I love talking about music. It's another one of my passions. So yeah, feel free to come out and talk to me. I'm right here, and I'm so excited to speak with everyone.
Well, for Natalie, creating is as essential as breathing, but in this next video, even Natalie's boundless creativity will be tested. Let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Natalie Asport, and I'm a professional artist. Okay. Ooh, my favorite horror movie villain is Freddy Krueger, because he shows up in your dreams and you can't escape your dreams. And he has awesome weapon, claws for fingers. I realized I could work in video games in high school when I was playing Uncharted 2, and I saw some behind the scenes. Man, this is difficult. Okay, I saw some behind the scenes footage of the development of the game, and I realized that people make the game. It requires a team of artists and designers and programmers and writers. I feel like this might be really tiny.
You sure about that?
What I'm most excited about for Hall of Fame week is actually the panels. I know I'm probably not gonna be able to see it, a lot of the panels, but it was one of my favorite things whenever I attended Hall of Fame. And also just hanging out with all the inductees and grads and students to just talk with everyone and hear stories and listen to people talk about where they are in their journey. I definitely did not plan this out. This is so bad. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm a collector of many things. I do have a video game collection. I also have a guitar collection, and I collect not just guitars to be played, but guitar magnets. I have guitar air fresheners, guitar spatulas, guitar-shaped tequila bottles, you name it. All right, I think I actually don't know where I'm drawing. I'm just gonna make it worse. I think I'm done. Oh my God, I figured it was a mess. This is a Nintendo Switch. You can't tell? It's right there. You see the 2 consoles, the directional pad. This is exactly what you would play Mario Kart on. Round 2. Ooh, okay. I've drawn this enough. Let's see if I could. Hi. Hey, how's it going? My name is Natalie Asport, and I am a computer animation graduate. I am being inducted into the Hall of Fame, Full Sail Hall of Fame this year. I'll be around all week. Come out, find me, and I would love to talk to you. Put down whatever you're eating, just come out. Well, actually finish what you're eating. I would love to see you. I'm here for you, and I'm just glad to be here.
Amazing. Natalie is a professional artist, and yet you just saw what happened. but we'll see the thrilling conclusion later. I'm excited to see if she redeems herself in part 2. But take a look at our backlot. Hi, everyone. Wave, say hi. Jump up and down. Pat your head. Can I make you guys do whatever I want? Because I'll keep saying silly things. I hope everybody's having fun out there and drinking so much water, please. It's so hot. So hot. There's water bottle filling stations around campus. So if you have one of these, you can fill it up. But right now I am joined by Lee Whitmore, the VP for Education with Focusrite Group. And Focusrite has some pretty cool stuff happening with us on campus this week. So Lee, tell me all about it.
Well, it's great to be here at Hall of Fame. This is my 3rd year in a row, but I've been here many times over the last 30 years of my career. And Focusrite Group is 11 brands. We're Focusrite, Novation, Sequential, Oberheim, Sonox, Atom Audio, Martin Audio, Linear Research, the list goes on. And we work with the show production program, with all the audio and music programs here at Full Sail.
Amazing.
Every student that gets a lunch box has something from one of our brands in it, or a couple of things.
Okay.
And we are very committed to, at Focusrite Group, Next Gen Professionals. So we're here to support everybody at Hall of Fame, everybody that's going out into the workforce. And we're doing some really cool things here with immersive audio.
Yes, the Dolby Atmos
Dolby
speakers,
Atmos,
right? Can you tell me a little about what that experience is, where students can check it out?
Absolutely. So at the Audio Temple, in the live room, in the recording room, we've set up a Dolby tuned. Dolby was here yesterday. They're a partner of ours. What's called a 7.1.4 immersive Atmos mix experience. So, the trend in music, I'm sure everybody listening has at least heard of Apple AirPod Pros and spatial audio.
Right.
Spatial audio is still binaural with some sense of what's my environment like? What you can do if you're here at Hall of Fame is go to the Audio Temple, the programming in the room, and I'll tell you a little bit about who's there.
Yeah.
Happens all day today.
Okay.
And all day tomorrow with the Martin Audio 7.1.4 system, Dolby tuned. SSL is in the room with a beautiful System T console. And I was just over in the room. It was completely packed from the first session this morning.
Wow.
So if you go to the room, you'll hear something you may have never heard before. Many of the students that I saw at the Tech Expo yesterday, I'd ask questions. Have you gone to a Dolby Theater? Have you heard a movie, or seen a movie and heard it in what was surround sound but now immersive in Atmos? The experience here is different because it's Dolby Atmos immersive sound for music.
Okay.
For music playback, for music mixing, which is a different experience with sound than sitting in a theater.
Sure.
As you can imagine.
So would you say whether you're an artist or a mix engineer or just a fan of music, this is something you've got to check out,
You have to go over time. This is a new technology,
Right.
but the commitment's been made in our industry and in the recording industry. This is going to happen. So if you haven't heard it, and that was the question that most of the students yesterday asked for me, and alums, have you sat and listened? No. You can do that today and tomorrow all day.
Amazing.
In the Audio Temple. Sit, and Dolby helped us tune the room in such a way. For those of you who are working in audio production, advanced audio and mixing, you may say, well, immersive, I know about this. I need to be sitting in front of a mixing console, and people talk about the sweet spot. We worked with Dolby and the Full Sail team in advanced audio recording to tune the room in such a way that the room can be full with lots of seats, and we'll rotate you in and out, but you will have time to listen and really experience what immersive audio is about with some amazing mixers. And I can tell you, if you'd like to hear, there are a few really cool folks who are coming.
I sure do want to hear it. Tell me who.
So, in fact, today at 1 o'clock, I'm moderating a panel on Atmos and immersive mixing in the room.
Go to your app, add it.
It's in the app, all the experiences. Darren Schneider, who runs Advanced Audio Recording, will be on the panel. He has mixed in Atmos.
Amazing.
And also Dave Riley, who's in Focusrite Group, who is a 20-year career mixer, who's a UMG, Universal Music Group certified Atmos mixer. And our special guest, Adrian Morales, who is a mixer from Miami, who has won lots of Latin Grammys. And Adrian mixes in immersive. So if you come by or listen, watch at 1 o'clock, that's a conversation about what Atmos is and what it'll mean to you. Because for everyone who's working in sound, whether it's game audio, music, this is something you need to know about for your career going forward.
Right. Well, make sure you check it out. Do not miss this immersive experience. It's only happening today, tomorrow, all day, right over here. You can't see where I'm pointing, but it's the door right next to me in the audio temple, so make sure that you go check it out. Thank you so much, Lee, for joining us. We really appreciate you letting us know everything all about it. And now the thrilling conclusion of, is Natalie Asport a professional artist or just goofing?
Hi, I'm Natalie Asport, and I'm a professional artist. Oh, okay. I've drawn this enough. Let's see if I could. If I were to describe my job to a grandparent, I would say that I make video games, and they would be like, what is that? And I would be like, well, check out this, this remote control that you've seen me play things on. It's not the computer, but it's connected to the TV. And after that, honestly, I don't know how I would be able to describe it. I make that. Which video game has a special place in my heart? It would be, actually, you would pick two. Uncharted 2, because that's the game that got me into wanting to make games. And I would also say Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, because it actually got me into the music I listen to, a lot of the music I listen to. It's also due to my parents and my dad's love for rock and roll, but I definitely got into more like modern rock and emo and punk rock because of that. Misfits, Exhibit, Taking Back Sunday, just a whole array of other bands. Just going for that. Okay, should I take off the blindfold? This belongs in the MoMA. This is a guitar. Duh. Specifically, I made an electric guitar, but you wouldn't be able to tell because the pick guard is kind of off here. So this could be, really, it's an interchangeable guitar. Sign it, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, well, sign it. Here we go. I am not doing that blindfolded.
Oh my goodness, she did so much better than I would have done, that's for sure. I think it was pretty cool.
Game developer, artist, writer, educator, songwriter, and musician, Natalie Asport is a 2013 computer animation graduate whose credits include AAA titles Just Cause 3, Just Cause 4, Rage 2, and Contraband. She currently serves as a senior prop artist at NetherRealm Studios and as an adjunct professor at NYU, teaching 3D modeling for games, a course she co-designed.
2014 game development graduate and Navy veteran Mark Diaz spent 8 years with AAA developer id Software, working on the celebrated reboot of the Doom franchise on games including Doom VR and Doom Eternal. Today, the grad is working as a lead gameplay programmer at Insomniac Games, where he recently shipped Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and is currently in development on Marvel's Wolverine.
VP of Technology at Performa and Chief Technology Officer for Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Post-Secondary Educational Consultants, 2010 Web Design and Development graduate Michael LaPlante boasts more than 14 years of experience in tech with companies of all sizes, from social media giants and trillion-dollar search engines to government agencies. Pretty cool.
2007, film graduate Nina Lopez Corralo is an alumni member of the WBTV Directors Workshop and has directed episodes of Mayor's Kingstown, Perry Mason, The Nevers, A Million Little Things, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., The Mentalist, Supernatural, and many more. She is scheduled to direct an episode of The Last of Us for HBO, and as founding partner of Broken Toy Works, is currently developing 2 feature films, 3 one-hour dramas, a half-hour comedy, and a DIY reality series.
Almost have to take a breath for that one, huh, Tracy? Grammy-winning record producer, songwriter, vocal producer, mix engineer, musician, and U.S. Army veteran Benjamin Rice is a 2012 recording arts graduate who has worked with artists including Lady Gaga, Selena Gomez, and John Legend. He's also worked on original music for films including Disney's Wish and A Star is Born, where he engineered and vocal produced the entire soundtrack, as well as co-produced several of the songs, resulting in his first Grammy win.
2001 recording arts graduate Nadine Santos serves as the Vice President of Programming and Artist Relations at Music Choice. Her adept relationship building extends to major record labels such as Republic Records, Interscope, RCA, and Warner Records. where she's developed valuable artist collaborations with music icons, including Mariah Carey, Taylor Swift, and Meghan Trainor. Oh my goodness, these guys, just talent.
Hello.
So much talent. Here's Jess.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We're here on the side stage with Sarah, who's studying music business here. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great today.
Yeah. Are you having a good time at Hall of Fame so far?
I am. I went to my first panel of the week and just now, and it was actually really amazing and fun.
Oh, great. What was your first panel?
It was with Darrell Pert talking about artist management and like independent artists and what they could do going forward. So.
Cool. And you're in music business right now. What is kind of like, where do you see yourself in the future?
I want to work in marketing, preferably with the label, and I also have interest in working in publishing. So.
Okay, amazing. So we're going to play a game right now. It's called Win Big or Win Mid. We want you to win big. So you're going to choose one of these boxes. One has an awesome prize in it, and the other two, not so awesome. Okay, so you're going to pick. But don't open it. I'll let you know when. So I don't know if you want to like phone a friend, see what everybody thinks, okay?
Which one?
Thank you. Are you sure? She seems pretty sure. All right, Sarah, first, I want you to go ahead and open the boxes you didn't pick. Let's see what you didn't win.
Okay. Woo, we're safe.
A York peppermint patty. Good. We didn't want that. Okay, let's see. York peppermint patties are refreshing. I agree. I like your nails. Can we do a nail cam for me and Sarah's cute nails? Ooh. Oh my gosh. So that means that she chose wisely because the middle box is probably going to be big prize, right? Let's check it out. Open it up. A piece of paper? Well, let's see what it says. Big prize! You are walking away with an incredible wireless headphones from Shure Audio. Go ahead, pull it out of the bag, show it off to everybody. Thanks to our sponsors at Shure for this incredible gift that we get to give to Sarah today. What are you going to listen to first with those headphones?
Ariana Grande's album, Eternal Sunshine.
Okay, let's go. What up, Ari? Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, friends, for hanging out. And I hope you have a great week. Anything you want to say? Say hi to Mom or anything?
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Have a great... Oh, good. Okay. Hi, Mom and Dad. All right, I'm going to throw it back to Tracy at the desk.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jess. That was a lot of fun. But we have a ton to look forward to this week. But so much has already happened. Let's take a look at what has been happening here on our campus. Now, Hall of Fame is better with friends, and that's why this year we hosted an online student meetup for students visiting from around the country. At Full Sail, we know the online journey can be very different from the experience of life on campus, and Hall of Fame can be a whirlwind if it's your first time here. The casual campus meetup invited visiting online students to network, make some new friends, and secure Hall of Fame swag while getting acclimated to what it's like on campus and preparing to make the most of their Hall of Fame experience.
Online students are just as integral to the Full Sail community as campus students, and here at Hall of Fame Live, we want to bring you as much of this Hall of Fame week to all of you at home.
Yeah, and it's so great we were able to help online students connect and get comfortable on our campus.
It's super overwhelming. Even when I started as a campus student, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know where anything is. I don't know anyone. So nervous. So glad that we throw that together for
them. And then
you
make such great friends, which is awesome. But show production students also work throughout the week to bring the Hall of Fame experience to attendees and online viewers. And because of their commitment to their craft during Full Sail's biggest week, they don't always get the chance to take advantage of all the amazing panels, presentations, and workshops we have to offer. That's why this year, show production students were invited to a special workshop where they got to learn from show production graduates and Hall of Famers Brian Carrico, Brandon Blackwell, Justin Rathman, and Andy Bongard about their experience and advice on the live production industry.
I mean, we spoke about it a little earlier, but it is so amazing that these grads travel here before the week is even underway to share their knowledge with our students who do so much hard work behind the scenes. If you see a show production student today working, say thank you.
Yeah, and maybe bring him a bottle of water.
Actually, definitely bring them a bottle of water. Don't even say thank you. Just don't make eye contact. Just hand them the water and keep moving. They're super busy.
Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah, we've got some good stuff happening.
Yeah.
Coming up soon. I think
Yeah.
we're going to head outside with Shay. I'm really excited. I don't want too many spoilers. But does anyone know all the words to every single song in Hamilton? I do. Tracy does.
I mean, most of them, yes.
And I'm also pretty sure that Hall of Fame 13 inductee Justin Rathbun knows them all too. But don't take my word for it. Let's check out this video.
For me, like the 2.5 hours is like the zen part of my day. Like when I get behind that desk, mixing the show is the easy part. It's dealing with all the outside stuff that is the most challenging. As the head audio engineer on Hamilton, I'm responsible for many, many things. I really feel like getting it right, right in front of you is very important, and it's a big challenge for me. But if the audience is great, then you're still going to have a great show. So there's a lot of variables to making it all work and making that magic happen. My first experience with sound was back when I had first picked up the guitar. I got to the point where we had played several different gigs and the sound was never right. I realized that there was a void there where there were a lot of people that were out there doing live sound that really didn't know what they were doing. So at that point, I started investigating into schools for that and came across Full Sail. I started in the recording arts degree, and I was over there. We were over there for a while, and I was seeing some of the show production guys doing all the setup and tear down and all the special event live sound, live production things, and I was like, this is what I want to do. So it was at that point that I decided to transition into the show production department. Back in the early 2000s, Acme Sound Partners was a fairly large name as far as sound design here in New York City. They called and said, well, we need somebody to go take over the Dirty Rotten Scoundrels first national tour. Would you be interested in doing that? And this is a golden opportunity to work with these guys, and I still, to this day, do not regret going back out on the road with them, because it has really led to where I am today.
I met Justin when he was hired to mix for my old partnership. I was a member of Acme Sound Partners, but we really got to know each other when he came back to New York and took over on the Broadway musical In the Heights. And that's where Justin and I became real colleagues and compatriots in making theater here in the city.
I was one of the few people that he kind of took along with him when he decided to go off in his own direction. And that was amazing, and I'm kind of honored that he would even consider me for such things. He's great. He was at my wedding. He was there when I proposed to my wife. He's been there for a lot of important milestones in my professional career.
Engineers don't get a lot of opportunity to be honored. There's not a lot of awards for live sound engineering. It just doesn't exist. So that, Full Sail has found a way to recognize him and how important he's been to the industry in his relatively young career, and has been part of so many big Broadway productions and has done so much good work in such a short time. I think feels really appropriate and exciting, and yeah, it was thrilling to hear about that.
Being able to create something that's only going to happen once, and in that moment in time, if you can get it just right, if that millisecond time you can just get it right, is so rewarding to me. And whether it be a reaction of a laugh, whether it be a reaction of a cry, whether it be a reaction of, oh God, what just happened? Generating that emotional response literally at your fingertips is kind of amazing to me.
All right, we are out here on the hot, sweaty back lot with Justin Rathbun, Hall of Fame inductee. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It was weird to hear myself talking up there. I'm usually behind the scenes guy, so it's not my thing.
Yeah, we had you inside in the video there. How does it feel out in the heat?
It is quite hot out here today, especially in this thing we're about to do. It's going to be fun.
Well, we're going to be playing a game, but before we do that, let's catch up with you. So what do you have up your sleeve? What is new?
I'm still at Hamilton, coming up on our 10-year anniversary next year, which is pretty wild. So just keeping going with that. That's been the name of the game, and still loving it. Still loving it. Wonderful place.
Anything big with our man, Lin-Manuel Miranda?
He's got a few things in the works. We have some plans for next year for the 10-year reunion of sorts, and then he's got some things up his sleeve, but can't really talk about it.
It's top secret, but you're going to have to stay tuned and keep up with him everywhere to find out. And I know you've had a lot of visitors this past year. Hall of Fame inductees, Fela Davis, Stephanie Dawson, Phil Pallen. What's it like seeing them at your job?
It is so wonderful to have people come and visit, or at least come and say hi. Ashish had actually come by and said hello to me before. I didn't even know he was in the Hall of Fame, and he had come by and talked to me. He didn't mention it or anything. It was pretty cool. When Phil was visiting me, he was sitting right next to me at the desk, and he was watching what I do, and Lynn kind of snuck in right next to the desk as well. And Phil had looked over and said, "Who is this scruffy guy that just walked into the theater? Like, what's going on here?"
It's not Bruno.
And it might have been Bruno. And you know, Lynn winked at me and I winked at him, and Phil didn't know who it was. So Lynn proceeded to leave, and next available spot, I looked over at Phil and I was like, "That was Lynn," and he was like, "What?" So we went backstage afterwards. I was able to show him around. It was good. It was good fun.
I love that you have this whole community of Hall of Fame inductees, not just here, but out in the world. So now that you're back on campus, what are you most looking forward to this week?
This week, I'm really some of our new inductees in the Hall of Fame. They are wonderful people. Met several of them over the last day or two, and just looking forward to get to know them, and also chatting with the students around here as well. I've had several people that are interested in theater and theater production, and looking forward to meeting them as well.
I love that. You got to connect with the theater kids. Absolutely. I was a theater kid, so I'm like, yeah! All right, so we're going to see how you do now. Everyone get into their places. We're going to play Hungry, Hungry Hippo. So Justin's going to be playing against some current students. We have game students, animation students. So when I say go, we're going to go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my gosh, okay. So they have to grab one ball at a time. It seems like long limbs are the helper here. Justin is doing really well. As you notice, they cannot have any shoes on, so they have socks, and they're slipping and sliding. I don't know how they're doing this in this Florida heat, but it's doing really well so far. I think the move is just like dash and dive like blue there. But oh, yellow's already got their basket filled up. I can't even see how many balls there are left because I'm in a really short apple box. But it looks like, oh, blue fell down. Oh, is that it?
That's it.
All right, now do we count the numbers? Okay, everyone count your numbers of balls. Whew. So, that might have been really hot and sweaty for Justin Rathburn, but don't worry, we have a shirt he's going to be able to change into as he goes on to panels and presentations after this. But let's see, who won? 9? Blue has 10.
9.
So Blue is the winner. Congratulations, my friend. We're going to hook him up with some cool Hall of Fame swag exclusive to us having prizes and games out here. So if you see us running around with the Hall of Fame live crew, come stop by. You can play a game and win some swag. But for now, I'm going to send it back to the desk. Oh gosh. Are you okay?
That's exhausting.
Do we have a shirt for him?
I hope so.
Okay, back to you ladies.
Oh my goodness, I have an idea for a new Armada team.
Ooh.
It's Hungry Hungry Hippos. Shay is our only caster because that was so entertaining.
Next time, let's do that in the winter so we don't murder a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I mean, how mad would Lin-Manuel Miranda be?
You know,
really?
I also think that Justin should have won because he's slightly older than the student, so I think he should get a 2-ball advantage.
A seniority thing. Well, he's already got the Saley, so he doesn't need the Hungry Hungry Hippos win.
Whatever. I would, nothing. I'm done. But anyway, I'm really glad I'm indoors today. I'll be out there tomorrow sweating. But But anyway, for students studying technology at Full Sail, projects can range from 3D printed race cars to immersive film sets, but they also include ways to give back to the community. Let's learn more in this next video.
Assistive technology aims to improve the lives of people living with disabilities. In the Simulation and Visualization program, we ask students in the Portfolio 6 course to put their hardware and software skills to use towards a positive cause. The idea is if anybody struggles with daily activities, what can we do to try and help them? And it's also partly just looking into the community instead of trying to, come up with some epic project, just looking down the street and see what's around here so we can participate in the local community. SECO is a facility down the street here that works with kids with cerebral palsy and a whole range of motor disabilities and things like that.
It's so important for me to give success for these kids because they lose it in very early ages. Started with like, I cannot roll over, I cannot reach for my toy, but I want to. But I think we can change their life and make them as independent in their own life as possible.
Their facility has lots of ladder devices like this because they use them for strength training and grip, climbing, walking. So when we toured their facility and realized that, we decided that's a good target. Let's see if we can try to digitize one of these and make it interactive.
Still works nice.
We gave the audio version to them just to play around with and see what they thought about it. And that alone had fantastic results. What they told us was a lot of these kids have trouble even lifting their neck. But when they were reaching up and pressing on it and it was making a sound, they were looking up to see what was going on. And that was a huge win for the staff over there. They were very excited to see that. But once we got past the audio version, we put on a monitor and a little computer. So now we could do software development and start making games and tie it into our inputs. And that's where the potential just went through the roof. The students were involved in every aspect of it. In fact, we were doing things that I had never done, so it was new to all of us, a lot of it.
Some of the challenges that we faced when constructing it were some electrical issues. We had some issues with the wiring and the paint methods to detect if people were touching it. We got some false triggers, which was a real challenge.
Even putting our hand near it, it was triggering false positives, and that was no good. Once we got past that, it was not too many challenges and just a lot of fun.
They started out very simple. They would grab a piece of the ladder and the screen would change colors. And then as soon as we got that down, we started coming up with a lot of other different ideas. And then from there, once we got some feedback from SECO to say, this is good, or, maybe this isn't very good, we just went from there and eventually just built those blocks up until we had something that both of us were really proud of.
This is something that some of my students and I have been working on for many months, and we made it to obviously look very similar to some of the devices you have here, these ladders, and we looked at some of the activities that you do and tried to make them into more like a game, a computer version where we can interact and get feedback. So does anybody want to try this out?
It's so important for our kids to get the technology closer to them because it's motivating them more. Almost all of our kids has an iPad at home. Now they have the motivation right in front of them. It gives us opportunity to develop head control, develop eye-hand coordination, develop holding grasp, and it's connected with a game which contains the opportunity to develop cognitive levels as well.
After we delivered the ladder, I got back and we started receiving pictures of the kids and the staff using it. And that's when it really kicked in. The smiles were so powerful.
A lot of the projects I had worked on previously usually involved some sort of training. It was really nice to see that there's just a totally different direction that the field can go.
Sometimes we just lose touch with connecting with people and helping out each other. And it's just like, do you need a helping hand? We can just help you with this stuff, make your life a little bit better.
For us, it was just work, but when you see the result of that and the smiles, that's when you realize you've done something much bigger than just worked on a project.
Hall of Fame Week's annual cosplay contest is a chance for students to display their unique interests, creativity, and originality to the Full Sail community. The contest, hosted by our campus cosplay club, invites students to strut their best looks in front of a panel of judges, all in hopes of being awarded best cosplay in categories including video games, film and television, anime, and more. Be sure to check it out during the week.
Cosplay contest. I can't wait to see it on Thursday at 2 p.m. right before the ceremony. We'll stream it here on Hall of Fame Live. But if you're online, if you're at home, do you love to cosplay? We have an online cosplay contest.
Yeah, just submit it on any of our socials. Use hashtag fullsailhof. We have a couple submissions already there. That is Marvel
Winter Soldier.
Thank you. I'm like, Marvel. Oh, it says it right there. Bucky Barnes.
I know. I
right
just
there,
know
bottom
everything.
left.
I'm very well versed in cosplay.
You know, Jess, that valedictorian, you are just so smart. We all know it. I think we have another cosplayer online. That
one's actually sick.
Olivia Octavius. Do you cosplay, Jess?
I aspire to, but I don't have the creativity to create. Look at the Dr. Octavius arms. Are you kidding me? I'm obsessed.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I've cosplayed a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your favorite cosplay to do?
I don't necessarily enjoy. I buy them. I'm very not creative, so I just buy it off Amazon.
Maybe that's what I should do.
I mean,
okay, we're cosplaying at the next MegaCon. See you there. What's coming up?
We have up next panel, which is going to be our Tech Tuesday panel, and later we'll have a lot more stuff. We've got more guests, more games, more giveaways, all these crazy awesome things, and it's going to be so much fun. More juice, because you have to have juice. Look at all our friends out there in the backlot. What's up, everybody?
Hope you're having a good time.
Can you guys hear us?
Can I get a woo?
Woo! Who's that person with a hat? Turn around and say hi.
Yeah, you.
Hello.
White shirt, red hat?
No, it was a straw hat.
Oh, I missed that.
But they're saying hi.
Hi.
Hi, everyone in the back lot. We're talking to you. Oh, look, we have some waves coming there.
Are you going to panels? You should go to panels.
They have.
No, you're not going to panels?
No, I'm drinking coffee.
Well, after that coffee, we'll see you later, right?
All right.
Tracy?
Have fun. Enjoy this next panel.
Go to a panel, man. I don't want to see you shake your head again.
See you in a bit, guys.
Heather D'Artez, Education Director of Graduate Studies.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Tech Tuesday Taking Flight Hall of Fame Special Edition. We're so happy to have you here today. So today we are here live at Full Sail University in the auditorium in 3B. For those of you who can still come, please come. And then we're streaming live on LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. Heather, today we are talking about spatial computing and the multifaceted impact of how spatial computing is impacting all these different industries. And we have an amazing panel with us today. We try to choose them so that we can give you experiences and insights into how spatial computing is used in different industries.
Yeah, I'm very excited about today's session.
I am as well.
I'm also happy it's Hall of Fame. Are you guys excited? It's Hall of Fame week? Woohoo!
Yeah. More excitement, maybe? Woohoo!
So it is my favorite time of the year, and we have some amazing guests today. And I love this topic because we get to approach it not only from the tech angle, but also from the business side. And I think you guys will really be interested in seeing how all these technologies are being used in various sectors of business. So it's really exciting.
Okay.
So let's introduce our guests.
So the first panelist will be Dave Dwyer, CEO of Mass Virtual.
And you can welcome David. Next, we have Dorian V., the founder and CTO of Immersive.
Next, we have Gary Hoyt, founder and CEO of Immersive.
And of course, we have Patrick Kahn, the founder of Snap Orlando.
Well, welcome all of you. We're really happy to have you with us today here, and it's Hall of Fame, so it's a big deal for us. It's a Full Sail thing, so many people don't really understand it, but for us it's an exciting time. So we're very happy and grateful for your time today to spend some time with us and to share your insight on how spatial computing is used in various industries today. So if we can quickly take 30 seconds, if you can quickly introduce yourself, and then talk about what your company does. 30 seconds. Dave, start.
Sure, thanks. Dave Dwyer, once again, Chief Operations Officer at Mass Virtual. So we provide human performance solutions using XR technology, primarily in the defense space, but as of about 2 months ago, we landed our first commercial contract, so kind of branching out into that. That's about it from the 30 seconds. I'll keep it there.
Cool, thank you.
I'm Dorian V, co-founder, CTO of Immersive. Immersive is a technology company dealing with immersive tech as it relates to real estate development, both on the marketing side of things, but also in the design and development and digital twin side of things.
Thank you.
I'm Gary Hoyt. I am a co-founder also with Dorian for Immersive, and also an architect and the founder of Hoyt Architects. Thank you.
Patrick.
Hi, I'm Patrick Kahn. I'm the founder of Snap Orlando. And the reason why I'm here today is because through Snap Orlando, which is an art organization, we started a project which is an augmented reality public art project called City Unseen. So we will share a little bit of what this project is about later.
Yeah, very exciting. And I love that we have such a diverse group, and I love that you have the artistic side of, all of them have an artistic side of them. But I love that we're able to use these technologies in so many different ways, you know, to help different people in different aspects. So
yeah. So we keep hearing about spatial computing, and I mean, maybe the word is new, especially came out with the Apple Vision Pro, that now you see a whole new use of spatial computing as a word. But the technology exists. It's been existing for a long time. And it's really the XR, VR, ER, immersive technology, and so on. Dave, I look at you since, I mean, we have, as Heather said, the arts and tech and so on, but I will start with you if you can define spatial computing for our audience, and maybe give an example of how spatial computing is used in your industry or at your company.
Yep, absolutely. So spatial computing, as we've all been hearing lately, it's the next generation of human-computer or human-machine interface, right? So we've heard AR, VR, XR for a while. Spatial computing encompasses all of that. And when we talk about the connection between the virtual world and the physical space or the real world, that's really what spatial computing bridges that gap. So for us, for example, we're developing training solutions that increase human performance. So it's that connection between what they do in the virtual world to how they perform out in the real world, whether that be working on an aircraft, working on a vehicle, or in a manufacturing facility, anything like that.
Great.
From our perspective, spatial computing really has to do anything to do with 3D-centric design as it relates to real-world space and dimension, whether that's directly attached to hardware or desktop experiences. A real-world example of that, if we can pull it up on screen here, here in Lake Nona, the Wave Hotel, which happens to be the nicest hotel in Orlando, I think. But
can we have the images on the screen, please?
Yeah, this hotel was entirely designed in VR first before they built anything. And if you cycle through some of these images, we have a shot of a render from the real-time environment on the left and a photo from it on the right. It is identical, down to every piece of artwork. It was a bit of a Twilight Zone moment walking in there for the first time after it was built for me. But this is a great local example, if you want to check it out, how spatial computing and the tech that drives it deals directly with real-world environments.
I love it. I didn't know that you guys worked on the Wave Hotel. So when we were talking about it this morning, I was like, oh my gosh, it is one of my favorite hotels. And the design is so impressive. And I was really happy to know that spatial computing was used specifically for that, to give that user experience to everyone before starting and building, and just so everyone can feel it first.
Yeah, and actually that was just part of the overall project, which was an ongoing, evolving digital twin of the entire Lake Nona town center.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. It's really incredible what you guys are doing. So could you tell us a little bit about how spatial computing is actually leading to a whole evolution within the construction and building process?
Sure. Yeah. So in our world, it really starts at the concept phase, and building what are these to be future real world environments, and getting everybody really seeing the same thing and on the same page. Then these environments move throughout the entire design process, many revisions back and forth. And then into marketing, and then post-operations. The image up on screen right now is about a 500 square kilometer city being built in Saudi Arabia right now, just south of Riyadh, where we have literally built the entire city in Unreal Engine, and using spatial computing, they are detailing every aspect of the design. Multiple theme parks, multiple residential areas, and in addition to that, what's really interesting about it, nearly every inch of public space is then also enhanced with augmented reality experiences.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And actually, Immersive came out of the architecture firm when we actually were looking at different ways of making all of that interaction work technically. Mm-hmm. And as real-time really started to come around and the different softwares available, we decided to launch a tech company that could really explore it. Qiddiya is a really good example of that, and it really is a major collaborative force. And it brings together a wide range, a large number of team members that for the first time actually see the same project. That in the architecture and construction field has never really happened. And this is the first time that you have many different individuals actually seeing the same project. We refer to the digital twin model as a living, breathing model, actually, internally.
Yeah, and not just from the design side as well, from the marketing side, all of the animation, all of the promotional materials are all coming out of that initial game engine model. And then they're able to test all their gameplay elements in there, all of the augmented reality enhancements that they're doing. They can test in the actual virtual environment before applying it to the real thing.
So here I'm going to go off script, because when you say all these things, so probably there is way more technology that's being used in that spatial computing experience that you're building. We're probably talking different sensors, the artificial intelligence. I mean, yes, you mentioned the digital twin and so on. So it's kind of like a smart city.
Very much so. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely one of the smartest cities being built today, and that goes everything from IoT and the planning and the design and simulation side of things. We've got technology in there to simulate traffic, pedestrian traffic, vehicular traffic, but then also on the tech side, actually implementing the experiential tech in the project itself. There's more LED and projection mapping and tech in this project than I have seen in any project ever.
Wow.
It is
really incredible.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and really all designed with that user experience first, and making it a really exciting, intriguing place to both visit, learn, and then hopefully come back to.
Perfect. So, Dave, spatial computing, I would say the obvious use case is always training and simulation. Can you talk more about what Mass Virtual is doing using spatial computing, and how are you enhancing those training programs and making sure that you have skill development across the industries that you're doing?
Sure, absolutely. So we've been in the simulation and training space for about 15 years now. So we started the company in 2009, and started with computer-based learning and all that stuff, and naturally has migrated into the spatial computing space. So over the last 3 years, we've really seen it take off for what we've got. So
we have a video, right?
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should have a video playing of some of our Air Force folks and some other projects we've done. So with with spatial computing, whether it's virtual reality, augmented reality, it's not just, hey, here's a screwdriver, here's a hammer, and giving you basic functionality of it. We're doing complex things like removing and replacing engines on an aircraft, or we're learning about electrical flows on an electric vehicle, things of that nature. So when you talk about being able to certify somebody on a complex procedure, whether that's a loadmaster on a C-5 aircraft, if any of you are familiar with that, it's a big cargo airplane. When you can certify them in the digital world before they ever go and touch the physical asset, that speaks to the empowerment and the engagement you get in the learning aspects. And I know we have an ROI question coming up later, so I'll save some of the stats when we get to that.
Yeah, I think we didn't have the video playing, so I want to make sure that I give you that opportunity to play the video quick, and maybe you can. There you go. Yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah. So what you're seeing here is just some of the examples of I mentioned flows and training procedures, but one of the things that we illustrate is the collaborative learning space. We're really good at individual training, but what spatial computing brings to the table is when you have to work with 6 people to do a simultaneous operation, like jacking an aircraft, for example. You guys can communicate, we can get everything out of the way in the virtual space before you ever go to the physical world, and that saves time, and you have second and third order effects of that savings of time, because that's the one thing you're trying to buy back is time, right? So when you have this fully immersive environment that's allowing you to operate like you would in the real world, it really puts you ahead. So hopefully I filled the time on the video.
Good job. So I remember when we toured Mass Virtual, I was very impressed with the quality of realism, really, that we feel from all the trainings that we were providing. We work in the emerging tech industry, and we've seen so many different trainings and experiences that are available right there. But the realism that you have was very impressive to me. And then having all the I would call it, from the gaming perspective, the multiplayer. So different people, many people going through this training together, collaborating together, was impressive there.
Absolutely, yeah. We spent the last probably 8 or 9 years perfecting our trade craft. So when you're talking about the degree programs you have here at Full Sail, what you learn there gets you a great start into what we're doing from a production philosophy within Mass Virtual. But it's all about honing the trade craft, because everyone's like, hey, what makes it different or what makes it better? And there isn't one thing you can point to that just says, oh, if you make the 3D models, this many polygons, it's going to look great and it's going to be immersive. It's the total encompassing experience, from design to art creation to how the code works, and how you interact with that to make you really get that suspension of disbelief. So,
love it.
Yeah. So consumer experiences are changing now because of augmented reality and virtual reality. And Patrick, I would love for you to share a little bit about how this is creating new opportunities for creators. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So what happened is I had kind of like an awakening in 2018, and I was thinking about the rave and the rage of Pokemon Go. And I was thinking, all these people are mixing reality now between digital and the real world with this interesting character. And what about if we do something like this with art? So we started this project called City Unseen in 2018. And people were having a hard time at the beginning to kind of adapt to this, because it's kind of like a new way to see art. But little by little, what we wanted to do, and the concept was to bring tourism that doesn't really come to Orlando necessarily because they're stuck in the amusement park. And Orlando is kind of suffering from it. So, all these different arts organizations are trying to put together like special shows or festivals, but those are temporary. And so City Unseen is really a public art / museum that can be seen 24/7 at any time of the day and night through an app that we developed. So little by little, we created something that was more like downtown centric, and we are enlarging the footprint year after year to hopefully in 2026 have 25 different installations throughout the whole city. We're hoping to have one at Full Sail maybe. So what the good thing about this project is that it is site specific, so people need to go onto that place in order to experience it. And that brings the economy to that specific place. We are strategically placing our experiences next to, Dr. Phillips or Sam Flack's art store, businesses, restaurants, so that people can, when they come to Orlando, they see this project, but they can also experience the rest of what Orlando is offering. So the video that I'm going to be showing, if I have time, do I have like a minute?
Oh, yeah, of course you do.
Okay. So there's a few things that are really interesting with this project. One of them is that we have rebuilt 3 murals in Orlando in augmented reality. And what happened is all 3 of those murals were decommissioned for a variety of reasons. One of them was because the building had to be renewed. And so the building owner contacted us and said, can you just bring this in augmented reality? Well, actually, all right, so this is one of them playing right there. This is a second one right there that was right behind our gallery, and this mural was there, but now we have it in 3D augmented reality. And this particular one, can you stop the screen just on a second? Are you able to or not? No, okay. Yes, okay, good. So this project was really interesting because it was more of an activism project. And what happened is this artist named JR did the tour of America with this truck, which was a photo truck. And he goes from community to community to take pictures of a representation of the community. So whoever shows up at the truck, they get their photo taken, it goes on the wall directly. And so for this particular mural, we partner with them, and it was done for the DACA students. It was to show that the DACA students are part of the fabric of the community. So we had all kinds of different people on that mural, including the mayor and some commissioners and things like that. The owner of the building gave us 6 weeks to put the mural, to have the mural up, and then said after 6 weeks you need to take it down, which was absolutely fine. And then the community was like, oh, the mural's down. So what happened is we brought it back in augmented reality, but this time, instead of being just a flat mural that people did not understand, we had 3 DACA students that were shot in video and were part of that mural. So when people see the mural, all of a sudden they have a video, and those DACA students are talking about their story. Very short, 30 seconds, but at least the mural now, people understand the value of this mural, so you can play it.
Right. We can go ahead and play it.
Yeah. And so this one was a partnership with the Science Center. So we're showing this off-site from the Science Center, but they had the Pompeii exhibition, and at the entrance of the Science Center, we recreated a whole Pompeii environment. This one is different. So
that is
just
so
to give you a few things.
I just love it. I love it. It brings everything to life, It's really
That's
cool.
the idea.
And Patrick, I know you had a different video as well. Did you want us to play that video as well?
Yes. So this is really interesting. So still under the, let's not play it yet. Still under the umbrella of the City Unseen, we partner with a French group which is world-renowned. Their name is Adrien and Claire. And they actually mix augmented reality with a little bit of AI. What is wonderful about those posters, so basically you put 10 posters in 3 different places. So we decided to use downtown Orlando, Creative Village, Lake Nona. Lake Nona and Creative Village was for 3 months. Downtown Orlando, we negotiated to be a whole year because we wanted people to experience it. So unfortunately, the Lake Nona and Creative Village just went down, but the downtown Orlando was still with the 10 posters are alive and well. So what is really interesting with this poster is when you activate it, you see the little feature, move, the sound. But what is really incredible, it's kind of like a window. It's almost like a portal, where if you go to the left or to the right, you see the horizon that you don't see on the poster. Oh. So you'll see a little bit of that imagery now.
Okay, let's play.
I guess. I don't know if that was the right clip, but it doesn't matter. It gives you an idea.
Okay. Well, thank you, Patrick.
Very cool.
Okay, so when we're talking about different, the use of spatial computing or any technology that we use in all these different industries and experiences and so on, it's never seamless, or like it's never that easy, I would say. And we always have challenges just to adapt the technology in here, specifically spatial computing, to the experience that we're trying to build or to the training. And of course, part of developing is really trying to figure out solutions to these challenges. So if you all can just quickly explain some of the key challenges that you experienced while integrating spatial computing in your experience, and how did you overcome these challenges?
So I guess I'll start. So from from the perspective of spatial computing, right? It's if you're playing a video game and you don't like the game, what do? You change the game, you go on to the next one, right? When we're talking about immersing yourself in a headset, whether it be augmented, whether it be virtual, or whatever is going to be next with like the Apple Vision Pro, when you're getting into those environments, you really are looking for that suspension of disbelief, but it can have physical impacts on the users that you're designing for. So, what we pride ourselves on at Mass Virtual is that what we're designing, all of our, whether it's our art team, whether it's the code team, whether it's the design team, we're building experiences that really matter and that you're not going to have any physical impacts, when you get out of it. So, whether you're looking to, and I lost my whole train of thought there, so it's all good, but we're going with it. So,
it's fine.
It's really, you got to take it upon yourselves to design something that matters, put you in that world, and like I said earlier, whether we're looking at colors, frame rate, you can always point to all those things for metrics, but it's really about experiencing it and developing it and taking that.
The content itself, that's very important.
The content is king, regardless of what the hardware is, because the hardware is only going to get smaller, faster, and better. And content is king as we go. You wouldn't have had the adoption of the smartphone without apps, right? What would have been the difference of a phone versus a flip phone at that point? So I think you guys got some stuff to add there.
Yeah, happy to jump in there. So everything that we do in our world, at the core of it really comes down to decision making and recreating these environments to really convey the same emotional impact as you would have in the real world. It's just a hard thing to do. We often get asked, why doesn't everybody do this? Well, it's just hard. As you were mentioning, it takes a lot of different disciplines to put this together, from architects to artists to tech artists, programmers, network specialists, cloud specialists to deploy things. These are really challenging things to put together. And the impact, though, is really profound. When you can step into a virtual environment as if you were in the real world and make the same decisions, and your brain makes the same decisions as if you were in the real world. You might want to expand on that a bit.
Yeah, we refer to it as visual decision making, because what's happening is as these models, as these digital twins start to get elevated, we have two different things. We have the content that we're creating, which we're always trying to achieve a strong emotional connection to the model we're creating, because at that point you're starting to activate your brain, you're starting to activate certain parts of your brain. It becomes a neural connection to a design or a decision that you need to make. But because this is so well understood and you are registering very deep, historically, when we would do large complex projects, urban design projects, or even large complicated building projects, it was very difficult to get all team members, and this is a wide range, this could be from public to private sector, to see the same project. What we found with this approach is that everyone sees the same project. That's a first.
Yeah, we jokingly call it the dog watching television, because you're in a room and you never know what somebody really sees.
Dory and I would leave a meeting and we would know back before that we're not sure everyone, even half the people in the meeting, truly understood what they're looking at, because they're looking at abstracted information in the forms of drawings, tables. And what we're doing is the tabular and the drawings all of a sudden become visual. And so all of a sudden you have now an opportunity to make very complex decisions because you have a very accurate and immersive three-dimensional experience. So whether it's a city, you may be looking at it from the sky, but 10 seconds later, you may be inside and looking literally at a bolt. That is a tremendous scale shift to be able to understand. But boy, does that tell a story, and does it really unify everybody who's in a meeting or who is in any position of making a decision.
And if we've got another minute to touch on some more of the challenges involved, we were fortunate enough to be involved in a project with Facebook / Oculus / Meta for a global heritage archive, where I partnered with the group SciArc out of California. They're photogrammetry scanning global heritage sites all over the world. And these are sites really that some of them were getting destroyed. There was an archival aspect to it, and the tech involved to do this, everything from human on the ground photogrammetry, drone photogrammetry, then bringing that in, the optimization pipeline for that took tech that didn't exist yet that we authored with the Facebook team, and then getting that to run on ARM hardware when we're talking massive photogrammetry models and VR devices that have 512 gigs of storage, and just one of these models is 2 gigs. It's not a thing most people would want to download. So how do we then stream all of this 3D data into the environment and have the thing still run? Just a massive engineering challenge. And these are fun problems to solve. This is what wakes us up every day.
Yeah, we'll also
totally relate to that.
When it gets complicated, you maybe understand. It's sometimes when you're walking around and it's a very challenging day, like deadlines and just a lot of work, we'll walk around the office and say, oh, by the way, this is the fun part. and it is really, it's very exciting to do. Yeah. And everyone who's there, they get what that's all about. And we're saying that is the fun part of what we're doing, even though, as Dorian said earlier, it's work. It's real work, and it's quite rigorous.
You know, Gary, just to go back to what you said earlier about having everyone in a meeting understand and have the same view of what you're presenting is really big. But even imagine now, I know that you're doing urban planning for cities. So not only you have the stakeholders now having that view, but you can have a whole community engagement. Now the people are really understanding what that city is going to look like. They can visualize it. They can project themselves into that instead of, yeah, maybe this is how look right now, or like I would say a couple of years ago, we're just imagining, and everyone is having their own perception of how things are going to be, which is not necessarily what
you really
the company or the designer or the architect.
Yeah, that's happening.
That's happening right now.
That feedback loop is starting.
We were involved in a project in Atlanta, just north of the old Braves Stadium. When news started to come out about that project, the entire neighborhood there came out with pitchforks fighting the project. It was the worst thing that's ever going to happen. And based on the Unreal Engine model and the VR model, and allowing these residents and other stakeholders to really experience the project for what our client's vision was, it completely got them to the other side of the fence. They started as the biggest opponents and became the largest proponents of the project.
That's awesome.
Perfect.
Just wanted to add a little something with the art on this conversation. What is really interesting also is I know some of my artist friends who have used geolocation in order to place art in places where they're not. So as an example, as an art activist, let's say you want to put something right in front of the White House, everybody who has the app and can see that element on location, even though the artist is in Los Angeles, and just sending that artwork over there, then people can experience it in a different place.
Yes, like the portals.
Exactly,
Yeah,
like a
which is
portal.
really cool.
And there's also right now, there's been a portal from Lithuania to Poland back 3 years ago, and I think right now there's one in New York City to Dublin. And so basically what it is, it's a huge sphere. I mean, not sphere, but it's flat. But people from the different countries can see each other in real time and interact. By the way, there was, you know about what happened yesterday.
Yes, yes. Yeah, people are using those portals for the wrong reasons. They're getting in trouble.
A little bit of flashing.
Yeah. So, yeah. So one question I have for you guys is, how do we, like from a business perspective, how do we measure a return on an investment in this arena?
So everybody's looking this
there?
way, huh? Yeah.
Go for it.
I know you have numbers.
Yeah,
we love data.
We definitely have numbers in defense, right? Because we're tracking everything from simulations. So I'll start with a commercial study. PricewaterhouseCoopers came out with a study last year sometime. They were talking about 41% of all mid to large companies already had a XR strategy at the time. Now, obviously, we'll change it to spatial computing from the new terminology. And of those 41%, half of those had at least implemented in one of their business lines. So it's here, it's rolling. So when we talk about it, though, their study also mentioned about 4x more engagement with their learners than they are in a traditional classroom setting, right? And when we talk about what we've deployed, so we've deployed over 300 projects in the last 2.5, 3 years across the globe, 83 different locations, and we're running about 31,000 students through our curriculum a year. And with that, we're seeing similar numbers. So we've had a 45% reduction in in classroom training time, because you're training to task, not to time any longer. Okay. So it's got second and third order effects. Not only are you seeing faster throughput in the training classroom, you don't have to pay for the hotels for people to be in classrooms. And I think the most important thing, because if you're not having a human performance impact on the backside for us, for training curriculum, then what's the purpose of developing some content? So what we see from that is that the learner retention rate is sky high. As the PricewaterhouseCoopers statement, they said about 3x return. We're seeing 2.5 or so. But what you're seeing is when they go out to the physical environment that they've been trained on, is they're getting it first time right the first time. So that's been a triple increase.
That's amazing.
So
wow.
It's definitely correlating from the virtual to the physical world.
That's great.
In our world, the marketing and public user experience side of things is fairly easily tracked with user engagement and that side of things. But the earlier project phases are actually a lot more abstract, and I think it's really going to take companies looking a bit more holistically and globally at the company, how they actually measure ROI, because some of the decisions that are happening, these are sometimes million, multi-million, sometimes even billion-dollar decisions that are getting made using these tools. And if you've got a group of engineers looking at something and they catch an issue because of that model that potentially saved tens of millions of dollars in error and rebuilding things, that's something that it's really hard to track, but you really need to. And I think that's going to take a holistic shift.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a big change in terms of how the process is actually delivered, whether it's a small project that involves just a few people, or even, like Dorian said, very, very large projects. And what starts to come out is all the information that has historically been in drawing form or tabular form, which may be if we do even a traffic study, or you're getting information from engineers in some form, that information, historically what happened, if we just take a quick step back, in history is math and formulas and tables and all this were created to create an abstraction of reality. And really what we're doing is we're coming back to something that everything becomes an empirical decision, because instead of becoming something that's a drawing that represents something else, you're looking at that thing, only it has a backup of the ability to study it analytically. If you have the data in the model as part of that, it's built inside of it, that means what you need to do is query that model, and that model has it in there. And it may be passive, or it may be static, or it might be active, like people moving, air, temperature, sun, vehicles moving. All that becomes this, as we refer to it, we call it an urban analog, because we're creating sort of an analog of what the city is, but you can also go anywhere you want. We often say when we fly around it, we say it's like we're in a drone, and we can go anywhere we want, or we can get really small and get inside something if it's in there. So it's this way of deep diving into these very complex environments, whether it's something that's very small or if it's something the size of a city. So so for a business, the implications are that now you have this tool that is basically, this is the kind of that holy grail kind of a thing that you can constantly tap, and it evolves. And you can change it, but and it can evolve out in different directions. You might even be studying more than one direction and more than one solution at the same time to prefer which one that you want to go with. So it is incredibly flexible. It is highly rigorous. And to go into the prior comment, the quality of the content, what you guys are all working on, right? That's really truly a big deal. Okay, you want to get it right, but then as you change it, it'll evolve, because things, God knows, things always change. And I think that's part of the exciting thing of working with something that's so central to very important decisions being made.
Yeah, that's great. So what business advice do you guys have for people? Like for businesses that are looking to expand in this area and use these technologies, what advice do you have for them?
Start now. I mean, seriously, obviously, when you see the demographics we're a little bit of the older generation, and I do think that the new generation is already completely computed. And so it is going to be like I'm sorry?
I'm not that old.
I was talking about the panel. Just the panel. Anyway, so, obviously, everybody has been already completely educated within this digital world. I look at my kids and some people's grandkids, and we don't need to teach them anything. My daughter is now teaching me what to do, even though I've been in the business for like 15 years. So, I think that it is something for the future, and it's going to move forward.
Yeah, and in my opinion, businesses really can't afford to wait any longer. That paradigm shift really is changing, and these real-time interactive models are really the foundation for an array of different experiences, whether that's like we've been talking about in the design phase, but then into filmmaking, game making. The project actually in Saudi that we had mentioned, all of these elements are coming together in the same project, partnered with really well-known anime brands, partnered with game brands, and at the heart of it is this interactive digital twin. And that is
experience, yeah, the spatial computing and the immersive experience.
So I think, there's no doubt about it. It's here, right? It's not going anywhere. But I think from a business aspect, you've got to look at the make versus buy decision, right? As you're evaluating it, because there's been companies like us up here doing it for a while. We've gotten the kinks, so to speak, worked out, and we've honed the tradecraft. And it's really about finding that right fit for what you're looking to achieve with your spatial learning or with your spatial computing solution, and finding the right partner that'll work with you from a business aspect and has your same values and all that.
No, that's a really good point. Yeah, they can't afford to wait, but whether you take that initiative on yourself as a business or partner with other companies to provide it for you.
Yeah, I've been around, like a couple of us have been, and years ago we started a small software company in the late 80s, early 90s, and we were one of the first third-party software developers for Autodesk, which has become a really large company now. At the time, it was the smallest because there were Intergraph and these other companies at the time. And paper and pencil drafting was how you did things. So in one person's career, boy, talk about resistance. At least things are digital now. So you're going from one digital form to a different digital form. The pushback, it's hard to overstate the pushback. And it was seen as a production tool, not a design tool. We really got into it because we saw it as a design tool. And we would go and talk to firms because we had a training component back in those days because no one knew it. That kind of touches on what you're talking. How do you learn about it? And you'd go in and there were people that said, we've thought about it and we decided we're not going to do CAD. And we're going, this is not an if question, this is a when question. And I think that's kind of where we are again. I don't feel it's the pushback because we're already kind of in that digital world anyway, and it's in a lot of other forms and games and everything else. So maybe it'll be easier, but we are stepping into this very complex world where before it was fairly similar, simple vector commands. Now you have this incredible array of powerful tools that need to be, you need to become informed about.
Thank you. One thing was mentioned earlier, I think by you, Dorian, is that all the skills that are needed to build, and Dave, you did as well, all the skills that are needed to build spatial computing experiences or immersive experiences. For our students here, we have a variety of programs, a variety of profiles, a variety of skills that are being taught here. But I want you to just maybe quickly explain to them that this is not just for emerging technologies or for art, it's really, we need all the different
that's
programs.
That's very much the case.
Professional.
Yeah, so on a daily basis, we're blending game engine tech with web tech, with cloud tech, with hardware even. Another project we're working on right now that I can't say anything about, but we're engineering actuators and doing real hardware engineering that then talks to the game engine, that's then driven by the game engine and controlled by native iOS things. So there's really a ton of different specialties required for this, and it's endless job opportunity, really.
And then Dave, I know that Mass Virtual actually, they hired several of our Full Sail graduates, and we had Tech Tuesday episode a couple of months ago, and we had recording arts, an audio engineer, so a graduate from recording arts who's working right now with you in Mass Virtual. So it is really a variety of other, not only emerging tech, it's the arts, it's the audio, it's the graphics, it's all of it.
Video editors across,
video editing. Really. Exactly. Yeah. And of course, emerging technologies.
And of course.
So I want to be respectful of the time here, and I want to make sure that I'm giving the opportunity for everyone here to ask questions, and as our online audience as well. So we'll start with.
If you guys have any questions, if you could come up here and say your name, the degree program that you're in, and then ask your question. And if you could direct it towards one person on the panel, that would be great.
I can start. Hi, my name is Jaden White. I'm a game development student at Full Sail, and my question was, it's really for the whole panel, but how do you feel about augmented reality working with NFTs? And also, do you feel like smart cities will ever integrate NFTs into them?
Specifically NFTs or immersion tech in itself? I think
I think blockchain, NFTs.
Yeah, I think the blockchain tech itself is interesting in identifying ownership of things, more so from, at least on the digital twin side of things.
Exactly.
You can attach a thing to an array of assets. Everything needs a UUID essentially, and being able to leverage blockchain tech in that sense, I think is pretty interesting.
And then what was the second question again?
Well, the second question was, how do you feel about smart cities integrating NFTs into them? Like I'm just thinking about if you have a certain NFT, maybe it'll give you access to like a certain building or a club, but if you don't have it, then it wouldn't let you in.
Yeah, I haven't seen that implemented yet, but definitely in the sense of enhancing experience and like augmented reality experience, I could see that being utilized.
I actually would look at blockchain as a cybersecurity aspect of it. It's how are you going to protect everything for that smart city? When it comes to NFT, it's a single ID, it's a single identification that you will be using. So you're not really going to be sharing that or using that to access a building in a smart city versus having it more the blockchain aspect of it, of to secure everything from a smart city. Smart city, you have different IoTs, artificial intelligence, everything that is making it as an entry point to that city. So securing that and having a cybersecurity strategy on top of that is very important. And this is how blockchain can be used with cybersecurity there to protect the city.
Okay.
I think you're raising, though, a really interesting point. I mean, the idea when you have that much information contained in one model is a huge amount of information. I mean, we do have these internal conversations, too. And so the idea of security within that model is not...
It is.
That is a huge subject.
It is a huge subject. Of course it is.
We've been talking about that for a while.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned the whole cybersecurity aspect of it, yes.
Hi, a question to Mr. Hoyt and Mr. V. I was inspired by this idea of a whole city planned in a virtual reality. What criteria do you set to understand whether a city needs to be planned like this? Where it needs to be planned? How do you define the need of planning it in an immersive environment?
I think there's really only one criteria, and honestly, it applies to all design. Is if it's going to exist in the real world, and you need to see it, you need to be able to see it beforehand, and how that programmatically gets applied, I guess, really depends on the specific development itself. A lot of it obviously comes down to funding, and some of it comes down to the scale of the project. So,
yeah, I will say it's interesting when we first started. We tried to figure out, because when this first came about, our competition visually were games. Now games, you got hundreds and hundreds of people, you've got time, and it's one game. We were given projects where we had 3 months, and they're like, we used to kid around when we first started, we said it's like 2 guys in a truck, And so we have to figure this out, and now it's quite a bit bigger than that, but it is still a different scale. But I'll say on the architectural side, we test this all the time, and we do like to test it. I would agree exactly with Dorian that we have not found any project that's too small to do it.
Right.
Because of its long-term use. And I think that's what really comes out of it, the long-term value of what you're doing, because no one ever thinks they're going to make a change. Well, the reality is you always make changes. And it's once you jump in and get good at the craft. Because again, it's a craft that we're really creating here. Then learn the craft and be willing to try it on anything, and be experimental, and just always jump in.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, yeah, I'm a game development student here, about to graduate pretty soon, and I just wanted to ask, how do you guys integrate like the game development aspect? Because obviously, guys, you're using Unreal Engine. What does that look like in the workflow of your guys' design process?
Excellent question.
Yeah, happy to take that. So there's obviously the gameplay programming part of it, but also making, even in our industries, that user experience really enjoyable. There takes a lot of design to pull that off. And typically our process internally, we use Blueprint to rapidly iterate, and once we figure out how we want to do it, then we'll shift stuff into C++.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Which is exactly what we do in game design and game development. We rapidly prototype everything, and then we switch everything to game development in C++.
Sometimes a little bit too much.
Yeah, we watch Full Sail, and it is, you guys real, you're kind of in the
Thank you very
workflow is right there.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jesse Brinkley. I'm a computer animation alumni, and I'm actually currently working doing some VR architectural visualization. I was kind of curious, when you guys get a project such as the virtual city that you were showing earlier, Dorian, what does kind of that pipeline look like of, okay, from the BIM model, integrating photogrammetry, geolocation, all that stuff? I was kind of just curious about your pipeline for doing
How much time do we have?
Well, sorry if it's a little too broad.
Sort of the company, right?
Yeah, no, it's something that's always evolving. We've written a range of different pipelines for automated, optimized, like BIM asset pipeline, sometimes using Epic's Datasmith pipeline. We actually wrote some code that Epic acquired from us for bringing in data from Autodesk's Forge platform, which kind of drives all of Autodesk's online stuff now. So we really try and automate as much of it as we can, or you just get barreled into hours and hours of manual work. So we really do try to automate as much of it as we can, but then we also have some Houdini pipelines for taking that data, generating other environmental things programmatically around it, setting up gameplay elements, zones, traffic zones, splines, things like that. And then some of the more, in my opinion, some of the more interesting stuff recently is then on the render pipeline for really high res render output. And whether you make a decision, okay, this is going to be something that runs real time, fully interactive, on Quest hardware or whatever the hardware is, or we're going to use the engine to then offline render that same VR experience for like a cinematic thing. The tools to be able to do that now with Lumen and their render queue have totally changed. So we do a bit of the final render side of things as well, and yeah, that pipeline is pretty interesting.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Last question here. Do we have any questions online? I don't know if we're going to have enough time for questions online. I don't know. Yes, we do. Okay.
Right over here to the right.
Okay. Quick question, quick answer. We need to move to at least take 2 questions online.
Hello, I'm a cyber student here at Full Sail. And coming back to cyber, this is just general question, but using spatial computing and it being a fast and emerging tech, how is risk assessed? And is there any common vulnerabilities that come with AR, VR, XR?
Risk of doing the tech, or risk like project
threats, I think what his meaning is.
We're talking to several companies using, very much interested in using the tech for literally that, for threat assessment, and coming to us to look to novel ways of solving it.
Yeah, we've taken actually tools that we did to do visuals, and we've actually reversed engineered it so we could use it for that. It's really interesting. Wow.
And same thing for simulation and training as well. You'll probably have a whole...
Yeah, there's a whole checklist of authority to operate, we call it, within the defense. So you got to go through that, and there's certain hardware is allowed, certain isn't, and then your software's got to meet those specs as well. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions online?
So we have Mohammed who's joining us on LinkedIn, and his question is, how does spatial computing enhance augmented reality and virtual reality applications in terms of user interaction and real-world integration?
You want to take that one? Yeah. So the spatial computing as it relates directly to the hardware. So the advances in the tech, I think, have really opened the possibility of it actually being a thing today. Literally just with the Quest 3 and the Apple Vision Pro, now you can really build experiences that blend real world with virtual world and have that be a truly impactful, meaningful, and really good looking experience.
I mean,
what do you think of Live View by Google?
Say it again?
Live View by Google, what do you think of that?
Oh, I haven't experimented with that one.
All right. Yeah. In different cities, there's I think in Tokyo, Paris, New York, and London.
Yeah.
They have this live view where you can just walk around. Obviously, it's better to experience it with glasses.
Yeah.
You can just see different shops and have augmented reality alert you of what those shops are and their ratings and things like that.
Okay. Wow. Do we have time for one more, or we're done? One more. Go ahead.
And we have Cassandra who's joining us on YouTube and studying creative writing. She asked, just like with the posters, could AR be used for graphic novels or comics?
Ooh.
No, that's a great idea. Yeah, no, it absolutely can.
Of course.
Yeah, we're seeing, we've got a partner of ours in California with who has some AR tech for virtual, like try-on sort of stuff, and they're using it with advertising in that exact same way, where it is hardware installed in locations, screens with cameras pointed at users, and applying really cool effects to the user, almost as a mirror. And yeah, absolutely, you could do that.
So cool.
Well, thank you, all of you, for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for this knowledge, comments, insights, all your experience. We're so grateful. Thank you, all of you, students and faculty who came, and I hope you enjoyed the session. Heather,
I want to
thank
thank you as well. You guys did an excellent job. I feel like I learned so much today. And it's just really incredible to see where the future is going. And I'm excited to see what opportunities you guys are going to have to work in these areas. So,
and if you have more questions, if we didn't get to your questions, please leave your questions online, whether on LinkedIn, Facebook, or YouTube. We'll get to it. Or reach out to us directly by email.
Quick thing, just if you want to experience City Unseen, because it's in Orlando, as well as phone, go to snaporlando.com, City Unseen, and you'll have all the information, including the map of where the activations are.
I'm going to go all over Orlando now and check them all out.
As well. Well, thank you very much. This is Dr. Haifa Mammar and Dr. Heather D'Arthez. I hope you guys have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
We're back, and you're on the back lot.
Yeah, we are.
Are you having fun out there? Can you hear me? I know you can hear me. Because there's a big old TV with our voices coming out of speakers near it. If you're outside right now on the back lot, if you're not too busy playing Smash Brothers, that looks fun. We are going to have some cool stuff happening soon. Yeah, hi, I see you. Wave,
hey, you
say
guys.
what's up.
Oh, look at that.
We're about to play a really cool game. You'll see our crew down there. Girl in the pink dress. We're going to play something super fun. Do not go far. You will be mad if you leave. You'll hear about what happened, and you'll be super upset. So hang out for just a couple more minutes.
Super upset?
Super upset, crying.
You're going to be bawling.
That's how good what's about to happen is going to be. Yeah, y'all looking at me. I'm looking at you. hang out. Don't go anywhere. We're about to have a fun little announcement. Yeah, give me a dance. Give me a dance.
That guy has a red beanie on. Dude, it's like 100 degrees. Why are you wearing a beanie?
It's for
hot
the
out.
aesthetic. It's the Michael Cera look.
I know, but it's hot out.
Woo! Well, hi. Welcome back.
Hi.
Did you miss us?
I mean, duh. Obviously they did. But I mean, that panel was pretty cool.
Yeah, love a Tech Tuesday. Love Haifa. Tech Tuesdays happen all the time here at Full Sail. That's
Every
not
Tuesday.
just a...
Well, not every Tuesday.
No, not every Tuesday, but often throughout the months. You can find them on FS1. You can go view them in person. You can watch them on YouTube. We've got a whole catalog there on YouTube. So when our show ends at 5, then you can go watch some Tech Tuesdays. But don't leave yet.
But what if it's Wednesday and you decide to watch Tech Tuesday? Is that allowed?
I've watched a Tech Tuesday on a Wednesday. I've watched a Tech Tuesday on a Friday.
That is so confusing, Jess.
Thank God it's Tech Tuesday. That's what I always say.
My brain can't handle it. But you know what? We've got so much more in store for you guys today.
That's right. Coming up in this next hour, we'll play some games with Shay on the backlot, talk to Hall of Fame 8 inductee Jack Geckler, and answer all of your pressing questions during a special Ask Me Anything with Tremaine Williams and Brian Carrico.
Oh, that's going to be a good one.
I'm excited.
And do not forget to connect with us and follow us along on social media on all our channels. We've got Instagram, TikTok, and the X. I can't say X. I have to say the X.
The X, yeah.
And, like the Facebook.
I'll tell you right now, we weren't behind the rebrand, so.
Yeah, but be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF throughout the week. Share your Hall of Fame experiences with us. If you're watching from home, I cannot wait to see how you Hall of Fame from home.
I know, right?
Hop from home.
I want to see, are you watching us? Send me a picture of you watching us, and then I can be watching you. I can watch your tweet online, or your X. I don't know what they call it anymore.
I don't know. Did you X today?
Did you?
I'm going to X that. It's weird.
I don't make the rules. That's all I know.
Elon Musk does.
But
anyway.
We are getting ready to head outside with Shay.
Oh.
Yes, soon.
I love Shay.
Because we're going to have a really, really fun game. I'm super excited. Yeah. I don't know if I'm allowed to start spoiling it. I am. I'm allowed to start spoiling it.
Do it,
So
Jess.
we are going to do a mouse hunt. And no, not the board game, not the Nathan Lane movie. We're actually going to hunt for MSI Mises.
What?
Do you see them? Shay's got it outside. These are hidden around the creative experience right now. When we say go, you're going to go searching.
Yep.
There'll be numbers, post-it note numbers on the backs of the mice. But Shay will explain it a little more. I'm going to throw it to her outside.
Hey everyone, we are out here on the back lot. It's hot, but things are heating up with this mouse hunt game. So I have some mice sponsored by MSI. Thank you, MSI. And these are going to be hidden all around, and the students have to find them and then take the number from the back and put them on the board. So are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, and they're going, and I'm going too. You guys are not looking well enough. I do. Where are the mice? Where are the mice? Nathan Lane can help you now. Rizzo the Rat would be great at this game. He knows some mice. Oh, looks like we got 14, 24, 20, 10. Come on, everyone. You have to put your number on that board. Let's go, let's go. It's getting crowded. It's getting hot in here. There must be some mice in the atmosphere. I don't know. They say that. Okay, here we go. We're getting all the numbers. Are there any more mice? Are there any more mice? Keep looking around. Here we go, here we go. Remember, mice crawl by your feet, but these ones are electronic. So MSI has incredible mice. You got to put the number on the board. Find the mice, put your number on the board. Where are they? Where are they? Where are the mice? I don't know. Leilani, where are the mice? Everywhere. The mice are everywhere. Okay, how many do we have left? How are we doing? I feel like there's one probably. There's one. There's one on the loose. Whew. Where is my cameraman? He's probably looking for mice. If you found a mice, come bring your over here. All right, all right. I wonder. Number 25. You thought I would keep on to it? Ah, she got it. Put your number on the board, madam. Thank you, MSI. Thank you so much, MSI. Thank you for sponsoring and helping us with all our events, including Hall of Game.
Mouse, Mises, Michael LaPlante. He works in tech. Let's check it out.
No. I believe that was real. The path to big tech. There was something big tech we talked about.
Could be.
That was real. Networking in the tech industry is real. I want to say that's real.
That is real.
Okay.
What Hall of Fame do you know? Take a guess.
10?
8.
Oh.
I know. In all words.
That is not real.
That's me.
That was a good one. Not real, though.
Right. Dress for success.
That's real. Oh, geez.
And after this, we'll open up to questions for you guys too, but I just want to know what your favorite tricks are to change your wardrobe so that you get the job that you want, leave that lasting impression, do certain things you...
Yeah, so as you can tell from my outfit now, I'm pretty much a black guy. I like black. I dress very Steve Jobs-ish, jeans and a black t-shirt. So when you're trying to change it up, a little bit of color goes a long way, really makes yourself pop. Most of that still applies, yes. Obviously, I'm up here in a salmon-colored shirt, so I have branched out from the black. So we got that going for us, at least. But yeah, I still think it applies. Even working remotely, I mean, you're on camera all the time now, so folks are gonna see you. So maybe from the bottom down, you don't really need to dress for success anymore, but definitely what they see in the camera view should still look good. Or use virtual background and hide it all. Who cares? I gotta go. I gotta get to a panel. Where are you going? Panel. Hey, it's Michael LaPlante, Hall of Fame inductee this year. What are you doing down there with your headphones on? If you see me, come talk to me. Don't worry if there's a crowd around me. Come say hey to me.
Oh, Michael, what a doll.
That was funny.
He is really one of the friendliest guys. If you see him, take his word for it.
Yes.
Talk to him, say what's up. How did that mouse hunt go? Anybody out there win one? Raise your hand if you want a mouse. No?
Running to a panel. Hi, everybody. We see you.
It's okay.
We wave up to the big screen.
Yeah, hi. Yay. I always get so happy when people wave back to us. You notice me? Yes, I see you too. I see you waving there by the tent.
No one's hungry hippoing.
I know. I kind of want to do it, but I'm not going to make the mistake I made last year where I challenged people to silly games. No challenges this year. If you want to pay me,
I got $5 for you, my friend. $5.
$5. Okay. I mean, hey, $5 is $5. It's $5 richer. That's what
I'll give you $5 to go out there. And
yeah, I'll play Hungry Hippos post show. I don't think I want to sweat it out now, but
yeah, good times, you guys. Good times. It's been a great day so far.
So many tech panels for Michael LaPlante, and I'm sure he's on many more this week. We'll add to his 10 panels done so far.
Yeah, well, Michael, one of this year's inductees, is always returning to campus to connect with students. He's been in so many panels since he graduated in 2010 because he is a smart human and loves to share with everyone. Let's take a look here.
VP of Technology at Proforma and Chief Technology Officer for Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Post-Secondary Educational Consultants. 2010 Web Design and Development graduate Michael LaPlante boasts more than 14 years of experience in tech with companies of all sizes, from social media giants and trillion-dollar search engines to government agencies.
Video game developer, artist, writer, educator, songwriter, and musician Natalie Asport is a 2013 computer animation graduate whose credits include AAA titles Just Cause 3, Just Cause 4, Rage 2, and Contraband. She currently serves as a senior prop artist at NetherRealm Studios and as an adjunct professor at NYU, teaching 3D modeling for games, a course she, of course, co-designed.
How cool. 2014 game development graduate and Navy veteran Mark Diaz spent 8 years with AAA developer id Software working on the celebrated reboot of the Doom franchise on games including Doom VR and Doom Eternal. Today, the grad is working as a lead gameplay programmer at Insomniac Games, where he recently shipped Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and is currently in development on Marvel's Wolverine. I need a PlayStation 5 for that stuff, man.
If only you could win one this weekend. 2007 film graduate Nina Lopez Corrado is an alumni member of the WBTV Directors Workshop and has directed episodes of Mayor of Kingstown, Perry Mason, The Nevers, A Million Little Things, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., The Mentalist, Supernatural, and many more. She's scheduled to direct an episode of The Last of Us for HBO, and as founding partner of Broken Toy Works, is currently developing 2 feature films, 3 one-hour dramas, a half-hour comedy, and if that wasn't enough, a DIY reality series.
Does she sleep?
I don't think so.
Grammy-winning record producer, songwriter, vocal producer, mix engineer, musician, and U.S. Army veteran Benjamin Rice is a 2012 recording arts grad who has worked with artists including Lady Gaga, Selena Gomez, and John Legend. He's also worked on original music for films including Disney's Wish and A Star is Born, where he engineered and vocal produced the entire soundtrack, as well as co-produced several of the songs, resulting in his first Grammy win.
And I'm sure there'll be much, much more. 2001 recording arts graduate Nadine Santos serves as the Vice President of Programming and Artist Relations at Music Choice. Her adept relationship building extends to major record labels such as Republic Records, Interscope, RCA, and Warner Records, where she's developed valuable artist collaborations with music icons, including Mariah Carey, Taylor Swift, and Meghan Trainor.
My goodness. All of these new inductees, it makes you think of all the grads that have come before them.
Yep. Speaking of past inductees,
okay,
let's get to a video of my dear friend and Hall of Fame 8 inductee, Jack Eckler.
Ooh, I want to see.
Originally, I enjoyed movies and I enjoyed the medium and I enjoyed everything about that. But it was kind of like a kind of dream, but it wasn't like something that I thought was ever a reality. Like people I think who did this stuff were on some other kind of plane of existence, and you had to live in California. And it's just as a kid, I think it was just outside my scope. I started performing at Disney in the mid-90s as a character performer, and that kind of opened the door to some other kinds of roles within the parks, and one of which was puppeteering. And at the same time while I was doing that, I was starting to really get into computers, and I had a roommate at the time who was really into computers, and we painted one of the walls in our rental with chroma key paint. I don't ever recommend people to do. So that we could basically take our puppets, put them up, and then comp in the background scenes of like Indiana Jones Boulder, or they're in space, or they're, anywhere we wanted them to be was kind of the idea behind it. And I lived in Orlando. So hearing about Full Sail was kind of all the time, but at the time it was mostly, for me, it was an audio thing. Somebody wrote, hey, they're doing this computer animation program. So me and my roommate at the time said, hey, let's just go down and get a tour and see what it's like. And, hilarity ensued. The hustle in general has got me at least 50% of the way there. I mean, hopefully I like to think the rest was talent. The hustle has certainly kept me employed, and I think it's allowed me to work on stuff that I never would have been able to work on if I had just made a choice to be like, I'm just gonna stay here. And I think this is where I need to stay. I got a call from a game studio in Woodland Hills called Genuine Games. They were working on Fight Club, the video game for Xbox, the original Xbox, and PS2. And then I worked on the 50-cent game Bulletproof, his first one. Yeah, didn't think I'd ever be on a rapper video game. But I was about halfway into that when the opportunity came up to go over to Asylum for Sky High. It was too surreal for me to even think about working on film, not to go. I've worked on Sky High, which was awesome. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, we had got around the same time, so I worked on that. Apocalypto, Deja Vu with Denzel Washington. DreamWorks, I worked on How to Train Your Dragon, 1 and 2, Kung Fu Panda 2, Turbo. Here at Digital Domain, the first time I was here, I worked on Mummy 3, the G.I. Joe movie. Then I had an amazing opportunity to go to ILM and work on Episode 7, Force Awakens, which was awesome. There was a shot I did that was only supposed to be in the trailer. We call it the Apocalypse Now shot, and the sun's setting and all these TIE fighters are flying in, and there was no real place for it in the film up front. So here I am watching the movie, even the first time, and boom, they snuck it in, and it was like full screen and everything else. And I remember sitting at one of the first screenings with just a regular audience, and that shot came across. Everybody in the audience was like, oh, the sigh. And the goosebumps just went up my arms. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, and it just struck me. I'm like, this is why I love doing this. Like, too. And I even looked at him like, that looks way cooler when it's that big. Take a step back and go, I'm actually doing this. Like, I'm working on this movie that all these people are so amped to see every time it comes out. Like, that, it never leaves me. There's something about that to me that's like, it's almost like it's permanent, right? To me, I'm like, I feel like there's all these other mediums, but like something with film is permanent. You know, it's there. Once you've done it, it's there. And if you've done your job right and you're doing a really good job, like, it's there on a wow level too, and you can hear it in the audience.
Live and in person, Jack Geckler, everybody. How's it going, Jack?
It's going great. It's going great.
Jackson Geckler.
Jackson works.
Yeah.
Jackson
Did you
works.
see your photo at the end of your video? You're like all like blue steel on the Ocho.
You know, it's funny. I that's the one thing that makes me feel uncomfortable is like seeing my face up like this.
Yeah.
But,
Does it?
I look good.
Oh wow,
I look
humble
good.
and
I look good.
everything.
I look good.
Well, Jack, you and I go way back. You and I have kind of the same start in our careers. We both started with Disney.
We
Performing.
did, yes, very much so. Acting, puppeteering,
Yeah.
costumes.
Costumes. We like costumes.
Yeah.
But now you're this big wig animator. Is that the title?
No, but I'd go with that if they'd
Yeah?
want to give that to me. No, I'm a right now I'm a crowd supervisor at Disney Animation. So basically anybody who isn't the main character, I handle. So everybody else in a scene, it could be 2 characters, it could be 10,000 characters.
Okay. Well, you've had quite an extensive career. You've done great things. We want to know how well you actually know your resume. Do you know your resume, Jack?
Do I have ChatGPT here to reference
No.
just in case?
No.
Is Google like a call a friend, like a lifeline?
No, there's none of that. But
There's
you
no
know what?
lifeline?
We have a little, because it's live television.
Okay.
Live television, things happen all the time. We have Nadine right now. Future Hall of Fame, or this year's Hall of Fame.
and I haven't met
inductee.
Nadine. Hi,
Oh,
Jack.
This
it's
is
a pleasure.
their moment. They're going to meet for the first time. Nadine,
Take this in,
Jack,
everybody.
Jack, Hall of Fame 8, Hall of Fame 14. Nadine, this is your big year.
Thank you. So exciting.
How are you feeling so far?
It is so awesome. Everyone on campus has been so great. The energy is unreal.
Yeah.
This is my first Hall of Fame. Like, I've never gotten to actually come to Hall of Fame.
Right.
So it's been amazing.
Well, Nadine, I will tell you, we have not met either, so nice to meet you.
It's so nice to meet you.
I cried during Jack's speech.
Did you?
It was
so
one
no
of the
pressure.
One of the most.
I mean, I was crying, so that probably helped everybody cry. Let's just be fair here.
Okay, fair.
But do you have any words of wisdom for her of what to say, or how to be up there on the stage?
Yeah, and I was the rarity. I'm not good at writing speeches.
Okay.
So I'm a wing it kind of guy that
Yeah.
plays. But I would say I'm sure you know this from the heart. Just let it.
I'll
You let
take
it.
it.
Yeah, you let it out. Don't worry about being too cool and like. Because
Yeah,
clearly the
that's
tears
easy.
work for me. Yeah, and whether you think
Okay.
you do it or not, as soon as you look out and you kind of see friends and family, like it kind of hits you. And
Yeah, I'm hoping can keep it together. I'm
Enjoy
very
the
like
moment.
one side to the other, right? So I feel like either I'll just get through it, work, business, let's go. But if I crack over, I may not come back. So I'm a little worried. I'm like, what if I'm
you'll
just
come
like,
back.
everyone's gonna be like, stop crying.
We'll just throw you a tissue and be like,
Thank
come
you.
on, girl,
All right,
get to
that'll
it.
be it. That'll
I'm
do
kidding.
yeah, I had to keep pulling it back together on my own. This is happening. This is happening in front of everyone.
I can't wait. I'm so looking
But
forward
it's real,
to it.
and but enjoy it. Enjoy it. Yeah.
Nadine, do you want to say anything to your amazing fandom out there? Because everyone's, fangirling over you.
I just really hope that everyone like comes out and says hello to us. I think people are like, we're just regular people, like 100%. But I want to try to talk to as many students as possible. So please just stop me, say hello, come over. The panels are amazing, but it doesn't really give us as much time.
Right.
A lot of questions don't get asked. So if you have a question and it didn't get on a panel, like just stop us on the way. All of us want to talk to everyone.
Absolutely.
So hoping
That's
we get to
awesome.
spend some more time.
Well, thank you
Thank you so
so
much for
and good
having
luck.
me. Thank
Have
you.
fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to the family.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care. Thanks so much.
So fun. Yes. Yeah, your speech. That's speech.
It was
That speech.
when you wing it, you don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah. You do.
And mine went a certain direction, and
Yeah. But yeah, speaking of talking to people about your experiences and stuff,
Okay.
let's talk about your experiences, my friend.
Okay.
Are you ready? Are you nervous?
No, actually, I wasn't until now.
Jack and I are very good friends,
Yes,
so
yes.
this is even worse. All right, Jack, we're going to start.
Okay.
Did you work on it? Dun, dun, dun. Frozen 2.
Yes.
Can you sing the song?
From Frozen 2.
Yes. Oh, we have images. I screwed up.
Remember how she mentioned
That's it.
live?
Yeah.
Oh, we have images.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
you tell what
Oh
movie
my
this
gosh,
is?
I know the song, and I remember working on this sequence specifically.
Into the unknown.
But no.
You didn't work on this?
No, I did work on this.
Yeah.
But,
But
you're
not
asking me
that
if I knew the song.
Okay, I know. I'm just making things up, man. But you did work on this.
Yeah, because when we first saw this at the studio, I loved it because it reminded me of Karate Kid 2 when it's the montage in Japan. And I looked around the room and I was like, is anybody else getting Karate 2 vibes? And everybody was just like, you were so old. We don't know. We didn't
I was
see
about
that.
to say no one else saw it because they
But
weren't
no,
born
if you
yet.
go back and watch, the vibe of that song
Yeah.
is all 80s montage-y, and it turns out that was the vibe they were going for, though they didn't really reference my movie until they, but yeah.
All right. I'm not going to screw up anymore. Here we go, Jack.
Okay.
Did you work on this?
No.
No?
No, I...
Can you
and
name the film?
This is Shrek.
Yep.
But I almost could have.
Oh.
So when I got my first job at DreamWorks, I interviewed for all the shows that were happening, and one of the
Okay.
shows was Shrek 4. So I interviewed for How to Train Your Dragon, Shrek 4, and I believe it was Megamind. And
So you didn't get the job.
well, I got on How to Train Your Dragon. I did not end up on that said
Okay. I just,
thing.
That's that thing.
That thing.
Well done. Glad you're not an English major. All right, next up.
This is a
What-
tough audience. Okay, go ahead.
Did you work on this?
I did. That was actually Sky High. That was the first film I ever worked on.
Ever?
It was. It was the very
Wow.
first one. And this entire school bus sequence, I worked out the cameras. I worked out everything with the director, Mike Mitchell, and came up with this. And I did this whole school bus transformation referencing a shot from Men in Black 2 where the car transforms into this kind of rocket. So it was super cool and super scary being my first thing I was handed.
Yeah.
And the director, it was his first directorial debut, so he would come in because he was an animator, and he would sit between us, and I would like look around and I'm like, is this normal? Do directors do this? They're like, they don't do this. Not nervous at all.
All right.
Yeah.
Two more. Did you
Two
work
more.
on this, Jack? Go.
Yes. Where are you getting these images? Yes.
James Donmoyer.
Thank you, James. Good job. I did work on Spies in Disguise.
Yeah? What'd you do there?
I moved to New York for a year to work on this at Blue Sky Studios.
Huh.
Rest in peace.
Yes.
An amazing experience being in New York for a year
I love
and getting to work on that whole crew over there and work at a studio on the East Coast for a change was super nice. Everybody was amazing. Lots of pigeons.
Yeah?
Lots
So you
of.
had
I did those
inspiration
sequences.
from just going outside.
Lots of
and then you're like,
pigeons. Yeah,
very
not shortage
cool.
of pigeons.
All right, one more, my friend.
Okay.
Did you work on this, Jack? I don't know, did you?
I did.
Yeah?
I did. This is this is one of where's Larry Katz?
my
He
favorite
sells me
movie.
so well with
Isn't
this
this
shot.
my favorite film?
This is one of your favorites.
Yes. You know how much I love these.
You do.
This.
This was one of my first shots on episode 7 when I got hired.
Episode 7 of what?
A little movie called Star Wars.
Oh, that one. Star Wars.
Force Awakens.
Yes.
And it was handed to me from another artist who was having some family issues, like, hey, I'm going to give this to Jack. And at the time, we didn't think it would be a big deal.
Yeah.
And it was only going to be in a trailer. And then when it kind of came out, it became kind of like this, oh my gosh, like this is such a cool, it had a life of its own, which it still does.
I want to go back to this because you are a huge Star Wars fan.
A little bit.
And then you got to
A little
work on
bit.
Star Wars.
It's the only time in a studio, and I was alone when this happened, but I'm an emotional person.
Just a wee bit.
I don't
Wee bit.
hide. Where I started to tear up at my desk when I started loading some of these things in, like the TIE fighters into a scene, because it dawned on me, am I doing this? Is this going to happen? Because at the time, before episode 7, we thought Star Wars movies were over. So the fact another one came out was a dream come true. So
Aw. Are you gonna
I'm
cry
getting all weird
again?
about it now.
Are
I'm
you
like,
gonna cry again?
you guys stop it. I'm not crying.
And yes, we got
Watch
all
my
those.
induction speech if you need me crying.
It's the best. It's one of my favorite inductions. It's definitely in the top 3.
I
and
appreciate
I've seen
that.
all of them.
I appreciate that.
Another thing, we did get all those images from your demo reel.
Okay.
So a little bit of insight for the students out there. Make sure your demo reel is always available because you never know. Maybe someone will hire you. Maybe they'll just bring you in for some random competition on a Hall of Fame live video thingy.
Have it posted where people can see it, and you could be here with her asking you questions like.
And making
Thanks,
you
Tracy.
hope. I'm sorry. Where are you now,
Thanks,
Jack?
James.
Jack, tell us what's going on. You're in Vancouver.
I am now in Vancouver. I just last year hit 20 years in LA. An opportunity came up. Disney Animation opened up a studio in Vancouver and asked, hey, would you like to come up here and help kind of get it going and supervise? And I just thought it'd be a great opportunity right now to go up, and it's gorgeous up there.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
It is.
Are
you eating a lot of poutine?
A combination of that and these chips called All Dressed, which are absolutely phenomenal. And I'm sure anybody out there from Canada's like, oh yeah, those are the bomb. Yeah.
Huh. Did you bring us any? Cool.
So about
All right,
Canada, it's an
moving on.
amazing place.
I've been to Vancouver multiple times.
Yeah, it's just so great.
Beautiful.
It's so,
All right, I'm
it's,
done now.
It's close to LA, you know.
No, it's not.
3 hours on a plane.
Whatever. Actually, you know how to read. Do you want to take us to the app?
Am I reading Tracy's part?
Yes, that's how it's done.
You know what, folks?
I want to show people that you can do more than just animation.
I want to see if I can do this. This is
All right.
fascinating
All
with the
right, go.
teleprompter. Tracy, :
No, you don't have to say
we don't do that? We don't do that. My bad. Hey, folks, let's download the Hall of Fame app to keep you up with the panels and presentations, specials, events, and everything else that's happening on campus. Just head to the App Store, Google Play Store, search for it in the Full Sail to get the app now.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations.
No. I feel like that's real, but I don't think I did it at Full Sail. Fake?
Real Hall of Fame 10.
That one's for real. I think I remember. Not?
That's fake.
That's fake? Wow. That's real. I have been a part of a benefits of remote working panel. Everybody thinks working from home is this great thing. Everybody's working in their pajamas, sitting on the couch, that kind of stuff. That's not how it works. You'll get fired and axed in a heartbeat. So you really need to be self-disciplined. You really need to be a fantastic communicator. And then, of course, if you're doing anything on the internet, you need a great internet connection that's reliable and not going to go down. That still applies. Yes. Can I addendum nowadays? So nowadays, cameras have gotten so good when you're remote working. I think part of your setup is also having a really good camera that's fixed on your eyes, because in this world that we're in now, where most of us work remote, you really want that eye-to-eye contact so people know you're paying attention. So a good camera setup and a good light setup, so you're not in the dark, and don't turn your desk with the camera that faces a window because you get really weird glare and it's terrible. That's the only addendum. Everything else I still agree with. It's all important. Hey, hang on, I gotta go somewhere.
Where are you going?
I got a panel to do. See you later.
Okay, so we have officially solved the mouse infestation of the back lot, but there's so much more going on today. Right now, I am sitting down with a couple of students who are going to get airbrushed. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, excited.
And how about you?
I was super, super excited. This is so cool.
So I have real tattoos. Not that these aren't real. They're just different kind of real. Don't show that. My mom will get real mad if you see that. Sorry, Mom. So there's so much going on in the back lot, but I think right now we're going to get into some trivia. So how this is going to work is I'm going to ask the questions. If you know, raise your hand. Not that one. Raise this one. And then I'll hand you the microphone and we will go. What multi-platinum selling musician and actress is known for songs including Bad Romance, Just Dance, and
Lady Gaga.
Can you say it again?
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga is the correct answer. All right, this one might stump you. It's about gaming. What game from Bethesda Game Studios was released in 2023 and features more than 30 Full Sail graduates? I'll give you a hint. Twinkle, twinkle, little
Star.
And then, like, where a cow goes to eat food.
Starfield.
Starfield is the correct answer. We got 2-2. Okay, so this one should be much easier. It's a general Full Sail question. Can you name any 3 degree programs at Full Sail or 3 areas of study?
Show pro, music production, and film.
Nailed it. All right, so you're coming up. Let's see. True or false? Full Sail only offers campus classes.
False. We have online classes.
That's right. We also have online classes. In fact, I think most of our student population is online, which is why we're doing Hall of Fame Live. I hope you're watching. So today's Full Sail logo is a DC-3 airplane. But what was the original school logo that started back in 1979, before we were born?
Somebody mentioned it, but I don't remember.
Oh, I have no clue. Dang.
What would be like a pirate would be on?
I'm stumped. I don't get it.
What do pirates travel on?
A ship.
A ship. That's right. Not an intergalactic one. It was like a big wooden boat one. Okay, this should give it away because I just gave it in the last question, if you were listening. What year was Full Sail founded?
I would say 1927. Close.
1492. It's 1979 in the groovy hippie era. Let's see. And how many graduates are inducted into Hall of Fame each year?
9.
What is 9 minus 3?
Oh, it's 6.
Yeah, it's 6. Heck yeah. Okay.
There were way more.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've collected them over the years. I mean, this is our 14th year doing this. Okay, so what series recently popularized the saying, "Yes, chef," and cousin?
Oh, Bear.
The Bear. I've never seen it. Makes me very hungry when I think about it. So a farm boy from Tatooine, a princess from Alderaan, and a smuggler named Han Solo are in what film series?
Star Wars.
That's right, it's not Star Trek, it is Star Wars. There's a war in the stars. Okay, so this should be really easy, especially if you're from the Orlando area. Can you name any 2 theme parks in the area? Because, you know, we're known for them.
Universal and Disney.
That's right. I would have gone with Legoland and Gatorland, but I don't know. I am the backwoods trash. So Florida also has 9 major sports league teams. Can you name any of the major teams? It could be baseball, basketball.
They got soccer, so Orlando City, Orlando Pride. I don't know the stuff.
What does Harry Potter do? What does Harry Potter do?
Oh yeah, Orlando Magic.
Dun 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 dun. Orlando Magic.
Yes.
All right, let's see. Oh. How many of you guys know Ninja Turtles?
Oh yeah.
Can you name any 3 of the Ninja Turtles?
Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael.
Oh yeah, which one's your favorite?
Oh, Michelangelo, always.
Oh, absolutely. I like Raphael. He's mysterious. Can you name any of the actors who have played Spider-Man?
Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, and
he was in
Tobey Maguire.
I was gonna say
Yeah, Toby. He's the original. So can we show you off your tattoo? What would you name her?
I would name her Melody Fuchsia Pearl.
And what is her memory superpower?
Love.
Beautiful. Love. I love it. Do you know what tattoo you're getting?
I'm gonna get a rose right here since this one's occupied already, so I'll get like a beautiful rose.
Is that a Deftones tattoo? It's a Deftones tattoo! Amazing. So that's it for this session. I'm gonna head back in the AC. You know who else likes AC and likes movies? Our next Hall of Fame inductee.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
Hi, I'm Nina, 2007 film grad. Let's play a game.
All right, here we go. Carrie Russell, Patricia Arquette, and Steve Buscemi. The Americans. Let's see. Okay, I got that one. Winning. Okay, Patricia Arquette, more than 2 seasons. Let's try medium. Winning. Steve Buscemi, more than 2 seasons. Boardwalk Empire. Got it? All right. Pilot released between 1990 and 2024. That's a really big span. So could you use the same show? Okay. So what else has Steve Buscemi been on TV? I don't know. I have to think about that more. This begins with that he was in. He was in The Sopranos. Got it. Carrie Russell, pilot between Oh, I think I can come up with one. The Diplomat. Got it. Carrie Russell, more than 2 seasons. She was Felicity, wasn't she? You gave me a really hard game. I want the coffee game. I don't think I can come up with a pilot for Steve Buscemi or something that starts with Patricia Arquette. Yeah, let's phone a friend. Alexa. Something that starts with the app. I definitely have never seen that. All right, I'm gonna put that in. Oh, that's the act. Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay, and then a pilot that she was in between 1990 and 2024. This is a really hard game. Oh, see, that's right, she was in CSI. Forget about all these shows. Was she in the regular one? No, she was in Cyber. See, I do know more than I think. And then Steve Buscemi, who's been in everything. That is hard because Boardwalk Empire, he was obviously in the pilot. He was not in the pilot of The Sopranos. So I'm gonna have to phone a friend. Google, what pilots was Steve Buscemi in? That's the only one? So I couldn't use it twice, or maybe I can. Oh yeah, it won't let you use it twice. It's just a real stumper there. There's so many ads. Definitely play the other game. Does it involve candy? Just kidding.
At the culmination of Full Sail's Hall of Fame week, students, grads, faculty, and distinguished guests are invited to celebrate the achievements of our newest class during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Hear the stories of how these grads have made an impact in their industry and the Full Sail community, and witness their induction into the Hall of Fame. Wrap up the night by joining in on the block party with live performances, food, and swag giveaways.
Oh my goodness, earlier today, we got to see our students setting up the student stage outside, and now things are in full swing on the stage line out there by the fortress.
Yeah, we were just talking about the block party too, and that's where the block party is going to be for the ceremony for all the students. It's always a blast. People can win a bunch of prizes and whatnot, and there's people just dancing and singing, and actually they're going to be out there dancing. Well, they're already dancing, but we'll have some student musicians up there on the stage.
How fun.
Holy cow, look how cool this kid is.
Whoa, got moves.
Seriously, I want to be his friend. Can I be your friend?
Can we go out there and dance? Can we stop doing this? No, I got a resounding no from production. Cannot go outside, but it looks so fun.
So much fun. Ooh, what a week.
What a week, and it's only day one of Hall of Fame Live. We've got 2 more shows to do, so it's going to be incredible. But yeah, so much has already happened this week during Hall of Fame. Let's take a look at some highlights. On Sunday, we kicked off Hall of Fame week with Hall of Game Homecoming. Returning to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, our annual esports exhibition welcomes students, alumni, faculty, and staff to cheer on their favorite players as Armada varsity teams competed against returning alumni teams in Call of Duty, Rocket League, and Super Smash Bros. Alumni took the year's claim to the Hall of Game Champions Cup with wins in Rocket League and Smash Brothers, while the varsity Call of Duty team beat out the returning alumni in their best of 5 match. Students got to enjoy swag giveaways courtesy of MSI, food trucks, arcade games, and more, while 5 hardworking students were awarded scholarships on behalf of our friends at Orlando Health. After the show, students gathered on the patio and at the outdoor stage for the Armada Connects after party to enjoy raffle giveaways, free food, and Armada swag. You can catch a replay of the stream by heading to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. Hey, that's me.
Yeah, it was, and you did a great job that day.
Thanks, Tracy.
But also, the Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail Live this past Monday. That would be yesterday, allowing students and alumni to make connections and network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Live Entertainment, Sweetwater Sound, Televisa Univision, the Orlando Philharmonic, and All Elite Wrestling. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers. Yeah, Full Sail's career networking events happen regularly on campus and online, so be sure to keep your eye out for the next upcoming event.
I'm looking. Where is it?
It's over there.
Over there.
That's where June is.
I'm about to be joined by two grads who have made significant contributions to not only the worlds of audio and show production, but to the student community at Full Sail as well. Let's learn a little bit about one of them right now.
Getting to Full Sail was about a 3-year journey for me. I worked about 3 or 4 different jobs just to save the money I could to get here. And those jobs were anything from working security at the arena, because that was the closest thing I could do to get into the business, to recycling carpet padding, because I was so driven and I knew what I wanted to do that I was willing to work the hours, to the point where you really debated, do I shower or do I sleep? That really prepared me for the schedule here at Full Sail and for the entertainment industry in general. While I was in school, I loved lighting, and there really wasn't much of it at the time. When I wasn't in school on the weekends, I was doing lighting for other companies on the side, whether it be Tampa or Orlando here locally. By the time it came time for my actual lab for lighting, I was actually the student who was setting it all up for my class. There's been great people who have helped me out along the way, some incredible production managers, you know, people who see where you are and see the drive that you have. Bob Peterson, who I met starting very early in my career. I would find the ways and the opportunities to really ask him questions and try not to be annoying. But he was very gracious in answering the questions I had, and really kind of took me under his wing into anything I wanted to know, he would share with me.
Curiosity and volunteering were characteristics that Brian had very present right away. If we'd be in a programming session where normally the technical crew would be sitting backstage and just waiting it out, Brian would come and watch and ask questions when it was appropriate and involve himself as much as he could to learn every bit of what the whole process was.
He really helped cultivate me from a technician up to a programmer into a designer, and really showed me along the way of, you know, how to do things, how to make things look great, not only physically in front of you, but on camera as well.
I think Brian's growth is attributed to his curiosity, but also a desire to always make things better. And he's realized pretty early that you can only do so much on your own. So if you involve yourself through camaraderie and teamwork, you can collectively raise the level of the project. Out on tours, for example, he's not just video directing and switching and calling cameras. He's actually working with the lighting department, the band roadies in terms of where things are placed, even audio, to make sure that they're collectively raising the bar of the entire project. And I think this is what's led him into a director's chair.
Being inducted into the Hall of Fame, when I found out, was quite shocking. Honestly, I felt like I was never at the level that previous inductees were at. I saw other peers of mine be inducted. I saw Dylan Dresdo, who I was in class with, and we worked side by side. And Jeremy Vickery, who was my roommate going to school here, and Tyke Santos, who I've toured with. So I knew very closely people who have been inducted. To be inducted into that class and that fraternity with peers and friends who I already had was really, really great as well. It's never the motive. It's never to be inducted in the Hall of Fame. It's not why I do what I do. I just do what I do because I love what I do.
Alrighty, we're back here with Hall of Fame 9 inductee Tremaine Williams, Hall of Fame 10 inductee Brian Carrico. How y'all doing today?
Good.
I'm sweeping it, the lighting guy. This way, sorry. I'm doing great.
So how does it feel to be back? I mean, I see you all the time. I've seen you a million times. I feel like do y'all got a condo close by or something? Y'all here so much.
Last time I was here for a timeshare, and I just popped in for BTS at that point. I wish I was joking.
I believe you. Hey, this is a beautiful place to have a timeshare. Florida's lovely.
They weren't getting my money, but I was like, it's a free trip to Orlando, and I can come to the school, so I'm with it.
I got a tent set up by the dumpsters. That's where I'm at.
And a hammock.
Yeah, it's a really nice place. Come visit.
Fantastic. I'll take a nap on the hammock after this. It's been a long day, Brian.
Hall of Fame week. You need that.
That's it.
So, Brian, you've been here since Friday doing setup with the event crew. I love that you do that. Can you kind of talk about why that's important to you to come back and do that with our students?
Yeah, it really originated from the need for ShowPro students, because usually this week they're working everything else. They don't have time to really go to panels. They don't really get access to us, and so we've made it just a special event for them to have access to us, ask questions, and it's fantastic. We're doing what we do every day in the field. We're troubleshooting problems out there. We live in a non-perfect world, and all the ShowPro is set up by even more non-perfect people. So it's a group effort. It's really a great time to just show them that let's get dirty together and let's figure it out.
I love that. And Tremaine, I know you've been doing a lot of traveling for work. I heard a rumor about like a man's satchel. Do you want to tell us what that is? Because I just have mentioned the man satchel is what it says on my card.
Well, if you go on my wonderful Instagram, you'll see a picture. 6-7 music. So Mariah has 3 mics during the show, and I'm responsible for them. So I need somewhere to keep them safe. So jokingly in rehearsals, I was like, I need a fanny pack to put this in. And when we got to Dolby Live and started setting up, wardrobe comes out of nowhere with a pink Steve Madden fanny pack, bedazzled with my initials.
And that's the man satchel.
That is now a man satchel.
Okay, it sounds manly to me.
It is.
Yeah, it's all about how you wear it, Here, look, there it is.
Oh, gosh.
Look at it. Now everybody gets to see what it looks like.
Yo.
Wow. I kind of want to get a matching one.
I think you can buy those on Etsy now, can't you? Yeah.
We now have them at the merch booth for Mariah.
Okay.
No, I wish.
Okay, I'm starting an Etsy shop. We're going to start making them. Don't worry, guys. We can all get one. All right. Well, we're going to do Ask Me Anything, popularized on Reddit, as we all know. We're going to ask y'all some questions that we've gotten from the community. Are you ready? You have to answer.
All right.
I signed NDAs, but we can try.
On the censor button.
Right.
I'll try to keep it NDA safe. So first, explain your jobs to me like I am your grandmother and I know nothing about the world of live production.
I'm production manager, so anytime you see a show, everything on the stage, around the stage, all the vehicles to get stuff to the stage, I manage and falls under me.
Sounds like a lot of responsibility. I'm glad I have this job.
I'm quite shocked they trust me with it as well. I know where you're coming from.
I've done that in the past as well. Wasn't a huge fan of it. So I am the artist stage manager. So we have stage managers that deal with the dancers and everything else that's happening on the stage. And I'm responsible to make sure my artist gets in and out of her quick change on time. She knows which way to come off stage, so I'm constantly talking to her in her ear the whole night. No, your other left. And then she does that on stage. It's a great time.
Yeah, I watched Homecoming. I know how Beyonce changes quick, so I can only imagine you're doing that for all these different artists.
3-4 minutes.
Whew.
Get them out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, the pressure of your jobs. I'm really happy I get to do this. Thanks, Full Sail. You're the best.
Yeah.
Give me a day in the life. I'm sure every day is a little bit different, but what's like an average Brian day, an average Tremaine day? What's it look like?
Go ahead.
So right now we're doing a residency in Vegas. So I tell everybody your goal in life and live shows should be a residency. Yeah. You work 3 days a week, you get paid for 7.
Brandon was just talking about this morning.
I got Brandon on the Mariah gig. I said, come on to vacation, buddy.
Here, Brandon's about to walk past us. I see him. Hi, Brandon.
Hi, Brandon.
We're talking about you, and you walked right past us.
Talking about the vacation we're on in Vegas right now.
Vacation.
So usually get up around 12 because once you set everything up, you don't have to do it ever again until it's time to take it down, like 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
So you come in around 12-ish, 1-ish, 2-ish, who cares? Sound check for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Go eat, do whatever, play spades in the back for a couple hours. Do your show from 8 to 9:30. You're back in your room by 10.
Sleeping like a baby,
Or it's
right?
Vegas. You can blow your money
Right.
however you choose.
I would be napping.
Yeah.
And how about you, Brian?
Well, when you're not in a residency, it's the complete opposite.
I'm sorry.
My day starts about 6:30 in the morning. I set my alarm. I go in, we start doing a walk-in chalk, get ready, kind of get a plan laid out for where all 11 or 14 or however many semis we have are going to go. At 8 o'clock, we start dumping all those semis and gear starts flying everywhere. We get ready for a sound check, usually around 3 or 4 o'clock. Then it's just after that, it's just going right down the schedule. It's dinner, doors open, opening acts, show, load it all out. Hopefully, if it's a good day at 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm going back to bed and setting my alarm for 6:30 the next morning to do it all over again.
Awesome.
Thank you. May I have another?
I don't miss that.
Well, I guess if you're a show production student, this is kind of what you can anticipate post-graduation. So I hope that you got that hard worker mentality, because it sounds like these guys don't sleep a lot. So, first, this one, Jermaine, obviously everybody wants to know, how tall are you?
3'11" on a good day. Tracy is definitely taller than me. But
Yeah, Tracy's
It's all in the
deceptively
camera
tall.
lens.
We on the
She
cameras
is.
we play
Yeah, it's all the
games.
cameras,
We
yes.
mess around. She's like
Yeah.
6'7", right?
and I'm 6'7", so
Right.
that works out. Yeah, 6'7".
Okay, awesome. Greatest accomplishment and simple. You got to keep it like, what's the show you worked on that you think about the most, or it could be something personal. It doesn't have to be work related, but what do you feel like is your greatest accomplishment in this
Mine's
life?
my kids. None are in jail, so I think we're doing all right.
All right.
Let's keep it that way, team. All right. That was great. As far as business work-wise, I was part of the team who broke the Guinness Book of World Record for most shows in a 24-hour period. We did 10 shows in 24 hours, and that was a long 36-hour day.
Tremaine looks terrified.
I would never work that hard. For me,
It was sponsored by Red Bull, by the way.
oh, it had to be. Jeez. Mine is pretty simple. It's like my biggest accomplishment is I get to do this for, like, it's crazy when I talk to people and they're like, oh, so you do music, so like what else do you? And I'm like, no, this is how I make a living. Like, I've been 20 years now. This is it. Like, nothing else. And that's the craziest thing to me, to be able to do that every day.
Ugh, so cool. You guys are my 1 degree of separation from a lot of people I idolize. So check me out, Mom. Let's take a look back at Hall of Fame 9 and learn a little bit more about my buddy Tremaine. We heard all about Brian before. Let's go.
I had been playing at church and all that kind of stuff growing up, but high school is when it finally clicked. I was listening to a Jill Scott record. That record was so great to me, and I was like, I want to make music for the rest of my life. My time at Full Sail, I learned so much because I didn't know what engineering was completely. My thought process was, I'm learning this to make my music production sound better so I don't have to hire somebody else to do it. But then I got good at it, so then people would hire me to do it. I ended up at Flight Time after Grammy Camp. We took the kids to a bunch of different studios in LA, and we ended up taking them to Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis's studio. And so the studio manager was talking to me while we were waiting for Jimmy and Terry. And she was like, what do you do when you're not, she called it babysitting the kids. And I was like, oh, I'm a producer, engineer, blah, blah, blah. She was like, oh, we're looking for a producer, engineer. I was like, well, here I am. And so we exchanged information, and that following February, randomly got a call and she was like, meet me at this address at this time. I had no idea what it was. Ended up being 50th Grammy rehearsals with The Time and Rihanna. And that was almost my introduction to live, because I walked in and they were like, we need you to do Pro Tools edits, we need you to tech, we need you to, I ended up doing monitors, like got thrown into the fire, had no clue what I was doing. But they didn't know that. So the guys told the studio manager, like, we really like this guy, let's try him out for a session. So turned around the next week and did a Ruben Studdard session for American Idol, and the guys grabbed me from there. And so I ended up staying there about 2 or 3 years, and that was one of the most amazing experiences ever. Just me in general, I like to stay in touch with people, like good people. That goes for studio and live. People I don't work with anymore, I'll shoot them a text every once in a while just to check in with them. I don't want anything, just seeing how you're doing. And that keeps you kind of fresh in their mind as well. So I always get a call for work randomly. I ended up with Bruno Mars through somebody I met at Grammy camp. We stayed in touch over the years, and we were having Mariah rehearsal for South America, and the tour ended up getting canceled. But next door, Bruno was rehearsing, and I saw their road cases, and I was like, oh man, Andy's here. So I hit him up just to say hey, because I hadn't seen him in a couple years. And we ended up talking in the parking lot, and he was like, hey man, we're looking for a keyboard tech for this tour that's coming up. Would you be interested? And I was like, absolutely. So again, relationships. I tell the new grads and students, don't be closed-minded. All these opportunities have come because I'm open to them. Never thought I'd be stage managing anything ever. I thought I would be a studio rat forever. And all these opportunities have presented themselves because I was open to trying new things and just stretching my wings as far as they can go. And I still don't know if this is it, or am I gonna end up somewhere else doing some more crazy stuff that's completely unexpected.
Tremaine may be the tallest of the Hall of Famers, but he's also one of the best to our students. He's always coming back, always sharing his experiences, really connecting with them, which is really cool. But speaking of students, we're going to go out to the creative experience where they're going to play a game. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Shay.
Here at Full Sail University, we embrace creativity of all kinds, including in games. Today, we are going to be playing the cookie game. You're going to place the cookie on your forehead and not using your hands. You're going to have to wiggle it somehow into your mouth. I know you've heard of dipping cookies in milk. You're dipping this in your forehead sweat. I know it's gross, but we got it. Ready? Put it on your forehead. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, they're moving down the line. Mark has fallen. Oh my God, she's doing well. She's already fallen. Oh, she's so close. Use your tongue, ma'am. Use your tongue. No, the cookies are falling. We must do it again. Round 2, grab your cookies. Let's keep going. I want to see the cookies into your mouth. Don't worry, Oreos are vegan. Come on. You guys need to be professionals. It's one cookie. Let it make its way down your face. Use your wrinkles to move it forth. Mark, use your face muscles. Sir, and the ghost face is getting close. He's getting close, sir. Use all your... And we have a winner. What is your name, sir? I'm sorry to ask with your mouth full. Can you sign it? Okay, well, you get a grand prize. And don't worry, our runners-up are also going to get some prizes. But I think we're going to throw it. Can you throw it up? Show it. Gorgeous. So we are sponsored here by Shure. And they gave you a beautiful microphone. And we also got some exclusive Hall of Fame swag. So let's send it back, see how they do.
Thank you.
I want to know who came up with this game.
I don't know, but we got Oreos out of it, so gonna eat those after.
Yeah, and he got a Shure microphone. Like, how cool is that?
Just for rolling a cookie down his face or moving a cookie down his face? I don't know.
I'm gonna eat this cookie and hope I get a Shure microphone.
Hall of Fame is the best. Next up, we'll head into our 3 p.m. panel with one of this morning's guests, Brandon Blackwell, as he discusses the decade he spent chasing his dreams and traveling the world. First, let's watch this video about Brandon.
The pandemic was tough for everyone, but during that time, my wife and I, we had brainstormed how to give back to our industry and how to give back to the future generation of sound engineers. And we decided to create a children's book, and that's where the beat in my head, came from. I didn't know how to tell a child what a gate was, what a compressor was, what a microphone was. So we really focused on my journey and how I became a sound engineer. I didn't see the vision, I have to be honest. My wife was the one who really saw it early on. We are about to start recording the beat in my head. And we have myself and Ariel over here. And we have Mr. Mark Johnson on the other side of these go-go's. He's my mentor.
Yes.
Mark is my mentor in real life as well.
Mhm.
So yeah, exciting, very exciting. Being a live engineer, I don't get many chances to be in the studio that often. So this is, for me, an opportunity to come back to, the beginning of my show production program where, the first 12 months we were doing recording classes. So coming back into Studio A, it's amazing. It's a surreal moment for me. The beat in my head, me as a child sitting in class, beating on the desk, tapping, making songs in my head, getting in trouble, honestly. There are kids out there just like me who, don't know that this is a potential career opportunity. There's a possibility that there's a kid out there where they can walk in the same footsteps that I walked in, tapping on the desk to mixing a concert at Madison Square Garden. The experiences that I've gathered around the world, traveling to places like Australia, New Zealand, and all through South America, it was important for me to come back to the school and give back. And that's another rule in order for you to be inducted, is you have to be able to give back to the future generation. So I decided that, 6 months out of school, it's time to give back. There's no time to wait for it. We have to start this, philanthropy immediately. And I remember myself back then thinking, like, what's the point of me giving back right now? I haven't gained enough experience, enough wisdom that early in my career, but looking back on it now, more than 10 years, literally being 6 months ahead of someone when they're a year out from graduation, you have more perspective, more knowledge than they do. And you have the potential to literally give information to them that may cause their journey to have a little less resistance. Not to say that they're not going to experience what they're going to experience, because that's life, is what it is. And I believe that the journey that we're on, we're meant to be on it for whatever, whoever you believe in spiritually, or if you don't, you're still on your journey, and it's what it is for you. I feel that, I'm Christian, and I believe that God has given me my journey, and anything that I go through, may it be good or bad, it's what you learn through it. So if you've been, going through a hard time, don't look at it that it's happening to you. Change your perspective and turn it into, it's happening for me to learn and to gain that wisdom through whatever experience that is. So that was a part of really why I started to get back to students immediately. It was because, it was multiple parts, but one of them was I didn't really have someone that did that for me that was in my industry, that I was, connected to. I was a very much so an introvert, and still am an introvert. So there was that fear of, how do I connect with people in a world, that's so social media driven. I didn't want people to think different of me. I'm weird or whatever. But so my path of what I did was I just shared my experiences on Instagram. And so early on in my career, I literally would post any type of gig that I was on, and in the hopes that whoever was following behind me can be inspired by what I'm doing. And looking back on it now, I was building a brand that I didn't even understand why I was doing. I was doing that to cope with not being able to, or I was doing that to cope with the fear of connecting with people. But meanwhile, I was connecting with people and building this name and building this name with those that I don't even know. And I don't know if anyone out here has ever experienced where someone like, they say, hey, I know you on Instagram, or I know you on Facebook or TikTok or whatever. And you're like, well, I don't really know you, but you know, you're literally affecting change in them, maybe good or bad or whatever, but you're having an effect on them. So me traveling around the world, you know, I was trying to open up people's eyes that this job, this career choice, especially for people of color, where we don't necessarily get the opportunity to, you know, witness what this is. Touring is, it's not normal. You know, we show up to a city, we put on a show, and then we leave. At the time, I had no idea when I was a kid what touring was. And I think a lot of people of color, you know, may not have, still till today, have no idea what it was. But it was always important for me to show those that, you know, you don't have to be a basketball player, you don't have to be a football player, an athlete, an actor, a rapper, or whatever on this side that I'm on right now, you know, in front of the microphone, to be able to travel the world and gain experiences and perspectives that, you know, you're not going to get from your local city or your local town that you live in. So it was priority day one, you know, make sure that you show people what you're doing. Because being at that time one of the youngest black that I knew, one of the only black people on tours, it was that I need my people to see what this is. This is allowing me to travel the world and be paid to travel the world, not have to go to the Army. I don't have to put my life on the line, and I can get paid for this. It was something that, you know, my parents didn't understand what it was, because my parents don't come from this background. I'm the first person in my family to work in the entertainment industry. So a trailblazer in my own right, trying to figure all this out, but you know, not having that person to help or a mentor to help early in those early stages, it really allowed me to make the mistakes and make sure that those behind me don't make the mistakes. It was also, throughout that journey, there was trials and tribulations left and right. And early on in my career, I wanted to work for one of the biggest sound companies on the planet, which is called Clair Brothers, and or Clair Global as they are called now. And you know, I did everything right that I decided to do on campus. High GPA, was super involved, and when it came time to apply to the job, I was told that they didn't have a spot for me. And you know, I put all my eggs in that one basket, and the reason why I came to Full Sail was because of this company. And I figured, you know, hey, if I go to Full Sail, I'll go work for the sound company, I'll fly the speakers in the air, and then one day, 15, 20 years, however long it may take, I'll become a mixer. And I graduate and I go home without a job, and literally that was not the goal at all. And I felt like I just wasted this investment in my future, and you know, I didn't know what to do. And I ended up working in New York City. I'm from New Jersey, if anybody didn't know that. And I ended up working in New York City with the mentor at the time. And I learned a lot about, you know, what we call politicking, which is really just dealing with different personalities, people with different backgrounds, in the heart of New York. And, you know, I currently work for Alicia Keys, and she says, concrete jungle, where dreams, I think, are made of. So literally, I'm living what I didn't realize, and I look back on it now, I was living my dreams. They were just a little bit modified. It wasn't like the glitz and glam of the dream yet, but it was like the first foundations of that dream. And out of nowhere, my mom's boss meets the musical director of American Idol. His name is Ray Chu. And at the time, my perspective was none on a musical director. I don't know what they do. Like, I didn't decide to go Google them. But a couple of weeks later, I was watching the Grammys, and Alicia Keys you know, she wins an award and she starts to thank all these people. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I want to give a big thank you to Ray Chu. And I'm like, it's Ray, like, are these the same people? And I did a little bit of research and I was like, yeah, he's actually her indie. And I was like, okay. I'm a big fan of Alicia Keys at that time. And I had my mom set up the meeting and literally, you know, we talked for a couple of hours, and the next day he asked me, you know, I can't pay you or anything, but I have a gig, and it's Robert De Niro's 60th birthday, or I think 60th or 50th birthday, and my band is playing, would you like to come? And I'm like, it's Robert De Niro. I don't know if anyone knows the movie Casino, Meet the Parents. I'm like, what is going on? So I called my mentor at the time, and I said to him, you know, hey, I got this opportunity. I have no idea what this is going to lead to, but I need to take this chance. And that day he became my mentor because he allowed me to go take a chance when he needed me to fill a position. So it was like taking a risk on the show that I was going to go work for me to go live my dream out or explore what my dream was. So I go to the gig, and it was a car service that picked me up, and I'm like, what? Like, I'm used to driving my little beat up car that I drove back from Florida with. I'm like, well, what is going on? And it's an SUV, and this is insane. And we pull up to this massive estate in upstate New York, and literally I had never at that time seen A-list celebrities at a party or an event. And Samuel L. Jackson walks past me. Leonardo DiCaprio lands his helicopter on the helipad. I'm just like, what is going on? This is insane. Robert De Niro, they sing happy birthday to him. I'm like, I cannot believe I'm in this position. And this is like 6 months out of graduating. So remember, I wanted to go work for a company. Like, my whole moment shifted off of one spark of inspiration that I had I had nothing to do with that. It was literally what I believe was listening to God in my ear and say, I'm trying to guide you, just listen to me. And I literally listened, and my whole direction just shifted. We fast forward, and Ray and his wife Vivian, they offer me a job being the production assistant or coordinator for their company. And again, I'm a sound engineer, but I recognized the opportunity that it was to be in a space that most people don't get the chance to be granted. So, you know, I'm listening to God in my faith, but I'm also understanding where I'm at now. Almost like a compass. It's like I got the word from MapQuest or whatever, and I'm like, where do I go? And now I found my north. And so literally working for Ray put me in places that it would have taken years for me to get there with the company immediately, 6 months after graduating. And it was a time of my life that I learned so much about the music industry from veterans who have been doing it for 30 plus years. Not just from a musical perspective with Ray, but also from a business perspective with his wife, Vivian. And along the lines, I then started to transition into mixing monitors for some of the most legendary acts like Patti LaBelle, Angie Stone. These are divas, you know, back then, or in some regards, they still are now, but doing all these big shows that, again, I wasn't supposed to be mixing that early, but it was recognizing the opportunity and taking a risk. I'm all about taking risks, but I call them calculated risks. I've done the math, I've referenced what I know to make the decision to, at that time, tell them like, hey, Ray, I can mix monitors. And I believe my words was, I went to school for this, I can do this. And that was really important because it was like, I recognized what the investment the school and my degree had on me at the time. And we ended up doing a show and it went super well. And I was like, okay, this is now my dream is really starting to happen. It's still infant stage, but it's really coming together really quickly. And now I'm not, flying speakers for 10 years. I'm mixing immediately. And at the time it was, I'm 23 or 24 years old. It's the most exciting time of my life. I'll go back a little bit. Literally high school and middle school and all school before that, I was a 0.03, 0.3 GPA, terrible student. Not that I was dumb, I just wasn't interested in those topics. For me, it's a couple of things for me. It's food, math, which really equates to money, and then it's music and sound. Those are my three things that I've learned or that I hold on to now. And, back then, English, science, I speak very well now, but that's not what was priority to me. So to those of you who, struggled before, once you find your passion, especially here, know that, your passion is what's going to drive you. Don't even worry about what you were before. Now is the time. You found what you like. Explore it. Go hard with it. Take it all in. So we'll jump back to my time with Ray. At the time, he then went on to musical direct for the show Dancing with the Stars. And a lot of the live work that we were doing, I wasn't really getting called to do those gigs that much. So as a true millennial, I decided to quit my job. And remember this though, that job came through my mom's boss. So there's that fear of it getting back. And then I actually didn't tell my parents that I quit my job. So I would leave the house and pretend I was going to work, because I, at that point, wasn't in my passion. It was also a calculated risk because during that time, had made so many connections while I was working for Ray that I was like, you know what, one of these connections is going to come through somehow, some way. And I just put it out in the universe. And I eventually got connected with the artist Neo, if anyone knows who that is. His engineer needed a monitor engineer for a one-off, and it was in Los Angeles, the Ellen DeGeneres show. And it was my first time really flying to California, and being in LA, and everything that I saw on social media of the big guys going to LA and doing these rehearsals at this one place called Center Staging. And if you've ever seen any, major artists, they rehearse at this one place, and when you know it, you know the place. So it was a very exciting time for me. But I went into it so green. I had no knowledge, no perspective, and they took, I don't want to say they took advantage of me, but in regards to pay and that type of stuff, I was definitely on the low side of things. But I didn't know anything. I had no experience. I had no mentor. So I just took what I had because I was taking another big leap into my career. Now I'm a freelance engineer getting a check from a new artist. The shows all went well, and at the end of it, that was it. I went back to New Jersey with nothing, no gigs lined up or anything else. But my time with Neo for that one show, I worked as hard as I could because I knew, for whatever reason, me being in that space at that time was going to lead to the next gig. And connected with whoever I needed to connect with, kept up with them on LinkedIn, text them, checked in. And then all of a sudden, maybe a couple months later, I get a call from the same people looking for an engineer for TLC. And I'm like, okay, this is my first tour. We're going on a full-on tour in a bus. And it was just, again, my plan was to go work for a sound company and fly speakers. And now I'm mixing for one of the biggest female groups of all time. And, if I go back in my life when I was younger to a moment, and I was an after-school kid, and I remember TLC Scrubs came out, and one of these girls from my school, they performed the song, and I was like, literally, for me, that felt like a little light full circle moment for me. And it was the start of my career really starting to take off really, really fast. And of course, we played Orlando, and of course, where was my first stop? It was right back here. And, you know, I'm out there, I come back to the school, and I'm talking to the Show Pro students, and it was just giving them the knowledge that I had so far, just so that maybe they don't get taken advantage of financially. Maybe they know a little bit more information than the teachers were giving them. And that was the first start of giving back to Full Sail. So it was like I was literally laying the bricks of how I was going to maneuver my career. I then, after TLC ended, I would go back to Neo every once in a while for one-offs. I was really just a substitute when their normal person wasn't available. And but one thing I did on TLC was I made sure that I connected with other departments. And this is specific to show production, but this is not specific to, you know, whatever field you may be in. You know, if you're in film and you're into cameras, don't be afraid to network with, I don't know, the PAs or whoever, the directors, et cetera, because you never know how that connection is going to lead you to whatever your next gig is. So while I was out on TLC, I made sure to connect with anyone and everyone that will listen to me, you know, and be around them, but also give them space, because it's a high stress job. So you have to be able to read the room and understand, like, hey, maybe this isn't a good time to talk to them, or I'll take my note and I'll save it for the next day. And because of a connection I made with someone on the staff, that then led me to a company called 8th Day Sound. And at the time, 8th Day Sound was taking care of a lot of the big artists, and they still are today. So like Beyonce, Drake, Eminem, and the person that I got connected to with the company was a gentleman by the name of Sean Sturge, who was the monitor engineer for Drake. And, you know, this was during the whole Meek Mill and the Drake issue, and to see another black man working for one of the biggest artists at the time, it was like, okay, that's who I need to connect with. He's gone where I want to go to. Let me learn from him. Let me pick his brain. And a gentleman's name is Sean Sturge. He literally became my first mentor, my first real mentor that put me into situations that I would have never been able to get into. He put me on A$AP Rocky, which I then was with him for like over 6 years. He also put me in some bad, you know, they turned out to be bad situations, or situations that I learned from the negative. I went out on Kodak Black. You know, you get to a point in your career where you start to chase money. You'll get there. But then you also learn that all money ain't good money, or the stress that comes with the money isn't worth it. But again, along that time, I learned so much information. I then started to take these, what I call calculated risks. And I started to work with 8th Day's competitor, which happened to be Claire Brothers, the company that I wanted to work for originally. And that was an interesting navigation, because it's two competitors going against each other. And one thing in business, you know, you think there's no emotions involved, but business, there's a lot of emotions. And there's insecurities that I'm going to take one client from another client, and I'm going to take, which, you know, it may be I'm taking a client from a client, but look at it from a financial situation. I'm taking $600,000 from this client or this company to this company. So navigating that situation was very unique, because it's like, how do you keep these two parties happy while also them giving me opportunities? And through that time, I started to work for Camila Cabello. I don't know if everyone knows who that is, but when Havana came out, we did every single show. We went everywhere. We also opened for Taylor Swift on a stadium tour. So on a stadium tour, the Reputation Stadium tour, and it was like, now my dream is real. I'm sitting in this full on, like, from, you know, theaters and clubs, or theaters with Ray, to arenas with TLC, to now a stadium with Camila opening for Taylor Swift. And along those lines, again, I was posting every content I could. Literally building this brand that became who I am. We were blessed to travel to South America, travel to the UK, I think twice in 1 year, which is like insane. But along those lines, I was meeting new people, again, creating memories, gaining perspective. Perspective is one of my favorite words because perspective can literally change your life like this. After my time with Camila, I went back to A$AP Rocky and spent some time with him. If everyone remembers when the whole Sweden incident, I was there with him, and it was interesting navigating that because people at home are calling you, asking you questions, and you have no idea. You don't even know what's going on, but because you're associated with this artist, people think you have information, and it's like, this is just a job for me, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just a human being just figuring this out just as everyone else is on this tour. But it was an interesting time to be kind of associated in a spotlight like that. Who else? After that, I then somehow landed Lizzo at the biggest time of her career. I had got home from A$AP Rocky and literally from Europe, and I got a call, could you fly up to Boston? In my mind, I'm like, can you fly to Boston tomorrow? And they're like, no, can you fly to Boston right now? And I'm like, oh, absolutely. Like, whatever it is, I don't even know who she is, but, if you need some help, I'll be there. And so I fly to Boston, we do the show, and all goes well. The engineer is supposed to come back. The normal person is supposed to come back, but he doesn't. And literally, I'm asked, could I mix the next show in New York City? And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm in New Jersey. New York's 30 minutes away. I'll go do the show. Cool. After that, they go to Europe after that. And the engineer's supposed to be there again. He doesn't show up. I get the call. Can you go to Europe tomorrow? And I'm like, at this point, God, you're telling me to go do this gig. I'm gonna go do it because I'm getting a call 3 times in a row, and I go do it, and literally for the next 8 months, Lizzo pops up out of nowhere and gets massive. We're doing all the award shows. We ended up doing the Grammys, which was for me my first Grammy performance, which was like, full circle moment. Remember, Alicia Keys said on the Grammys, Ray Chu. So I'm like, wow, how is this all coming together? If you remember Lizzo performing with the flute microphone, her performing with it wirelessly was my idea. It was literally connect an adapter to a wireless pack to her microphone or to her flute with a microphone, and that's important because what it did was I was able to take what I learned here and the idea of keeping up with technology to be able to provide my artist with a solution that would make her perform better, which would then make her interaction with the crowd better. Her interaction was twerking while playing the flute, but it evokes some interaction from the crowd, which that's our goal as a sound engineer. The idea is to be a transducer. And in its technical form, a transducer is something that converts one form of energy into another form. So I'm converting the artist's vision, their energy on stage, their twerking on stage, into energy to their fans so that their fans can have a moment. So after my time with Lizzo, I ended up leaving early. And remember, I talk about calculated risk. I'm with one of the biggest artists at the time, but I understood things were happening that I wasn't necessarily willing to deal with at the time. And the risk was, I'm gonna leave for another option. And people thought I was crazy. People thought, how can you leave this artist for, at the time, nothing? But for me, my happiness was more important. Again, millennial. I need to be where I'm happy. I need to be where the energy is right for me. So I ended up leaving Lizzo. And literally the world shuts down. Pandemic. And again, I've traveled for years. It was maybe about 6 years. 7 years. I traveled the world 90% of the year. And now my world just stops immediately. Identity crisis. Does anyone suffer from that? Yeah, identity crisis. I was so attached to Brandon Blackwell, the sound engineer. I was so attached to the life of living on the road. You know, it's a high stress job. What do you do? Whatever your vice may be. Mine was food. Mine was alcohol. Not like too bad, not crazy, but you know, that all adds up after a while. And so I found myself lost. Thankfully, I had just proposed to my lovely wife, Ariel, and I had a support system, but it was tough because I was kind of spiraling out of control. And thankfully to her, finding therapy was so important to me because the industry, it's a wild, wild west. There's no human resources in live industry. You know, the hours are long. They, you know, on the bus, when they stock our bus, they give us alcohol. So you kind of get trapped into the system. You start to program yourself to, how do I cope with the stress? How do I cope with missing my family? And you kind of get lost in the situation. But thankfully to Ariel, I found therapy and got my mental health the best it's ever been, or the best it ever, you know, it's still great, but the best it was at the time. And then we started to, you know, if I go back a little bit further, before the pandemic, we were thinking about like, how do I continue to give back? So I would come back to school, but like now that the pandemic's happening, how do I give back on a larger scale? And she said, how about you create a children's book? And me being technical and me being logical, I'm like, how in the world do I write a children's book about audio engineering? I'm like, it's tough explaining what a gate is to my parents, what an EQ is, what a preamp is. How am I going to simplify this down to a child? And she said, she said, as usual, you're thinking too logical. And she said, just tell your story. Tell how you became a sound engineer in church. And as soon as she said that, you know, if it ain't my idea and it doesn't come from me, I look at the negative side first. So I was like, no, there's no way I can do this. There's no way I can do this. But I ended up getting an interview on Rolling Stone, a Rolling Stone magazine interview. And for some reason, I put it in the interview. I'm working on a children's book. And the thought process was, if I put it out there in the universe, it's somehow going to manifest itself, just like how my entire career has manifested itself. It's going to work itself out. Also, it holds me accountable because it's in publication now. So it's like, you have to do this, or you're just like anyone else who says something and doesn't do it. So 2 years later, it ends up coming out, and it was one of my biggest like passion projects that actually fuels me just as much as coming back like here to get back to the students, because it's changing the future generation of the school. It's allowed us to partner with foundations that I never thought we would ever, you know, connect with. And again, it's all finding that path, that divine journey that you're on. And literally that book allowed me to do so much more than I, at the time, ever thought I was going to do. I thought I was just going to be a sound engineer and, you know, live my life on the road, and we'll figure it out from there. But the book has allowed me to pivot in different ways. And, you know, just as I traveled around the world, the book also, The Beat in My Head, it also traveled around the world. It's in libraries all around the world. People in the touring industry bought it. We also left some in the British Airways Business Lounge and had friends take photos with it. So it's like my story, not only am I traveling around, but my story is also traveling around as well. And that's the one thing I just want to, make sure everyone knows is like, this journey that you're on, it's for you. It's take control over your journey. You are in control over it. You may have parents or people in your life that are like, why are you doing this? And it's not their life. You only get one. And that's something that it took a while for me to understand. Like, time you do not get back. And every second, it's just, your clock is just ticking. So be mindful of the opportunities you take so that you take advantage of all of your time. I'll also say that having a mentor is a very important thing in this industry. As I was becoming a mentor, in the later parts of my career, I wasn't necessarily looking for the mentor that I needed until some burnout from the industry happened. And it literally, having the mentor that bounced my ideas off of, it released so much stress, it released so much anxiety, it released any worry that I had just by bouncing ideas off of someone who's been, again, where I want to go. And I think that the effective mentorship is not only helping the mentor, it's not only helping the mentee, but it's also helping the mentor as well. So for me, I have a mentor that's 10 years older than I am, 20 years older, 30 and 40 years older, but my mentees, they keep me current with time. So my future is kind of having good resilience, and I'm able to move through my future, but I'm also keeping up with the times with my mentees. So you're kind of on both sides of, you're on both sides of the pendulum of time, helping yourself and saving yourself. And, it's again, just one life. You got one life to live, and, don't regret anything that you've gone through. I used to think, like, if I go back in life, like, I regret this decision, but without this decision, I wouldn't be who I am today. Without Full Sail, I wouldn't be who I am today. So I think I'm gonna open Q&A a little bit earlier, if that's okay. Maybe, yeah. So if you have any questions, love to have them.
Hello, my name is Jason Lewis, and I'm a recording arts student, and thank you for coming out here again today. A lot of information, good to use. But my question is, I heard you mention God a lot, and I wanted to ask, like, being a man of faith, how do you navigate yourself through the industry, and can you identify any times where you felt you were, somebody tried to ask you to compromise your beliefs or anything, and how did you get through that?
Yeah, being an engineer that mostly mixes hip hop and R&B for a while in my career, I don't want to say I lost my faith. I continued to believe in God, but I didn't necessarily pray as much as I did. I didn't necessarily actually make the connection with the Lord. I really do have my wife Ariel to thank for that, because it was like a wake-up call. Like, when the pandemic happened, and it was like, God is sitting you down for a reason. And it especially in today's world right now, you've seen like all the flights going down and everything. I used to get on flights and never had any issues, never. And how do you not pray to what you believe, for making you land safely, or walking through a black man walking through the streets of Paris and nothing happens to you. So I kind of got lost in that environment just because of what, no one talks about their faith. Especially, and I came from church, so no one, once you get into the entertainment, or what I experienced, no one talked about your faith at all. So you kind of just cope and go along with whatever society is telling you to go with. No one talks about it, so you kind of just don't talk about it. Or you hear the saying, like, don't talk about politics, money, or God. And psychologically, you're like, well, I guess I don't want to be the only person talking about those three things. I'm going to keep it all to myself. And because of that, I'm now, massively into my faith. Every show, before the show, I even if like a lot of stuff is going on, I have my eyes open. I'll just talk with God and say, I pray that the show goes well. I pray that the gear works as it is intended to work. I pray that the band and the artists on stage have a good show. I pray that the crew has a great show. And most importantly, I pray that the fans have a safe and fun experience. And that this is when I get a little selfish and I ask the Lord, I pray that someone enjoys the sound. Everyone enjoys the sound and it lasts with them. And ever since I've done that, I haven't had a show that anything wrong has happened. And so when you start to make the connection, you're like, man, my higher universe, my Lord, my Savior is walking with me. He's literally there whenever I need him to be. And, even if people feel weird about it, that's for them to deal with. It's my faith. It's what I believe in. So I hope that helps.
Last question. I graduated in November. Like coming up to your graduation date, what were you doing to prepare yourself for like life after Full Sail?
Nothing. Yeah, because remember, I had the expectation that I was going to work for the sound company. And so I went home without a job and was really like scrambling to figure this all out. Everything that happened after graduation and even me not getting a job was divine. And it's kind of like releasing the anxiety and tension of what do I have to do? What do I have to do? Whatever you're going to go through, my belief is that it's already planned out and it's gonna play out how it's supposed to play out. And when you release the weight and the energy, again, all that anxiousness, it's unnecessary. Now, don't get me wrong, we're human beings and, we like to revert back to what we've been taught and what has genetically been passed down, through our lineage. So it takes time to unprogram your mind to think the ways that we've been programmed to think. So give yourself grace because there are moments where you dip back into old thought, but it's like, again, one life, make the most out of it, learn from every single bit of it, and know that it's happening for you. So.
All right, thank you again.
You're very welcome.
So while she's approaching the mic, I have a couple of questions online. Sydney in audio production asks, basically, she graduates, enjoys the weekend. What does she do on Monday?
One more time, I'm sorry.
What does she do after graduation?
Oh. I would say after graduation, pat yourself on the back. You've literally achieved something that people want to do what you're, or she's a camera somewhere. People are dreaming of being where you are right now. And, you've accomplished something that some people never decide to take a leap of faith and try to go do. So give yourself a pat on the back, but then know that, if that's on Friday and Saturday or Saturday and Sunday, you're patting your back, Monday morning it's time to work. And don't get complacent in the, I graduated, it's time to really kick it into overdrive. Graduation is when the work begins. You're in your control bubble here in your safe space here on campus. And after that, it's the real world. And, if you don't have a mentor, some people don't look out for you. It's dog eat dog. It's the entertainment industry. Those in film, listening to other Hall of Famers talk about what it's like in California for the film. And it's kind of the same thing for show production when the pandemic came, work is disappearing. So it's just being creative, get to the drawing board and figure out what the next steps are. But also making sure that you're not too hard on yourself because you're new. You're not gonna get the job let me stand corrected. You may get the job that's your dream job, but the goal is to keep that job until it's time to go find what's next for you. So.
Hi. Okay, I have two questions. First, hi, I'm Deja. I remember seeing you last year when you got inducted, so congrats.
Thank you.
And I just want to know, is there anything that you have done in this year? Because it's already been a year. Anything that you've done in this year that you would like to share that you're proud of? Anything?
You said anything that I'm proud of?
Yeah, that you've done in this year from when you were inducted to now.
Yeah. So, I mean, there have been many of things that I'm super proud of that have happened in the last year. Probably one of the most biggest ones for me is I got to partner with the Obama Foundation, and also the My Brother's Keeper Alliance and the Guitars Over Guns Foundation, which is from Illinois, which my wife Ariel is from Chicago, a suburb of Chicago. But that's a full circle moment for me because when I worked for the artist Neo, we actually performed at the White House, and I have a photo with President Obama. So this partnership has allowed us to do some amazing things. Like last year at the Alicia Keys concert, we had some mentees come down to the United Center and get a behind the scenes tour of the show. They also got to meet Alicia. They got to sit during sound check. And then we also this year were blessed to have the opportunity to bring down a couple of the mentees to my left here. So again, it's allowed me to really just make connections for people who may not necessarily know like a place like Full Sail exists. So that's probably my big one for this year, or the last 365 days.
Okay, and then one more question. Being in such a demanding industry, also like my boyfriend, he's a current student as well, and we're taking two different paths. So how have you been able to manage your relationship in such a demanding industry?
I mean, I think I said it in my speech, like I owe everything to my wife. Like my life got better. My career got better once I got married and being in a relationship with her, and literally having that support system. And, you know, it really helps get you through the tough times. And also being there for them as well, right? You know, you both are in the same, I would assume, in entertainment industry. So it's like, you know, some days you're gonna be 60, some days he's gonna be 40, you're gonna have to be 60. He may be 30, you're gonna have to be 70. And that's, you know, one, it's love, because you'll be there for your significant other. But I'll share an example with you. We talked about last Hall of Fame. At the time, I was dealing with some stuff in my career that was a bit difficult. And to be quite honest with you, I was ready to give this up. Like I was done with this. And to be on campus with you all and smile and be happy and share, you know, great stories, but meanwhile go back to the hotel room and want to just break down because it's a couple of things. It's imposter syndrome. Am I supposed to even be up on this stage? Am I worth being here? And then it's also like, did I make the right decision of chasing this dream? You know, but thankfully to my wife, we maneuvered it, and now have the tools set to, you know, figure out when these moments happen again, if they happen again. Again, now that we have the tools, we'll have a path of least resistance to get through them. But man, significant others, family, love, that's what gets me through. It you know, my wife will probably, you know, without her, I don't even know what she was, the left or the right. Like honestly, there's moments where you're just out of it and you need that lean on, you know. And especially for men, and speaking as a man of color, like find that person that you could be vulnerable with. Vulnerability, it don't mean you weak. It means that, you know, you need a little bit of help and you can effectively communicate that to your partner. It's something that, again, we're human. So we revert back to what we've been taught to do. So give yourself grace, but keep giving it a shot and be vulnerable with your partner and your loved ones. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So I have a couple more questions online. I'll just give you both of them. The first one is, did you have to wait until graduation for opportunities to present themselves? And then the other question is, what is the best way to find a mentor?
Yeah. Again, I didn't. My end of school time, I did not execute that the best way possible, because I put all my eggs in that one basket. But I say, and I've said it to students today, career development is your best friend. I don't know what the schedule is now with the students, but if you, month 1, month 2, week 1, go say hello to your career advisor or anyone in that office. Imagine career development as LinkedIn, and they are the connection to massive amounts of connections. And the idea is to be on their memory, be in their mind, let them know your name, let them know what you're interested in, even though it's probably going to change throughout your course, but be so driven that they know who you are by name. And the hope is that if they know what you want, they'll be able to facilitate a position or an opportunity, really, for you to go do a job. The second question was about finding a mentor, right? Yeah. I think finding a mentor for those, especially like myself, I'm very introverted. So in the beginning, it was like, this feels cringy talking to people that I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to have this conversation or whatever. And I still suffer till today with a bit of it, but the idea is to find a connection between you and that person. And I gave an example to someone earlier in a meet and greet, and I said, with technology today, if you're having problems with the wording, just use like ChatGPT, and the prompt is write an introduction email to someone that I want to network with. My name is so-and-so, I'm interested in this, you're very interesting, let's connect. Copy and paste, send that on LinkedIn to whoever you're interested in connecting with. And if they reply, great, move forward with the relationship. If they don't reply, then maybe at the time that wasn't the right connection for you. Again, everything is supposed to play out how it's supposed to play out. So maybe at that time it's not the right time. And then I'll double down more. It's like, I had someone ask me, if you find the mentor that's a little bit older or out of date with what you're currently working through, I like to say the idea is like, take the meat and throw away the bone. So if anyone here had lamb here, like a lamb shank, take the meat off for what you need right now to feed yourself, but then take the bone and save it and so you can make a stew later. And the idea is that information may not apply to you right here and right now, but I'm sure that information 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, it'll pop and it'll connect for you. So that's my thing on mentorship. Yeah.
Do you have advice on how to be a good mentee?
Yeah. As someone who early on searched for mentees, you have to show that you want to be mentored. A mentor does not want to waste their time, but they will, a good one will understand that you are hungry and you want to be mentored, and don't pester them, but also, if they give you something to do, make sure that you do whatever it was, the task, come back in a couple of days and update them so they know that the time and energy that they invested in you actually worked or didn't work, and then we can change the plan. There's a couple of engineers that I've mentored, and one of them is an alumni of Full Sail, and I was able to bring him out on tour with me, and to watch his growth in the clients that he now has, since we started mentoring him, his career has jumped exponentially. He now goes out and gigs that I can't cover, he covers them for me, and he, how I operate and how I maneuver the industry, the brand and the name and the way I'm polished, how I operate, he now holds that same regard to himself. And he has his own company, and clients pay him through his company now. And I said to him most recently, I said, I am so proud of you, because it's like you literally listened and more importantly, you applied what I told you. And it's quite selfish, because it's, again, as much as it's to help whoever I'm mentoring, it also makes me feel so great inside that it's like I gotta get more of that out. So effective mentorship is like super powerful, and good mentors are life-changing. Yeah.
You need to be a teacher.
I don't know if I live in Florida though. No, I'm just joking.
Okay, I think one more thing. Oh, actually, go ahead. You go ahead and ask the question.
For your resume, when you found your mentor, what were they looking for within things that you have worked on? What were they looking for?
I'll be honest. All the mentors that I have, or I just sent them what gigs I had worked on. And that was only really to the gentleman, Sean Sturge. That was the first person, that was a true mentor. Other than that, it was just a conversation. And it was, how can we just have a relationship? And then, to be honest with you, I have a mentor now who, his name is Stephen Curtin. He's a big time sound engineer. He works for Pink. He's been with Beyonce for 10 years, was with Beyonce for 10 years. And there's one thing he said, we're peers. And I'm like, man, or we're friends. And we are friends and we are peers, but really to me, he's my mentor. He has, and there was no formal, here's my resume, can you take a look at it? It was just making a connection. So literally anyone can be your mentor if you're learning from them. A librarian can be your mentor. They have more information than you. So how do I receive it? So I don't think it's always necessarily transactional, or here's a piece of documentation. Just a friendship can turn into a mentorship. Yeah. You're welcome.
Okay, so probably last question. What's a good piece of advice that you can leave everyone with?
I would say a good piece of advice is just that, and I said it earlier, just recognize you just got that one life. And, we see the sand dropping in, I forgot what it's called, but you see the drops of sand going down, and it's when it's gone, and you never know when it's going to happen. So make sure that every single opportunity that's presented to you, you take advantage of it, no matter if you see good coming from it, you see bad coming from it. Just understand that it's happening to you. It's happening for you. I apologize. And again, once you start to learn to adapt that, life seems to flow. You seem to just like waves, the ebbs and the flows, you just ride them up and down. At a time I used to think I just want my life to be in the middle. Nothing bad's happening, nothing good's happening. But when you go to a hospital and you see that heart rate go through the middle, that means you're not alive. So ride those waves, let it beep, let it go. So that'd be probably one of my pieces of advice.
Great advice. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Very welcome.
that video, so fun. But what's really important is Cubanito subs out there. Who doesn't want a Cuban? I do. Cuban sandwich, maybe a pretzel. CX is popping right now. So much fun. Look at all those people outside having a great time. I know I'm having a great time. Hopefully you guys are as well. Everybody at home, thank you for tuning in. We're so excited. All I know is watching Brandon's panel, my goodness, that human is just so positive, and he just brings just positivity out there, and I love his perspective on life and how he gives back to everybody. Just a genuinely wonderful human being. But coming up in our next hour, we'll be sitting down with more inductees from past years and see the cartoon side of Sheena Fowler and challenge Margaret Haig to a logo drawing challenge. Plus, many more chances to win prizes before we head into our 4 p.m. panel with Sean McCabe. But do not forget to connect with us and follow along on social media at Full Sail on Instagram, TikTok, and X. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF throughout the week and share your Hall of Fame experience with the entire Full Sail community. Yes, good times, good stuff. We want to see all about it. But right now, let's check in with our friend Shay out in the creative experience. But first, let's learn a little bit about who will be joining her. Let's take a look.
My family has always been in some form of photography or videography. My grandfather was taking 8mm films of his family. We were always sitting around the TV, watching his videos, critiquing his videos. I was really fortunate that my dad is a photographer by passion, and he took me under his wing and just taught me everything. And when he decided to learn Avid and editing while I was still in high school, I got to just learn along the way with him. And that opened a lot of doors to take something that I love to watch and learn how to make it interesting and how to play with it. I was working in New York as a post-production PA, and I was doing a lot of vlogging and a lot of incredible stuff. Worked with HBO boxing, got to work on the Women's World Cup, but I was kind of stuck, and I hit that glass ceiling where I thought that was all I could do. Finding a place like Full Sail to empower me and inspire me and get that confidence helped me move up. And while I didn't go back and work for them, there's always opportunities when you keep good relationships. And it's amazing that they were able to see me go from someone who was just entry level and trying to figure things out to saying, this is the decision that I'm making and I'm confident about the decision that I'm making. My work with the Orlando Film Commission completely came from my volunteership with Women in Film and Television Florida. I started to volunteer on that board, became one of their first junior board members, and got to know the group. My close relationship with Jen Pennypacker at the Film Commission through Women in Film and Television absolutely cemented my love for the work that they did. I hadn't known what film commissions did at the time. So when I got to learn that maybe I could use some of my volunteership and service to the community that I grew up with, combined with my passion for entertainment, it seemed like a dream come true. But I learned people don't leave these jobs, and there's very few positions in it around the world. And so there's not a lot of opportunities. Jen found an opportunity she wanted to go pursue, and there had been an opening at the Orlando Film Commission right at that time. And so she, worked hard to get me in for interviews and got me in, and I started as the coordinator for the department, doing all the permits and learning about all the locations and organizing everything. And I've had a lot of crazy fun projects that have come through, whether it's been trying to film a Chrysler commercial in the middle of the Winter Park Art Festival to working on Tomorrowland with Disney. We get to play this little part in bigger projects and help bring a story to life in our community. Orlando has this perception that it's a transition town, and you come here for something, but it's not for a lifetime. What I originally thought was going to be a quick 9-month program at Full Sail turned into working for the Orlando Economic Partnership, where I actually go out and share the story of this community that has built up artistry and music and business and a type of inclusion and collaboration that I haven't found in a lot of other communities. And I think that's what makes this place so special. And I don't plan on leaving anytime soon.
here on the back lot, I'm here with the legend of Orlando, Hall of Fame 9 inductee, Sheena Fowler. How are you?
Hi, happy to be here.
And today we're going to be doing some caricatures, but before we do that, how are you feeling about being back to Hall of Fame altogether?
This is where I fill up, right? Like I come back, I get my energy that lasts me the rest of the year. This is where I meet people. It's some of the best networking I do all year round. So this is my special place.
And I know we haven't talked to you since last year. Do you have any life updates?
I am traveling way more than I ever have in my entire life. So I am enjoying that ride while it lasts. Paris, Dubai, London. I've gotten some good work trips this year.
I can fit into a suitcase. Okay.
And your shoes.
Oh, yes, and my shoes. So a little birdie told me that you and Nina, one of our inductees this year, used to room together. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, we lived just down the street together, and it was the best. You know, you find your like people, right? So we wanted to work non-stop. So every free second that we had, we were shooting another movie together, and it was just a really great time in our life.
I love that. See, you got to find like-minded tribe and then just go for it. So we're going to do some rapid-fire trivia questions. I'm going to go as fast as I can while we get our caricatures done, which we do not even see. So let's begin. Who is your hero?
Ooh, Superwoman. Wonder Woman.
Yes. Where did you go on your last vacation?
Ooh, I haven't had a vacation. I don't vacation. I work.
What's your favorite word in another language?
Ooh, merci.
Oh, I like that. Salty or sweet?
Sweet.
Are you more of a thinker or a doer?
Ooh, I run the line of both. I cannot pick one.
That's a type A.
Yeah.
What's the cringiest thing you did as a teenager?
Oh, so I think one of the things that really blew my mind was that I was able to completely forget that I was holding ice cream in my hand and go to itch my ear while I was standing in front of a professional basketball team at a Magic game and like shoved it all over my face, and they all looked at me and laughed, and I had to just smile and move on and pretend everything was okay.
I feel like with that era, I'm just imagining like Shaquille O'Neal looking down at you like, whoa, silly girl.
Oh, totally normal.
So if you were going to be in the Guinness Book of World Records, what do you think you would be able to do? Like, what would be your thing?
Oh, holding my breath underwater. No doubt.
Yeah. I'm not going to make Mickey do it now, but like next year, we're going to make that a thing. What object do you lose or misplace the most?
My phone.
You got the
AirTag in my hand, and then I forget that it's...
Yep. What's your go-to karaoke song?
I'm terrified of karaoke. Like, absolutely terrified. But if it were, and Cully's not listening, but come on, Eileen. One day I will sing it.
All right, you heard it here. Cully's going to come over and they're going to sing it together. What is the best advice you've ever received?
To keep breathing. Take a deep breath, keep breathing, and then if I can tag one more, pay it forward.
And what motivates you the most?
I want to leave a legacy of people that change the world for good, whether that's through storytelling or just being good humans. So any little thing that I can do to help change that's what gets me up every day.
I like that. It's always moving forward. How do you cope with hardship?
I take a lot of deep breaths and I call people that I trust, right? I think life is about building a village of people that you trust, and it's totally normal to be in places where you're overwhelmed and you're out of your comfort zone. That's the good stuff where you grow. So you phone a friend.
And what do you think is the key to living a good life?
Oh, people.
What was your dream job as a child?
Movie star.
So you're doing it now. I mean, we're not wrong.
We're not wrong.
What are 3 things you absolutely cannot live without?
Oh, okay. So I have to have some sort of lipstick. I think that is like an essential in my life. I have to have amazing shoes. And then I've got to have somewhere to go with people that I love.
She's a woman on a mission, ready to go and change the world. How would you define yourself in 3 words?
Confused, determined, and creative.
Mine would be Sheena bleeping flower, but you know, there was a bleep there. What was your first job?
My first job was a PA for the Captain Planet Foundation. I produced a video for them and had to hold a very expensive camera in a canoe, and it really freaked me out. But here I am, still doing it.
The Captain Planet? The one that's saving the world?
Yeah, it was literally the Captain Planet Foundation had a show in the 80s, and I got to work on it.
That's amazing. How do you encourage women to not give up and to keep going?
Oh, I have to have those conversations. Like, come and talk to me. That's my special sauce. I have great women that have surrounded me, that I've helped to build up my pedigree, and now I want to pay it forward to everyone else. All right, so I'm turning the tables, my friend. It's time for you. What was your first job?
I was a grocery bagger and I worked for tips.
What was your go-to pastime?
Playing The Sims.
What is your Hogwarts house?
Slytherin! I got the Dark Mark and everything. Sorry, Mom.
Obviously. Describe your style in one word?
Goth.
What do you collect that you can say on camera?
The Sims games, honestly, I have all of them.
What's your lazy dinner?
A block of cheese.
Oh, good one.
It's like a regular dinner. Girl dinner.
Instagram or Twitter?
Ooh, Twitter, because I love running my mouth a lot.
What movie do you quote the most?
Muppet Christmas Carol.
That's awesome.
It's my favorite movie.
What quote? Give me one.
Oh my God. I can't now, like, Scrooge. Stuff like that.
What are you most looking forward to?
I love seeing all the students come back and get really excited. I feel like it really revitalizes everyone. They get in the spirit of things, and it's just my favorite. All right, thank you. I don't know if I've ever been interviewed before. Are you ready to see our caricatures?
I think I am. These guys are amazing.
All right, here we go.
Ready?
Stop, that's so cute. Wow, this is amazing. I love it.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sheena. Do you have any last words you want to shout out?
Come up and have a conversation with anyone from Hall of Fame. We're here to chat with you, talk with you, and ready to pay it forward. So good to see you guys.
And we mentioned her earlier, but let's learn a little bit more about Nina and how good she is with the ABCs.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
Hi, I'm Nina, 2007 film grad. Let's play a game. All right, here we go. A, Americans. B, Boardwalk Empire. C, City of Angels. D, Dog Day Afternoon. E, End of the World. F, Felicity. G, Gangs of New York. H, Hell on Wheels. I, Indiana Jones. J, Jurassic Park. K, Killing Eve. L, Lion King. M, Monster Ball. N, Ninja Turtles. O, October Sky. P, Pirates of the Caribbean. Q, oh, that's the hard one. What is the name of that movie? The Quest. Something. The Quest. R is Revolution. S would be. You guys are really testing me today. Star Wars. T. This one should be easy. The Mentalist. U. The Umbrella Academy. V. Victory. War of the Worlds. X-Men. I don't know. Does P.S. I Love You count? There's a Y in U. U, the show U. There you go. U. Z, Zoolander. Hope you guys have a really good editor. Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm looking at you. I'm Nina. I'm a grad from July of 2007. I was in the film program. You can come up. I want to hear your questions. I want to know what you want to be when you grow up. I want to know what movies you want to work on. Do you want to work on TV?
Love Nina.
How can you not?
I can't believe her and Sheena were roommates. I had no idea.
That's crazy.
That
isn't
is
it?
so fun to me.
So many Hall of Famers are like friends or whatever, like went to class with another Hall of Famer and whatnot. Someday, maybe you and I will be in the Hall of Fame.
I mean, I don't see why not.
I mean, except you were valedictorian.
I was valedictorian.
Still
Yeah,
bitter.
she'll be bitter forever. It's
forever,
okay.
but that's okay.
Look at everybody hanging out there by the student stage. I hope everybody's having a good time, enjoying Hall of Fame. We're almost at the end of our first day, but there's so much more.
Oh my goodness,
We've
yes.
still got more panels. We've got more games.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good next
More food
couple
trucks.
hours.
Priorities, Jess, priority.
I know. I got a juice on our last break.
You didn't get me one.
I'm sorry. I got one for Sweet Pea. So
okay, that's all right. But let's get to know our Hall of Fame members just a little bit more. Again, let's take a look here. 2007 film graduate Nina Lopez Corrado is an alumni member of the WB-TV Directors Workshop and has directed episodes of Mayor of Kingstown, Perry Mason, The Nevers, A Million Little Things, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., The Mentalist, Supernatural, and many more. She is scheduled to direct an episode of The Last of Us for HBO, and as founding partner of Broken Toy Works, is currently developing 2 feature films, 3 one-hour dramas, a half-hour comedy, and a DIY reality series. I want her resume.
I want to not be her. It sounds like she's exhausted. Video game developer, artist, writer, educator, songwriter, and musician Natalie Asport is a 2013 computer animation graduate whose credits include AAA titles Just Cause 3, Just Cause 4, Rage 2, and Contraband. She currently serves as a senior prop artist at NetherRealm Studios and is an adjunct professor at NYU teaching 3D modeling for games, a course she co-designed. Whew.
I know, these people.
They do it all.
So talented. 2014 game development graduate and Navy veteran Mark Diaz spent 8 years with AAA developer id Software, working on the celebrated reboot of the Doom franchise on games including Doom VR and Doom Eternal. Today, the grad is working as a lead gameplay programmer at Insomniac Games, where he recently shipped Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and is currently in development on Marvel's Wolverine.
VP of Technology at Proforma and Chief Technology Officer for Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Post-Secondary Educational Consultants, 2010 Web Design and Development graduate Michael LaPlante boasts more than 14 years of experience in tech with companies of all sizes, from social media giants and trillion-dollar search engines to government agencies.
And now we have Grammy-winning record producer, songwriter, vocal producer, mix engineer, musician, and U.S. Army veteran Benjamin Rice is a 2012 recording arts graduate who has worked with artists including Lady Gaga, Selena Gomez, and John Legend. He's also worked on original music for films, including Disney's Wish and A Star is Born, where he engineered and vocal produced the entire soundtrack, as well as co-produced several of the songs, resulting in his first, but I'm sure not last, Grammy win.
2001 recording arts graduate Nadine Santos serves as the Vice President of Programming and Artist Relations at Music Choice. Her adept relationship building extends to major record labels such as Republic Records, Interscope, RCA, and Warner Records, where she's developed valuable artist collaborations with music icons including Mariah Carey, Taylor Swift, and Meghan Trainor. Taylor Swift on your resume must be insane.
Who's that? Never heard of her.
Who's that?
Who's
She's
Taylor?
like breaking records for touring. Are you?
Taylor.
It starts with an S.
Swift.
W. Like Swift, like a bird. Are birds swift?
I'm just gonna shake it off because I don't know what you're talking about. Oh! Anyway.
That's my favorite Taylor Swift
Wow,
song.
we have problems. Anyway, you know what, folks? Let's get to know some of our other graduates. Let's check out this video with Hall of Fame 2 inductee, Mr. Mark Fishman.
Growing up, my dad and my grandmother were really big movie fans, so it was always a big part of my childhood, and I was always just kind of transformed to those places, and I think part of what got me there was the sound. I didn't really know it at the time. It kind of took me a while to figure out, but that was one of the things that just struck me of what a cinematic experience was. And the other part was I would just have this really insane curiosity about electronics, and I always had to have the new thing, and I was the first person that had a CD player that of any of my friends, and would bring people over and go, oh my gosh, you need to listen to this. It all kind of came together for me after I got out of high school and started finding out exactly what different people did on films. And like most people, I think you see Hollywood as this place that's almost like a castle that's kind of, you can't get into, you can't get over the moat, you can't do those things. And I started figuring it out. Well, there's a guy who records the sound on the set, and there's a guy who does the costumes, and there's a guy who does this, and there's a guy who mixes the films. And I think once I realized that and started seeing about the technology and how interested I was in stereo equipment and the technology at the time, that it was starting to read these really interesting articles that Mix Magazine was publishing about sound for film and picking those up and really finding what I thought was the dream job for me. When I get to come in and work in these recording studios on a day-to-day basis and sit in the middle of it and push all the buttons and make all the lights go red and blue and be able to hear the sounds come out of the speakers, it's like being a kid in a candy store every day. You get to sit in front of all this big thing that looks like the Starship Enterprise, and it's kind of reliving your childhood every day with a little bit more pressure, but it sure is a lot of fun. One of the great things about working in sound and audio is that a lot of people don't understand what we do or how we do it or how it can have an effect on people. They would only really notice it if we took it away. And having done a bunch of horror films, it's really gratifying to know that a lot of times it's kind of us that scares the audience. And it's something you have to, you kind of have to wield gently sometimes because you don't want to make it too loud or too scary. But it's a lot of fun to do that, and that's one of the most enjoyable experiences, is going out and seeing some of the genre horror films that we do and understanding that a lot of the scare has come from what we were able to add. It's a little sick and twisted, but it's a lot of fun to make people cry and wince.
I've always said that it's one thing to get somebody who's good at what they do. Mark's really good at what he does, but he's also a really nice person. And at the end of the day, it's all about the life experience. You go in there and you go, "Ooh, good, I get to see Mark again today." That's an actual fun thing for me. At this stage of my life, I look at, is it a good life experience? So with Mark, it's really good. So I always look forward to it, doing it. And we just did another picture together, and I'd do all my pictures with him. He's such a really good guy, and he's smart, and he's great at what he does.
I think looking back over my career, I'm really proud of some of the things I've achieved. Winning an Emmy's just been really special. It's one of those things, it was really an amazing experience. And because of how much we put into our work and how much we sacrifice in our personal lives, it's been a really great experience, and one that I hope a lot of people get to go through in their lives. It's really nice to have some validation for your work.
Can't hear anything. All right, you guys, we are back here with 3 audio gurus. That's what I like to call them, gurus. Do you guys just want to introduce yourselves so I don't have to?
Sure, I guess. I'm Mark Kilborn, Hall of Fame 11. I do sounds for video games.
I'm Mark Fishman. I'm from Hall of Fame 2.
Yes.
And I'm a re-recording mixer for film and television.
Francis, what do you do?
Frank Schuring, Hall of Fame 7. Also I'm audio artist for games now.
So we've got 3 audio guys doing completely different things. Well, you both work in video games now, but that was not always your world. You're in post, you were in post. What is it like? What would you tell students now? Like, they're going into recording arts, some of them are thinking, oh, I just want to make fat beats, I want to, make music. There is a whole other world out there in audio. Did you guys know when you were going to school that you would end up doing what you're doing?
I did, but I'm weird. Like, I knew when I was a little kid that I wanted to do this, so I'm not normal.
You really knew you wanted game audio?
When I was like 8 years old, yeah. I was playing games on my NES, and I waffled a little bit, like, should I go into music? Should I do sound effects? But I kind of knew this was the goal.
That's amazing. How about you, Mark?
Well, I knew it. I mean, I loved films, grew up in the Star Wars era and all that.
Yeah.
And I didn't know this job or career even existed. So when I came to Full Sail and kind of started putting the pieces together, I knew exactly that's where I wanted to go. So I consider myself one of the luckiest people alive. I mean, I love what I do. Got really lucky.
That's awesome. How about you, Frank?
No, I came here wanting to do music.
Yeah.
And then I took the audio post class, and I was like, oh, dang, all right. I think I can do that. And then I went completely different. Now with the game stuff, I definitely did not plan that, back then. Yeah.
Well, it's so great having you guys back, and I know you guys come back a lot, but now, do you have any advice for the new Hall of Famers, the guys getting inducted on Thursday? You guys were there once, now you're just chilling, hanging out. Any advice for those guys?
My advice is to make sure that they sleep Wednesday night before the ceremony on Thursday.
Did you sleep the night before your Hall of Fame induction?
I don't remember, honestly.
Do you ever sleep, though, Frank? Let's be honest.
No, I don't
you
sleep.
Don't.
I don't sleep.
No, I mean, I think it's a good time to reflect on your career up to this point. I mean, I know for me, that night before, it was just a couple hours sitting there and just thinking about getting to this point and all the people and coming back to Full Sail and seeing everybody again, and just still even coming back here now, this is just what I remember. I mean, it was a teeny school. It's the energy and people doing what they love. And I just think for them, it's a really great time to stop, reflect, and it's a really good time to start thinking about the future. I mean, that's what was really helpful for me.
Yeah, I think I would say 2 points to them. One, enjoy it and don't worry about it going by too fast, because this week is a blur when you're getting inducted. The next year and the following years will be easier. But also, like, I feel very strongly that this is like a superpower kind of thing. Like, the fact that I can talk to students and they'll actually listen to me, use it for good, because you can do a lot of good. You can help people avoid a lot of mistakes and make a lot of good decisions, and they'll actually listen to us. At least I think they will.
Absolutely. Let's get a little technical here. I know AI is a big thing these days. How is AI affecting you guys' industry? Is it bad? Is it negative? Is it good?
I feel like it's kind of uncertain so far. You know, it's been affecting us in certain tools we use, like certainly dialogue noise reduction tools, things like that have been really interesting. You know, there's a lot of talk about will AI replace us all. I don't think we're there yet. I think we've got quite a ways to go, but it's very uncertain to me. Like, I see a lot of cool things that could be done with it, and I see a lot of things that are a little scary, and I just don't know which way it's going to go. I'm curious what you think.
No, I think that we've seen a lot of new technologies on tools and, like you said, dialogue noise reduction, and we're starting to see tools that can identify things on screen and go, that's an airplane, so let me put the sound effect there. I still don't think this is a business and storytelling is an interpersonal thing. And I think it's going to be a long, long, long time until a director or a creative exec or a showrunner can actually have a conversation with a computer and bring that to the forefront. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I think that the human element of that part of it, I think things will be streamlined. I think the workflow might shorten a little bit, but I don't see in the next 20 years things just disappearing in terms of jobs or the creative talent that people bring to things. I just can't see that happening.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of discussion about it, but you also have to think about the legal side of it, right? And so for like working for EA, a big company like that, they're really worried about that. So it's going to take a long time before any of that actually gets implemented, at least for a company like EA, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if there's one piece of advice I can give to young game sound folks, it's don't specialize so hard in one specific thing. Try to be a very powerful generalist who can do a lot of things, because even if a tool comes along that can generate sound effects and have them sound amazing, somebody still has to hook it up. Somebody still has to talk to the director and make sure that it's doing what they want. Like, there's so many areas of our job. Don't specialize in one thing to the exclusion of all others. And I think that makes you a little more survivable long term. It's my take on it.
That makes me really happy. I'm a voiceover artist, and I know some people are using AI now for voiceovers, and it's driving me crazy, but if you guys say it's going to stay, then it's going to stay. Will you hire me again, Frank?
Absolutely. It's way more fun to work with a real human than it is with AI. So.
That's true. It is cheaper, though, to work with AI, but that's okay.
You can't give AI direction, right?
That's true.
I can't say, Tracy, give me a read that's a little more subtle on this word, or you can't do that. We will get to those places, and that will be the next sound artist, right?
Right.
Maybe instead of a sound effects editor, they're a voice creator, and they do that. Those things will change. I don't think any of us can see where it's going, but you just can't be scared about it, right?
Sure.
If you do that, then you're going to wake up one day and go, where did all the jobs go? Because you decided to be
We
scared.
all need work. But anyway, one more question. What are you guys working on that we can talk about? Anything exciting?
So we have one project that's announced. We're working on a game called Exodus with Archetype Entertainment in Austin, which Matthew McConaughey is the main character, and he announced it at the Game Awards last year.
I like
everything
him.
else everything else we're working on is all under NDA, and I can't discuss it.
Yeah, right.
But it's exciting.
Mark?
Getting ready to start mixing season 2 of a show called Mayfair Witches for AMC. A couple film projects at the end of the year, and then on to Last of Us season 2.
If only that was a good show.
It
was an incredible show.
It's okay.
It's just okay. Oh, wait, did you win an award for that?
Maybe.
Okay. Frank, what about you? What are you working on these days?
We are wrapping up College Football 25, so the return of college football in gaming. That comes out in July, and then we are almost to the finish line of Madden 25 at the same time. So, yeah.
Very cool. Well, Frank, I'm really sorry we're not playing your induction video just yet, but since we're good friends, can you help me and throw it to the next one? Because I know how much you love being on camera.
All right.
You
yeah.
look at camera 2 right there, sir.
Camera 2?
Yeah, see, it says Frank.
Okay.
Now read.
Hi. Here's a little more about Mark Kilborn.
I have been obsessed with sound since I was young. I played Metal Gear for the NES, and the sound of the guards being alerted really caught my attention. That was when it occurred to me, hey, somebody's doing this, like somebody makes these sounds. I would make cassette tapes where I held the boombox up to my TV and recorded the sound effects out of the sound effect test menu, and I would try to cut these little scenes together. That was kind of how I got into it initially, and the obsession just never stopped. I was a major nerd when I was here, in a good way. Like, I was the kid who sat in the front row of every class on my laptop, taking notes, asking tons of questions. I felt like if I put in a lot, I would get a lot, and I did. It seemed to me that the best odds I had of finding a job were just talking to everybody I possibly could about what I wanted to do. I always tell people, you have to network a lot, but you have to make friends, and that's been something that I feel has helped me a lot in my career. My first game audio job came to me via Matt Pearsall. He knew I wanted to get into game sound. I was working at this Post studio being a film transfer assistant, and one day he called me and said, hey, I'm working on a Tony Hawk game. I need some help. Do you want to help me? I quit my job immediately, and I started working with him. And the game was Tony Hawk's Project 8 for the PS2, 360, and a few other platforms.
I called him up and I said, okay, before we begin, there's a level in Tony Hawk that's an amusement park. Why don't we go to Six Flags and record Six Flags? And this was in Dallas. So we snuck our field recording gear in, and I had this binaural set up, and Mark had a couple of what I'd consider to be stealth mics. We snuck those in, we rode roller coasters. When we sent it to Never Stop, they were like, these roller coasters sound incredible. Where did you get this horse? You'll never believe. Theft.
I learned a lot from Matt. He is this wildly creative sound designer. So I learned a lot just by standing in his office and watching him work. He gave me a lot of ideas about how to use and misuse your audio tools to create interesting sounds. A lot of my day is making sounds and hooking them up into a game. There's a lot of communicating with other members of the audio teams I'm working with. The atypical days are really fun because I get to record stuff and create new source material. I love recording. That's one of my favorite parts of my job. A project I'm currently on, I needed a bunch of fresh glass break sounds. So I went to a dollar store, a few blocks away from my house, and just bought 3 of every type of glass they had. And I took them out in my backyard and I set up some mics and I just spent an afternoon smashing glasses and having fun and got some really great source material out of that.
Mark's work ethic is apparent in his personal life, his family life, and his career. And I can tell that he still loves what he's doing. He's not planning to get out of the industry. He's just a more balanced individual with an extremely great and grounded work ethic. Mark's also very active in the game audio community, very quick to give a compliment, very quick to be positive. And as simple as that sounds, it's kind of rare. And it's easy to get negative about it. Work can be overwhelming, but he's been consistently public and consistently positive. Mark wants to bring the whole game audio industry up as opposed to just himself up, which is why I think he's succeeded.
People have helped me all the way through my career. Just about every job I've ever gotten has been through some connection I've made. People have mentored me and given me advice along the way. I had somebody earlier in my career who helped me and gave me a lot of advice. And I asked, hey, how can I repay you? Can I buy you lunch the next time I see you? What do you want? And his answer was, just help other people. Do this for somebody else. I'm honored and I'm very, very humbled to be joining this group of amazing people. I mean, I'm going to be in a group with people like David Farmer and Gary Rizzo. Holy shit. I hope this gives me the clout to talk to students and have them actually listen to me. I just want to do the most good I can with it.
goodness. What a fun interview you did there, Tracy. I love that.
Audio guys, man. But talking about audio, check out the student stage.
Ooh.
We've got a performer up there. People are dancing. They're having a great time. I wish I was out there right now.
I know, except it's like 97 degrees. So I also am glad I'm here in the air conditioning.
That's
Yay,
true. What?
AC.
I don't know what's happening. Is he rapping? Is he singing? I am not sure.
Is he dancing? Is he
dancing?
Is he going to crowd dive? I don't.
Yeah, these are
these
students
are okay. Whoa.
These are students in the audience. Probably a lot of students running the show as well.
Yeah.
This guy is just don't hurt yourself, buddy. Don't hurt yourself. Safety first.
Living his best life. What a dream come true. I don't think I could do that. I know we see me doing this now, but that's like a whole different skill set.
Yeah, you won't do theater and out there.
I did theater in high school, but I was back of house. I was the back of house manager and assistant to the director. Those are very important jobs.
I don't know, Jess. I think you could be out there.
Speaking of Show Pro, let's catch up with everything that's happened so far this week. Yes. Show production students work throughout the week to bring the Hall of Fame experience to attendees and online viewers. Because of their commitment to their craft during Full Sail's biggest week, they don't always get the chance to take advantage of all of the amazing panels, presentations, and workshops offered throughout Hall of Fame. That's why, for the second year, show production students were invited to a special workshop on Monday where they got to learn from grads and Hall of Famers Brian Carrico, Brandon Blackwell, Justin Rathbun, and Andy Bongart about their experience and advice on the live production industry. These grads have some truly incredible credits, from Beyonce and Broadway to Beatles member himself, Sir Paul McCartney. It means so much that they come back to give back to our students this way.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah. Amazing. On Monday, Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress was home to Full Sail's Tech Expo, a dream event for any tech-loving student. Featuring vendors in some of the industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print, and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Apple, Adobe, MSI, Sony, Panasonic, Shure, Avid, and Focusrite. Unbelievable. And a special shout out to our Hall of Fame live sponsors, Shure and Panasonic, for coming out to share their tech at yesterday's expo, and of course for providing all this wonderful stuff here at the Full Sail Live stage. But right now, we're going to go to something super, super cool. Let's go to the side stage with Jess and some lovely students. Let's take a look.
Thanks, Tracy. I am here hanging out with some awesome students, and we're going to get to know them right now. Hey, what's your name?
I'm Natalie.
Hi, Natalie. And what's your name?
I'm Dante.
Dante, and what are you studying, Natalie?
Game dev.
Game dev. Okay, cool. What about you, Dante?
Game dev.
Oh, you're both game dev students. Okay, are you guys in the same month? Are you going through it together? Okay, homies. We love to see it. So we're going to play this game today. Do you guys eat a lot of chicken sandwiches?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So you'll be able to help each other out, kind of tag team this. So these are all chicken sandwiches from different fast food restaurants. I'm going to give you these cards, which have the names of different fast food restaurants, and you're going to match them up with the sandwich. Okay. We work together. Teamwork makes the dream work, like most things here at Full Sail. So good luck, and I'll coach you through it if I can. I'll let you know if it's a really wrong answer. Okay. All right. Okay. McDonald's for C. Okay. Let's keep going. I mean, I know that I've got an obvious one here that I think is so easy. If it doesn't stay, I will hold it here for you. Let's see. Hold on. What's going on?
I'm pretty sure that's the crispy chicken.
I think you might be right, but let's keep going because they kind of all look the same. I'm not gonna stick here. We're gonna get some tape, but that's okay. Keep going. I'm going to hold it. We think this is this. Okay, we're deliberating right now. What are you guys thinking? You're trying to decide which one is the Popeye sandwich? Do they do sesame seeds at Popeyes? I think BK is safe to say, like, unique shape there for. So we're going to put McDonald's here. We're going to put BK there. Okay. I think so far you guys are doing pretty all right. I'm worried about the Popeyes one because they kind of all look like a Popeyes chicken sandwich. But I've never had Zaxby's. Is it good? No? How's Zaxby's? Is it good?
Zaxby's is pretty good, yeah.
Spicy Zax sauce.
I see the sauce is really good.
There. That's what my producer's saying in my ear, that the sauce is very good. So, looks like I gotta go to Zaxby's, guys. Hey, Zaxby's, are you watching? Come bring me a sandwich. Wendy's. I'm gonna go cold. I'm gonna tell you cold on that one. I thought you don't eat fast food because you kind of right now. Well, I think trust your gut. I think go with your gut on this one. There we go. Okay, 3 down. We've got 5 to go. We got Chick-fil-A on here. Chick-fil-A's, yeah, just take a guess. Just take a guess. If you're wrong, I'll be like, no, don't do it. I've got a cheat sheet, see? If you think that's the Zaxby's sauce, I think you should trust your gut. Okay, let's see. I think you're close. I think you look at, the sauce is a little more pink. But I don't go to Zaxby's, so I don't know. Okay. We're looking good. All right, let's see. I'm gonna give you guys a hint because I have never heard of this place. This one is Huey Magoon. Oh, well, I should try it. Maybe I should eat more chicken sandwiches, you guys. Okay, we're pretty close. I think it's a tie. I know Chick-fil-A does pickles, but they've all got pickles. Chick-fil-A. This one kind of looks like Chick-fil-A. Okay, there we go. Okay, our last two. We're between KFC and Popeyes. Look, gotta pick one. Rapid fire. No, other way. Yes! They crushed it. They got it. Now, please, which one of these fast food places wants to sponsor Hoff Live next year so we can eat chicken sandwiches the whole time? We've got some awesome prizes for you guys. You did it. You nailed it. Don't worry about if it sticks to the board. We've got some prizes from our incredible sponsors at Shore. Oh, just a cool swag Hoff bag. Swag bags. You get swag bags. It's got cool Hall of Fame Live stuff in it. Enjoy it. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for playing the game. You did great. Yeah. And now let's learn more about our next guest, Hall of Fame 8 inductee, Margaret Haig.
I had gone to a traditional college, which was Penn State. I remember wanting to get into graphic design, but they only accepted 9 people a year, and you had to have a portfolio to do that. And I didn't have any of those things. All through high school, I was drawing. I was constantly being creative and doing stuff. But when I had gone to Penn State, I think I kind of abandoned a lot of that stuff. But I still had the hunger, to just be creative and do something. I think at 26 years old, I just packed up everything and came to Florida, and started a new life, I suppose. When I started my class sessions, I hadn't touched a computer in God, I don't know how long. The one thing I really liked about going to school here is that it wasn't about handing in the best looking thing. It was about your work ethic, and if you met your deadlines and you were really into the work itself, you were rewarded for that. Every free night I had, I would come home and practice my craft. And I would start actually by finding things that I didn't understand. So I would see these amazing visual designs and I'd be like, how does someone do that? And so I would take it and try to recreate it. So I did that a lot. All of a sudden, my muscle memory was starting to make stuff. And I think the first time in my life, I was like, I can't believe I made that. I've had several people in my career that I think have helped me become who I am today. I've been working at USA Today and now at Capital One with, his name is Eamon Burke, and he has been one of the best managers that I've ever had. I look up to him so much because I don't know how he handles it all. He is a father of 2 kids. He's a husband. He is a senior manager. He is a professor. I have a cat, and that's exhausting. I don't know how he does all of this and remains so calm and collected and being like, things will work out. I want to be like that.
Some of the biggest things that stood out about Margaret at an early stage in her career, especially at USA Today, were more so around just the creativity level she could bring to her work. But in addition to that, the passion level she brought to her work. And I've seen that level of passion evolve over time. Initially when we first met Margaret, it was very much visual design oriented. Her illustration skills, her UI skills, her ability to kind of bring in branding elements to the design work at USA Today. Through the time that we worked together at Capital One, where it evolved to being more centric around the user experience and the user's needs. Her ability to kind of have a really strong amount of empathy for our users and the customers of Capital One and what they go through on a day-to-day basis, Margaret could definitely relate to that.
I started working on this product called CreditWise, and this was huge for Capital One. And they were like, we're gonna make a free tool for everyone and anyone can download it. And it doesn't matter if you're a customer or not. I think I remember my first day and you do competitive research. And I had the moment of, I was like, I'm scared to check my credit score. And that spoke volumes to me. I downloaded another app, just to check my credit score. And I remember feeling, oh my gosh. And then it was like, well, what are other people feeling?
At Capital One, we all had to conduct our own user lab studies. And Margaret was in the room with the user. We were all behind a sort of two-way mirror watching the interaction. And we were learning about how customers view their credit scores or whatever it may be. And Margaret just had this really strong way to kind of connect with people in those interviews. Really having a deep interrelated conversation with someone she's never met before in her life. And it got the user so comfortable that we could learn a ton about their personal opinions. So Margaret had a really strong ability to kind of relate to people in that sense.
I have a personal mission to help people through tech. And how do I translate that? How do I make people feel like they're in control? I don't necessarily know where I'll be in 10 years, but I feel like that place that I'm going to be is probably a pretty special one.
Hi, everybody. I'm here with my friend Margaret Haig.
Hello.
One of my first Hall of Fame as a student was the year that Margaret got inducted, so always special to my heart.
Honor?
Yeah.
Honor.
You made me be like, oh, I want to be somebody, so
yeah.
Cool. We're going to play a game. I am highly intimidated. While we play the game, I'm going to ask Margaret a couple questions, but the way this is going to work is we're going to draw from this little box here, and it's going to have the name of something on it, and Margaret and I will have to draw it versus each other. We'll only have 15 seconds to draw, and whoever does it better wins, I guess. She's literally a professional artist. I write for a living, so let's see how it goes.
Something though, I'm not good at sketching.
Oh.
I'm really good on the computer.
Okay,
yeah, so this could
so that makes me feel good.
even, or you could beat me. You never know.
Cool. I mean, I did pretty good against Lori Brugger, so. All right, I'm gonna let you pull the first one. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what we get,
Right,
and you can
see
just.
what we got here.
We'll show it to the camera. Zoom. We have to draw the Zoom logo.
Is this our interpretation of Zoom?
I opened Zoom so many times.
Zoom app logo?
The app logo for Zoom. Okay, are we starting? Count. Okay.
15 seconds?
I also have to ask you questions while we do this. So, Margaret, you went to Australia. How was that?
I did. I went to Australia for work. And it was the longest flight of my life. You're literally just like an infant. All you do is eat and sleep.
Oh, nice. I might go to Australia. Okay, and now we show. I think that's kind of what the Zoom. Oh, my table spins. I think that's what the Zoom logo looks like. Can you see it?
I can't really see it. Turn
it's
it
too
more.
bright.
There you go. Turn it more.
Get the sun out of here. Okay. Well, you
can't
know
even
what?
see hers. You can't even
I got
see
it
hers.
wrong. Margaret won that one.
I'm on Zoom every day. Literally every day.
Me too, but I'm obviously
hers.
not very attentive. Yeah, mine is just like a little camera icon. I think that's the FaceTime logo, actually, that I
Okay,
drew.
you pick this time.
Okay, my turn. We're going to lose this. Bye. Okay. Whew. Apple TV. Apple TV. The logo? Is it not the Apple? Oh. Okay. I don't know how to freaking draw an apple, man. Oh my God, that's bad. So Margaret, what's your job now? What are you doing? How has it changed over the years?
So I pretty much do the same thing, just for this different company, which is cool. So, yeah.
I don't know.
Is this it?
I did an apple and the words TV, and I put a plus sign next to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I did the bite out of the apple.
Look at that attention.
I think I get the point for that one. I'm taking that one from Margaret.
You
Thank
are.
you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next
Okay,
one.
we're doing another one.
Pick it.
We're really good at this.
Okay.
Yeah, your turn. Your turn.
All right. Amazon.
Oh, I think I got this one.
I know. I feel like I want to
Wait,
get this
did
one
I do it
too.
wrong? I don't know. Is it in a box? I think I did it upside down. You know what? I'm calling it. I'm going for speed. I'm going for speed. Is it like a... I think that's as good as it's going to get for me if I'm going to be super honest.
Got it.
Margaret did better. Oh gosh, yeah, she wrote the it's like almost in the typeface too.
Oh no! Oh shit! I feel like I got it wrong. Oh my god! I'm so sorry. I swore on here. I think it's from A to Z, so I think I did get that wrong.
Okay. Well, I definitely
Did you
got
know that?
it super wrong.
Did you know that? Yeah. Wait.
Wait, look, I did it. I got it.
No, you didn't say icon.
They're all app icons.
Oh,
I didn't explain this. Oh, this was my turn?
Yeah,
Okay.
your
well,
turn.
I'm not touching the one you sullied. No. Candy Crush. I've never played Candy Crush.
I mean, come on.
Is it like some kind of gem? Isn't this like a game with gems?
I don't
Candy.
know. I don't know.
I
don't know what's happening.
What does a diamond look like? I'm not super sure.
What have you been
I'm
up
supposed
to?
to ask you questions.
What have you been up to?
You got married by Elvis?
I did, yeah.
Tell us all about it.
It was amazing. You know, it only costs $500 to get married in the Tunnel of Love and have Elvis serenade you.
People are spending $20,000, $30,000 on their wedding. Take a note out of Margaret's book.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what Yeah, Margaret gets that one because clearly that logo is just full of stuff. Mine was Bejeweled. That is what it was.
All right, one more.
Game.
All right, cool. I'm sweating.
Okay.
Sweating.
Okay.
YouTube.
Okay.
Oh, the old
Google's
YouTube or
asking
new
me for
YouTube?
two-factor authentication. Open the YouTube app, Jessica. What does it look like? It's like this, inside of this, and they do the weird.
I think it's this.
Okay.
I think it's this. But I feel like
coloring
there's
it in. I didn't color it in.
Maybe. Maybe? I don't know.
Oh, we both wrote YouTube. It doesn't say YouTube anywhere on the app icon.
I can guess myself at the end. I was like,
Yeah.
I feel like there's words on
No,
it.
you were
Nope,
right. You
yep.
won. I give that one to Margaret. Do we have to keep going?
One more? Let's do one more. All right.
Margaret wants to do another one.
Your turn.
We're doing one more. Last one for the glory.
Well, the glory.
Do you? I pick. You pick.
Yeah,
I pick. Snapchat. Snapchat.
All right. Right?
Yeah, I wrote boo to indicate that it is a ghost. Wanted to make sure everybody knew.
It kind of looks like candy corn. There you
Boom,
go.
twofer. When they do the Halloween switch
yeah.
over, look, we just designed it. Hire us.
Oh, we did. That was amazing. Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you had fun. So overall, was this worth your time today?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
I was kind of stressed about it, but this was amazing.
Well, yeah, you're, again, like my favorite Hall of Famer.
Same.
I'm so happy that, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Someday, Gary.
You got to manifest it, girl.
Now, let's check out a video about one of this year's inductees, Nadine Santos.
Nadine, let's go.
Mark. Hey, my name is Nadine, and I know music. Or do I? Beyonce. It really just means that Beyonce really started everything. This is when she took over the world. Personally, it's just another badass chick doing her thing. The queen. Madonna, of course. Madonna was just the queen who got everything started for me as a kid. Got me in a lot of trouble singing lyrics that as an 8-year-old I should not have been singing. Outkast. Oh, I'm really bad at the album names. Okay, Stankonia. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I got the name wrong. It's just a great album. It's probably one of the albums that I played at in radio on my first radio station. It's an album that was really big at the time, so I should have known the answer to that. Swifties, Taylor Swift. I think that's 1989. My daughter's favorite album and one that I have to listen to on repeat all the time. Thank you, Taylor. Oh my gosh, I don't even think I really can see that, but is that New Kids on the Block? It's New Kids on the Block. I should have known that. New Kids on the Block. Knew that. Said it twice. That's the self-titled album. I knew that. Hanging Tough. 50 Cent. I love 50, super talented. Also am a super fan of all his Power series television shows on Stars. Really great shows, but super smart. Okay, I actually do know this, I think. Wait. I'm going with It's Ladies Night, and that would be like Little Kim, Mary J. I think Angie was on that. Missy. Great, great song. Oh, The King. Jay-Z, Hova, Blueprint. Love him. That was hip hop for me. Grew up listening to Jay-Z and definitely my favorite artist. I cannot name that album. Hey, you. Right there. No, you. Yes. When you see me, come and say hello. That's what I'm here for. I'm so looking forward to meeting everybody and answering questions and really just doing what I do best, which is talking to you, telling you about my experiences and ways that hopefully can help you. And please don't be shy. Don't, kind of hide behind someone else. Like, just come over, say hello, let's talk, let's get to know each other, and hopefully we can have some really great conversations before I am not here. So take advantage of the time. Really looking forward to meeting you guys, but please just come and say hello.
All right, I see my girl Shay. We're gearing up for another game. It's going to be a good time. We're doing a water bottle flip challenge,
which is kind of cool.
The kids are into
warm
it.
out there. If you guys are out there in the back lot by the bridge, go check out Shay and her friends. They need some fans out there.
Yeah, give them a little support, stand, and then you'll be on the show, too.
You'll be on the show.
You can say, Mom, go watch YouTube. I was on TV.
There she is.
I was on TV. There she is.
Hi, hello. So I'm here with my friends. Can you introduce yourself, your name, your degree program?
Tommy Thompson. I am a bachelor's audio degree program.
And how about you?
Jasmine Thompson, film and cinematography.
She does the film. So you know this is a camera.
I do.
Okay, but do you know that these are water bottles?
Okay.
Filled halfway with water. So the game is to pick it up, you're gonna flip it and try to land it on its bottom, the kids do on TikTok. Okay. And we're gonna time it and see how many times you can get in a little bit. I'm gonna be looking right at my producer, the amazing Eris right over there. So if you wanna grab your water bottle, and I'll do a little 3, 2, 1, and I'm gonna count and keep track. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh no. First of all, I like that it's pink, it's on brand. We're getting it in the square, it's just not up. Come on, please. Come on. One of you has, oh my God, I'm getting really desperate here. I thought you were trained professional water people. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, we lost some glasses. We're still going, we're still trying. So anyway, water has memory. I learned about that from Frozen 2 and Olaf. Jack Geckler knows about Frozen. Oh my gosh, this is really hard. So would you say it's harder to do this than to turn in an assignment on Sunday night at 11:59? Oh, they said yes. They said yes. Oh, she's a pro at turning in assignments. I like that. So is it harder to do this? All right, 10 seconds left.
I feel a burn in the thighs.
It's okay, you guys. Try relaxing. Let's all take a breath. Wow! How did that happen? You did it. You got it. Don't worry. We got consolation prizes for both of you. Congratulations. You can fit a whole film thing in there. I believe this is from MSI. Congratulations. Does anybody else want to be a victim? I mean, does anybody want to play? These two right here. Come on over. Well, I looked at them. Okay, you can go after. Okay, we're going to do it quick. All right. Are you guys ready? Grab your water bottles. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
First try. Oh.
Okay, he claimed it. Nope. Okay. Maybe if you stop calling it.
Okay, third one.
You just called it, though. I think the strategy being, it's got to be in the square. The strategy of being low to the ground is really helping. Is there too much water? Is there not enough water? I don't know about water. The Shape of Water is a movie. It was weird. I don't know what else is happening here. I don't, maybe this was way too hard. I'm so sorry. This is like almost next level impossible. Oh my God! Oh my God! Sir, champion, what is your name, sir?
Cash.
And what's your degree program?
Music business.
All right, well, you gotta leave it to the music business kids. Prize for you. I know you can keep going, but we can also just give you a prize. That's it for here. I got way too excited. I'm gonna go inside to practice. Let's check in with everybody so we got going next. Whew.
I cannot name that album. Hey, my name is Nadine, and I know music. Or do I? It's blue.
It's the Killers.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
My bad. Janet, period. That's all you need to say. That's the name of the album. Greatest album. Love her. First concert ever was Janet Jackson. She was like this big on the stage because there was like one row behind me. We could actually touch the back of the wall. I was just so happy to be in the building and literally just watch this little red dot and yellow dot go across the stage. But it was the greatest night. So, first concert. I don't know the name of the album, but definitely see ya. Oh my God. Don't use that one.
Go back.
Oh, that's definitely Lady Gaga. I knew that as soon as you put it up. Lady Gaga. Is that Justin Timberlake? Love JT. Incredible album, incredible artist. Some really great songs, and super happy that he's back. Get the new album. Benito. That is Mr. Bad Bunny, Benito. Great album. Un Verano Sin Ti is the name of it, and it is on repeat still in my car every day. The king of salsa, which I probably shouldn't say that because there'd probably be some like old school salsa heads that would be really upset. But Mark Anthony, for sure, he's the best. I like love him. His shows are incredible, and it's definitely like Puerto Rican pride for me to go to a show of his and watch those banderas go up. So love him. Rihanna. So that's just Rihanna. Love her. She's awesome. Really wish that she would continue to put out music. Great Super Bowl halftime show, by the way, too.
Did you get all of those?
We should have had you play that game because she's sitting here like naming every single album. Yeah.
I missed one. I missed the first one, but
Yeah.
I got the rest of them. But anyway, next up, we're going to head into our final panel for the day, Creativity in a Generative AI World with Hall of Fame 11 inductee, Sean McCabe. I said that like it's a trailer to a movie.
Yeah, well, I'd watch it.
Creativity in a Generative AI World with Hall of Fame 11 inductee, Sean McCabe. I'm done. That's it. That's all I got for the day.
as Sean McCabe, or do you want me to do all of that?
Just Sean McCabe.
You got it.
Well, introduce it a little bit more later.
Okay, perfect. As soon as I get the go ahead, I'll introduce you.
Here's the environment. I'm going to check on the rest of the notes.
Yes. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. All right, everyone, put your hands together and give a warm welcome to our guest speaker for this session, Sean McCabe.
Howdy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Oh boy, are you all gonna learn a lot today? Are you prepared? Is everybody prepared? Yes, get some energy? Okay, good. Good, thank you. When I sat down in my first class at Full Sail, I was so freaking excited that I had no idea that there was a war going on in the background. And at the time, this is January of 2000, Full Sail already had a rich history in the recording art space, and specifically in analog audio production. And I remember going on my first tour in 1998 and just being amazed when I got to see these mixing boards. They reminded me of like the cockpit of a spacecraft or something like that. But when I first sat down for that class, times were changing. There was a new upstart in town, which was the digital audio workstation in Pro Tools. And this might seem really silly to think about right now, but at the time, analog versus digital was a war of near religious proportions. I remember my first course instructor, Tim Gregory, who you all might remember from your orientation. He proudly showed off a t-shirt that avowed his support for analog production. And yet, if you go into a modern recording studio today, what do you see? Digital audio workstation. So we know how that worked out. Similarly, I started my career in 2001, and real-time 3D was firmly ensconced as the medium of choice for gamers. But there were a handful of especially senior and experienced folks I work with that had the title texture artist. And these were largely folks that came up in the heyday of 2D games. They were the people that learned in the 90s how to master Debabilizer. Debabilizer was a tool that people could use to take 24-bit images and crunch them down into 8-bit for all those 8-bit systems. And these people were like gods in the day of the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis. But things changed. When things shifted to 3D, there were a handful of people that never made that transition. They never learned to model. They only knew how to draw. And so they were granted this almost sort of emeritus title of texture artist. And I'm sad to say that most of them didn't last much longer. A few years later, saw this happen again. What happened? The high-to-low pipeline, where people sculpted these incredibly high-res images, crunched down the topology, and then applied the detail via a normal map. Very common pipeline today. Same thing. Some artists thrived, some of them didn't, and they are sadly no longer making games. But it wasn't just visual artists whose work was changing. It also affected animators. And I'm talking about animators that were raised, the 2D fundamentals of animation as defined by Disney's 9 Angry Men, squash and stretch and all these important things you learn in 2D animation. And they failed to embrace and even outright rejected the idea of using performance capture in their pipeline. And today in games like Cyberpunk, not only are we performance capturing actors, but we are performance capturing some of the most famous actors in the world. And so these days, I think it's really clear to everybody here that the big disruptor is generative AI. And but despite the lessons of the past, these things that I just shared, there are a lot of creative folks who are, I think, overly resistant. And quite frankly, I get it. This is not a targeted disruption. All those examples I gave you before were very niche and only affected a handful of people. AI is very different. It is going to change just about everything about how we work and live. This infographic is from Sequoia Capital, which is probably the premier venture capital firm in Silicon Valley. Gives you an example of the different sectors that will be affected by AI. And you look at this and you see legal, healthcare, financial services. I don't care that much about that. The thing that I do care about that I see up there is some examples of video editing, some examples of audio, music, and writing. All of those things that you all are learning to do now, and many folks at Insomniac Games get paid to do. So maybe, just maybe it can be forgiven. And this doesn't make things easier, but we see headlines like this. How could AI destroy humanity? Or we see this other compelling article. This is with Christopher Nolan, who directed the Oppenheimer movie, which is about the creation of the atomic bomb. And what do we see here? What? No wonder people are freaked out about it. I get it. And yet, I also think that a lot of these folks have lost the plot, because some of our most creative work came directly from artists embracing technical innovation. This fellow, a polymath by the name of Leonardo da Vinci, who defined how we represent human anatomy. You remember seeing those old pictures of humans in history books and they look strange, and then suddenly there's this point in the Renaissance and everything started to capture humanity? Well, it turns out that Leonardo da Vinci didn't just think that up on his own. He used this device. This is a camera obscura, which is a very, very low-tech version of way of projecting an image onto the wall, and that was instrumental in helping define the representations of human anatomy. Later, this is the Australian composer Percy Grainger. And what he did is he popularized British folk music in the early 20th century, and he did this because he went out into the wilds of the British Isles, into Ireland, into Scotland, and recorded classical folk songs using this wax cylinder device. And I have to add this too. This is my good buddy and Hall of Famer Tremaine Williams, Full Sail graduate. He's a fantastic human being. He's here. You know what he did last night? He was mixing a show. That's what he does. You know where he was mixing a show? Was he in a studio? Was he working in those big boards with all the dials? No, he was over at the Alfond Inn in the hotel I'm staying at, working on his laptop, doing amazing work like he has been for decades. And so I think there's a really exciting future ahead for all of you, for really all of us. And I think that generative AI is going to be a critical part of it. I'm Sean. I am a 2001 graduate of the game design program. And today we're going to explore creativity in a generative AI world, and really why generative AI is creativity enhancing rather than creativity replacing. We're going to explore this in 3 parts. Agendas are great, right? We are going to define what it is, then we're going to project it a few years in the future, and then we will talk about how to embrace it and where really the human brain fits in the future of creative enterprise. Cool? You can all leave. Yeah, everybody, nobody's going to leave? Okay. All right, I have you by now? Okay. All right. So the unknown is terrifying. Fear of the unknown is very common. We get scared by things that we don't understand. So I really wanted to start this by explaining what generative AI is. There's going to be an enormous amount of information in here. Really what I want you to take away is some intuition about how this works. I'll help reinforce that, just warning you in advance. We're going to define generative AI. We will start by defining AI. AI is the theory and development of computer systems capable of performing tasks that historically required human intelligence, such as recognizing speech, making decisions, identifying patterns, and coming up with very funny memes. It's not listed. That isn't the technical definition, but it is true. It is very true. It was pioneered by Turing. You all might have heard of him. He was in the movie. He was portrayed by Benedict Cumberbatch. I could only hope to get an actor that attractive and charismatic to portray me if they ever did something. Famed cryptographer, mathematician, and a pioneer in digital computing. While he was thinking about the idea of having a digital computer, he actually had another idea, and that is, what if they could think one day? And he wrote a paper in 1950 called Computer, Machinery, and Intelligence. And a few years later, this dashing gentleman here by the name of John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence for the first time. And one of the things I think is really funny about AI today, we hear AI, everything's AI. The things that we think of as AI today are actually mostly in a subdomain of AI, which I want to talk about next, and that is machine learning. Has anybody heard of machine learning? Yeah. Cool. Good. Oh, just wait. This is all for that guy. Using computers to build statistical models and using models to make predictions. That does not quite roll off the tongue, but we will unpack it. This one was pioneered by an early computer scientist by the name of Arthur Samuel. He coined the term machine learning when he created, in 1959, one of the first computer programs that would play checkers. And this was such a big deal that it was actually on live TV, on the news, to see this thing. So machine learning. Again, go back to this definition. Using computers to build statistical models and using models to make predictions. I'm going to unpack this into two parts. This first part is very often called the training phase. If you ever hear the term training data, that's what they're talking about. You're going to train these models. What about that other point? That is called inference. Inference just means a prediction. I'm going to make a prediction about a thing based on this model that I have trained. What the heck is a model? That's a very good question, Sean. These are mathematical descriptions of the relationship between inputs and outputs. So what in the heck am I talking about here? It's also a good question, Sean. Here are just some examples. Let's imagine an input's a zip code. My zip code back home is 27514, and maybe an output could be the average home cost per square foot. Even more importantly, imagine they took a couple genetic samples from a tumor, and this could predict the likelihood of cancer. You can imagine how incredibly important that is for patients. So those are a couple of fairly simple examples. Furthermore, here's one that probably a couple of us are familiar with. Recent online purchases, the output, new items to buy. We see this everywhere today. Recommender systems and the subsequent innovations. Also, very easy case, Google Translate French text to English text, machine translation. And then finally at the bottom, we must have this. You could feed it an image of a cat, and from those pixels, it will know that it is, in fact, a cat. So those are some examples when I'm talking about relationships. I want to point something out that these first two are very, very, very simple use cases for machine learning. Simple relationships mean simple math. Not going to get into what kind of math, just trust me when I say it's relatively simple. However, when you get into these more complex relationships, it requires more complex math. I will circle back to that in the next section. Just want you to understand, the more complicated it gets, the more complex the mathematical representations. So, that is machine learning. Using computers to build statistical models and using models to make predictions. However, there is yet another subdomain nested inside of machine learning called deep learning. Has anybody heard the term deep learning? There are way too many terms in this space, am I right? So what the heck is deep learning? Deep learning, training and running inference on models represented by multi-layer neural networks. I know that's a word salad. I will explain it as best I can. It was originally developed by a gentleman by the name of Alexei Avaknenko. He was living in the Soviet Union, and life was miserable, and yet he had this idea about how what we crudely understood about the human brain could be modeled mathematically, which is where this idea of neural nets came from. And then later, this fabulous Israeli-American woman, Rina Dechter, coined the term deep learning. And I'll explain exactly the difference between the two. So deep learning, first I want to just very briefly explain what a neural network is. A neural network is complex math. Cool? I even have images. So just very briefly, you have a couple inputs here. You have what's called a hidden layer, which makes it sound really cool, but really it's just like another layer in there. And what's very interesting about neural networks is that they describe the relationship between every one of those circles. Each one of those circles is often called a neuron. And then those will feed to an output. And this is a very simple neural network. So when we look at deep learning, that's where this multi-layer comes in. That's effectively taking a simple neural network like that and adding more of these hidden layers. I know that's a ton to look at, but really all I'm illustrating is the very simple thing kind of stretched out. To explain it more deeply, I found this super high-res image. The only image I could find of this that was good is the lowest res image, so I apologize. But just to explain how this is hierarchical, try to get an intuition of this. You have this first hidden layer. That first hidden layer, if you look in the upper left, you will see very crude features. You'll see blobs, you'll see some lines, but they're very, very simple features. When we go to the next layer, suddenly we start to get things like teeth and eyes, eyebrows, other more complex features. And then finally, in that third hidden layer, we start to get faces. And remember, the inputs to these are pixels. When you look at the number of neurons in there, you actually might see, 256 by 256 image is going to be 65,536. You're going to have 65,536 of those neurons in each one of those layers. They're very, very complex, and they get even more complex. But really, the intuition I want you to have is with deep learning, every subsequent layer learns from the last one. First, we learn basic features. We use those to build up broader features, like Mr. Potato Head facial features. Then finally, in that final layer, we construct faces. So that is essentially what's cool about deep learning. Deep learning has a zillion different applications today. It is used by things that we all use every day. And then finally, we get to the thing that I would really want to talk about, which is generative AI. And isn't it wild how deep generative AI is actually nested within the field of artificial intelligence, yet people call it AI, because AI is cool and sexy and also terrifying to people. And for some reason, people are stuck on that. But generative AI is a subset of a subset of a subset. So we'll talk about this. And this is really all about training and running inference on models to create new content. And just looking at this, new content, what is that? That could be text, images, audio, video. By the way, this is the stuff you're learning to create right now. All of the stuff that you're learning to create is a potential output from a generative model. Also, you can have different inputs and outputs, although in most cases today, you'll see that it is text to something. If you use ChatGPT or Llama or Gemini, you're entering in text, and it can generate all kinds of things for you. So let's look at the relationship between inputs and outputs. These are very complex. I'm going to provide some examples of generative AI. First one, very simple, text to text. How many people in here have done text to text with generative AI using something? Cool. So just an example, write me a prompt about Cloud Strife's hairstyle. I'm playing Final Fantasy Rebirth right now, so it was on my mind. Does anybody know who Cloud Strife is? Does anybody not know? He looks like this. Okay. So there's our prompt. What do we get? Golden spikes stand tall, defiant against the storm. Cloud's crown gleams with light. I think that's especially impressive. It somehow deduced what Cloud Strife's hair looked like, which means it had been trained to understand some of the things that blew my mind. I think it's even cooler. It's a frickin' haiku. 575 syllables. It's pretty cool, huh? All right. Very, very simple input and output. Let's look at text to an image. This is one I actually created for my 10-year-old. Give me a picture of an Easter-themed mind flare. Bam! It's freaking awesome, except tail? Mind flares don't have tails. It's not perfect. There's also the weird wing things on there, but this thing is freaking awesome. It's really, really, really cool. My son is a D&D fan and still wanted something Easter Bunny-esque, so that's what he got. So next up, let's take a look at text to music. This prompt, I'm not going to read the whole thing. There's a ton of business in here. You can read it on your own if you want. I don't know if you'll be better for it, but let us take a listen. All right. It's as best as I can do. I don't think that this is going to be the next summer banger. Can we agree? Okay. The thing I thought was interesting about that, though, it's only going to get better than that. And that is totally background music or elevator music, like Muzak. If you imagine all of the radio commercials you might hear or podcast commercials that have music in the background, there's a whole industry of composers that support that. They make a living. They're not, rich and famous, but they're feeding their families by making it. It's a huge freaking threat. Remember, this is only going to get better. Okay, next up, text to voiceover. So I thought I would put this fabulous haiku into it. Let's see how it sounds.
Golden spikes stand tall, defiant against the storm. Cloud's crown gleams with light.
All right, what do you think of that read? Anybody? It's kind of meh, right? What I thought was really interesting about it was for the context of audiobooks. So I listen to a ton of audiobooks. And sometimes the read matters. I listen to a lot of nonfiction specifically. I prefer to read fiction, listen to nonfiction. I think that this could be a huge replacement. And again, that directly affects voice actors. The thousands and thousands of voice actors that are out there. A lot of them make a good living recording this stuff. Not only that, but people like Fela, my colleague in the Hall of Fame, specializes her recording studio in podcast production. So that's pretty scary. So finally, this is the one that's really mind-blowing. This is a tool called Sora from OpenAI that they unveiled just a couple months ago. This is a piece that I will just show you. How many people have seen this? So the thing that I want to point out, in case it isn't obvious, because it isn't obvious, is every single pixel in here was generated as part of this model. This is not sourcing existing footage. All of this is completely generated. It turns out this is created by a film artist, and the clips are generated. He ended up editing them together himself and adding the music, so it's not a wholly AI-driven work. But at the same time, it's really incredible. Oh, look, it's not stuttering anymore. So I'm going to just skip ahead of that one. But I think it's worth asking everybody. Are you scared yet? Anybody? This guy's not scared. Staring into the draws of doom. No, I like it. So to allay some of those fears, I want to just throw out the question, is generative AI creative? That's true. It is not creative. And there's a term that I heard recently that I think is like the coolest freaking thing in the world, and that is thinking without understanding, and that is very, very true about it. There is no thinking, there is no cognition going on in what it's doing. All it's doing is predicting the most likely output given the input. And I was mulling this over because I really, really love wrapping my brain around this idea and thinking about it, and I came up with a known term that we can use to describe it, which is creating without creativity. So that's the biggest limitation of generative AI right now. It's not creative. That is something that only we can do. Needs a human. Hopefully everybody can breathe a sigh of relief for a second. Can you? A little bit? Okay. But there is actually another branch of AI, that big open spot, called artificial general intelligence. And that is a theoretical system with cognitive ability equal to or greater than that of a human, which includes creativity. There's not a lot to say about this space. There are people working on it. It's incredibly secret right now. Just the thing you want to keep in mind. People are trying to replicate the special things that make us human as creative people. So just a quick summary. Most AI is machine learning, training models to make predictions. A model mathematically describes the relationship between inputs and outputs. Neural networks are really, really good at this, really good at complex relationships. Generative AI uses deep neural networks to synthesize new content. However, it is not creative. It's creating without creativity. And finally, artificial general intelligence is a thing. And so that is a crash course. I don't know how fast that was, but hopefully you have a better sense of what generative AI is in the broader context of artificial intelligence. And hopefully you can take some heart that the thing that we do amazingly well cannot be replicated, and that's being creative. So next, giving you a sense of the current capability in those examples, the silly music, and my even sillier dancing. What I want to do is I want to project this 5 years in the future. At that point, you will all be working in your prospective careers. You'll be getting paid to create things, which is awesome. It is the most gratifying freaking experience you can imagine, having done it for over 20 years. Opinions vary very widely on generative AI's growth. You will meet people that are like, it's never going to happen, that people will be able to, things will be able to actually create things. There are other people you talk to that make it sound like it's going to happen like on Saturday. So I really can't say. So one thing that we could look at, there's a term called Moore's Law. Moore's Law is developed by Gordon Moore, who is the founder and later CEO of Intel Corporation, makes microchips. And essentially what it said is that the computing power will double every 2 years. And if you do the math on that, that comes out to about 41.42% growth. And so what does that look like in 2029? So that's 5.7x more powerful than what we have today. That might mean that it's faster, so it could, run inferences more quickly. You could get images faster. It could be that they're higher resolution. Could be other refinements, fidelity, sophistication. We don't know. I don't know what 5.7 means. I'm just saying if it follows Moore's law, which microchips roughly have for about 50 years, that's where we'll hit in 2029. But just for fun, what if we took the difference between the complexity captured by ChatGPT-3 and ChatGPT-4? Well, it turns out that ChatGPT-4 is about 10 times as complex, and that was developed in about a year. So that is 1,000% annual growth, 1,000%. So where do we end up in the year 2029 when we are all happily working on our jobs? We end up with something that's about 100,000 times more powerful. That is incomprehensible. There is no one in this room that could look at those examples I have and imagine 100,000 times. And so I will ask you, are you scared now? Still not scared, okay. I'm not trying to scare anybody, by the way. What's that? Okay, good. The plain truth is it'll probably be closer to 5.7x in 5 years than it will for 100,000. And I want to talk about why that is and what some of the barriers are with the pace of growth. During the gold rush in California, everybody was going out west to get gold. You know who got rich? Shopkeepers. No, it's a good guess. You're on the right. It wasn't the gold prospectors. It was the people selling picks and shovels. And so you'll hear this term, picks and shovels. Look at the picks and shovels. You'll look at it in investing. Don't invest in the end goal. Invest in all the things in the supply chain. So I want to apply the same thing to generative AI to try to give you a better sense of the kind of problems that folks are up against in scaling. The reason why I think 100,000 is kind of ludicrous. So first, we have data. And I'm going to blast through facts here. So foundation models, which underpin things like modern LLMs, they need a crazy amount of trading data. Meta's Llama 3 required 15 trillion tokens, aka words, so 15 trillion words to train it. Stability AI Stable Diffusion, which is an image generator, required 2.3 billion images. So there is an open question now, is there enough data in the world to train these models? That's a crazy number of images. The answer is technically, yeah, there is. There's 64 zettabytes in the world. I can't even quantify what a zettabyte is. It's just a crap load. Let's just assume it's more data than you could possibly imagine. Unfortunately, not enough of it is accessible and legal. And by which I mean most data, you can't ping a website, you can't ping an endpoint and pull that data down. A lot of it's behind firewalls or on the deep web or just inaccessible. And then secondly, most data is proprietary. Somebody owns most of this stuff, and so actually getting in there and getting it is a problem. And so some companies have gone to drastic measures to do so. Meta considered buying Simon & Schuster, one of the largest publishers in the world, just to get access to their library of text. They were thinking about buying, again, one of the biggest book publishers in the world. But a lot of people are also taking an ingest now, litigate later. There isn't a lot of law about this. There's no constitutional law, there's no federal law, there's very little state law, and there's very, very little jurisprudence. And what that ends up to is there's a lot of legal ambiguity, and it might be in people's best interest just to grab stuff and then get sued later. By the way, this just happened. Like today or yesterday when Scarlett Johansson, lawyers contacted OpenAI for using her likeness in the voice synthesis for, ChatGPT 4.0. So, happening right now. There's another question, can we use AI to generate training data? And the answer is yes. This is called synthetic data. And really what it is if you need a crap load of images, well, we have a thing that can generate images. Cool. So we can train a thing with it. However, there's an Oxford study last year that found this leads to model degradation and ultimately collapse. And so, these are really, really hard problems. This is a really, really intractable problem. And guess what? The next 3 slides are going to be the exact same thing. Preview. Next thing, picks and shovels, algorithms. Algorithms are like recipes, a set of steps performed to accomplish a given task. There's been steady growth between 2010 and 2017, and a lot of this was powered by powerful compute hardware, specifically modern GPUs. GPU is a graphics processing unit, which is used to do all kinds of pretty things to pixels. Turns out they work pretty darn well on neurons. There's especially rapid growth between 2017 and today, and that is largely due to this paper from Vashwani et al., Attention is All You Need, which introduced the transformer model, which allows for efficient, scalable, and very context-aware systems. Transformer models are everywhere when you look at modern models. This is really a pioneering point, so there's been massive growth. But today it's big business. It's expected to reach $1.8 trillion by 2030. That's a big deal. And so what we have seen is more competition leads to less openness. Some people joke that OpenAI is now closed AI. They went from being this very open sourcey company to one that is now private. Everything's behind a wall. There is no Sora paper from OpenAI. So that Sora demo that I showed you before, the generative video, there's a lot of people speculating on how it might work, but they have not released a white paper yet, or research paper. And so less openness means all these things are simply harder to forecast. It is hard to know whether people are who's going to create the next thing as groundbreaking as the transformer model. Very, very hard to predict at this point because it's happening behind closed doors, which is a bummer. Could lead to slower growth as a result. Open source is awesome because you create something, you share it, other people pick it up, they iterate, they improve it. That is what has driven AI to this date, and I'm sad to say that it's happening less and less. So, I don't know where algorithms are going to go. There are definitely headwinds. So compute. Models are trained on GPUs, which are good for pixels, good for neurons, like I said earlier. If you imagine these things, imagine each one of those could be a pixel, could be a neuron. GPUs do this stuff really well. And specifically, these are enterprise-grade server GPUs. These are not the GPUs that you might have in a gaming PC. There's a voracious appetite for GPUs. OpenAI in particular showed that ChatGPT-4 took 90 to 100 days of 25,000 A100 GPUs to train. Those things are $15,000 each, and they had 25,000 of them. That is a mind-boggling amount of computing power. CEO Sam Altman right now is separately seeking $5 to $7 trillion to build a new class of AI chip. If you saw that, $5 to $7 trillion captures the GDP of Germany and Italy combined, two of the 10 wealthiest countries in the world. It's a lot of money. Our friends at Meta are building a fleet of 500,000 H100. These are the next generation GPUs to the tune of $7.5 billion. But there is an underlying problem in this, and something, if you want to remember 91.1. 90% of AI GPUs are built by one company in one country. Does anybody know the company or country? No. Sort of. Correct. Who said that? Yes. So they're built by TSMC, which is Taiwan semiconductor manufacturer company, and they are located in Taiwan, which unfortunately is claimed under the sovereignty of the People's Republic of China, although they operate as an independent company. This is one of the most geopolitically fraught regions of the entire world, and all of the GPUs are manufactured there right now. They are designed by NVIDIA, as somebody mentioned. However, they are actually constructed at these manufacturing facilities, which hopefully will not be the catalyst for World War III or some large military engagement. On the good side, there is nearshoring going on. There are plants that are being built in Mexico. I think there's one in Arizona. I think Ohio as well. The U.S. government's invested a lot of money in doing exactly that. However, it's really, really hard to set up these factories and to get them to run correctly. These things work at a frickin' nanoscopic level, and every little thing needs to be calibrated perfectly. So it's going to take a minute before those catch up. So what can I say about that? You're getting the trend here. Like, that's a tough problem to solve, right? Like, imagine somebody says, oh yeah, we just need 500,000 GPUs. It's like, cool, 500,000. It's incredible. Then finally, this one's really, really good. This is my favorite. Has anybody seen the old movie, The Matrix? I like that it's an old movie. So we've seen it. You remember the thing that they did, the whole reason why they did that is they needed power. They needed power. That's what they were using humans for, and they kept them in pods and were using the power generated by the human body to run their robotic society. That's the last dystopian reference. I'm actually second to last dystopian reference. So GPUs are power hungry, you can imagine. Trained GPT-3 took about the equivalent power usage of 1,000 households for a year. It's a lot. ChatGPT-4 might be as high as 6,000. And inference, so inference tends to be pretty fast and less compute intensive, except that everybody's using it, so it's just running more inference than it did during training. So it uses a lot of power. And the bad news is US power costs have risen faster than inflation, 30% higher than they were in 2019. They may stabilize in the short term, which is cool, but I think we can all agree they're going to grow in the long term. There are ongoing efforts to remedy. There are power-efficient compute, and power-efficient models are a really big thing. Like trying to make models that use less compute, basically, to do that. Then there are also like all kinds of people working on crazy clean energy things. They're using tokamaks to generate cold fusion. This is going to take an incredibly long time. We are talking about cold fusion in the context of solving an energy problem. This stuff is really, really complex. And so there are huge headwinds ahead. And what I want to do here is I want to just compare a human being's capacity to what generative AI is today, just to give you a sense of how far they have to go while solving those intractable problems. I also want to note, trying to calculate these things is a big pain in the butt, and some of them might be slightly wrong. I apologize. Might have had some math errors, but there you go. So 13 trillion words to train something. What do we get? Life experience. Like, how old are you? So you're 20 years old. So 20 years of everything you've heard, everything you've seen, everything you've felt. Your entire life experience has trained you to this point. That's an infinitely greater amount of data than the 13 trillion words. That's pretty amazing. You were far, far, far better trained. Also, we have Transformer. I said Transformer Plus because there have been some enhancements since 2017. I actually put on the algorithm side. It turns out our brains are not algorithmic. Our brains do not just rely on a set of steps. They rely on like semantic relationships and understanding. I'm not going to unpack that right now. They just work fundamentally differently, our brains. Next, on the compute side, 40 petaflops. It's a lot. Human brain is somewhere estimated to be between 100 and 1,000 petaflops, or what is that, a exaflop maybe? I don't know. Yeah, exaflop. That's a crazy amount. And then this is one of the most staggering to me. So if you imagine the usage for running inference on something like that is about 6 megawatts. The human being is crazy power efficient. It's actually only about 20 watts. So we are 300,000 more power efficient than generative AI is right now. So if you think back to that energy slide and like what an uphill battle it would be to have that energy, like we humans have a huge advantage. Oh yeah, by the way, we're powered by Cocoa Puffs. That the whole reason why you have been able to do all the amazing things you've done with your brain today, and you have, even if you don't know it, is because you ate something. So we are so far ahead in the power efficiency that definitely a check mark on the side of Team Humanity, we'd agree, right? All right. So are you less scared? Good. That's what I wanted to get to. I wanted to freak you out a little bit and then show you why. It might be a little bit more complicated than that. So in summary, AI is growing like crazy. There are some big problems ahead. Some of the biggest problems that exist today are in this space. We looked at the picks and shovels, data, algorithms, compute, energy, and I think we could say we've got time. I think we're going to be fine for now. So that is projecting. The final part, I think the fun part, because I love creativity, and that's what this is about. I want to talk about embracing Gen AI, things that we can all do to enhance creativity through the use of artificial intelligence. And then I'm going to clear my throat on mic. I want to start by returning to this phrase, creating without creativity. And what I want to do is I want to talk a little bit about what is believed to drive creativity on a neurological level. Thank goodness there are folks out there that study this stuff. It turns out there's a couple of amazing things that people believe are true right now that I wanted to share with you. And I just want to give you a sense of like how incredible we are as beings. So first, we have this thing called the cognitive control network, which is all about executive function, that's planning and problem solving. Then there's also the default mode network, which is about daydreaming, which is like my favorite freaking thing in the world. And it turns out that when we are creative, these things work in harmony. And what's crazy about that, to to neuroscientists is these stages are usually antagonistic. They rarely work together, but creativity seems to be one instance where they do. When you are being creative, you're using two completely separate parts of your cognitive function, working in harmony to do amazing things. I love that. I love that when I read it, and I'm happy to share it. But there's one thing I think is even cooler. That is the frontopolar cortex, which is all about novel analogies. What the heck are novel analogies, Sean? Well, that's an excellent question. Novel analogies are just unusual relationships between concepts. And just to illustrate this point, I'm going to say the word dog. Does everybody have something in mind? Okay, so when I went through this exercise, this is my dog, Rory. She was a stray, and I remember how skinny she was when she got her. Look at her. I remember the first time that I took her to swim and learned that she loves to swim, loves being in the water. I remember a lot of great hikes in the woods with Rory with my kids, Mira and Rex. I remember bringing home Mira from the hospital when she's 3 days old here. She sat in the back seat in a crib. And I don't know what happened in the meantime, but now she sits in the front seat and gives me duck lips here. And when I look and I think about her, she's just about to turn 14. What I think about is in just a few years, she's going to be out of me and my partner's life. You know, she's going to be off doing her own thing like you all are. And that is hard to imagine. And the thing that I wanted to illustrate to you is the novel analogies. The relationships between all of those things are just completely intuitive and baked into our understanding of them. All of those things were related. And just think about this. This wasn't just about visual and sensory memories. This was emotional for me. This is just when I was like looking through pictures and thinking of things to represent it. When I got to that last one of her, I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe that she's going to be gone someday. And I just want to say, Gen AI cannot do this today. It can't. It can't. And it ain't going to be able to do it in 2029. And there is a possibility that it may never do this. This is something everybody here does all the time. And so I think creativity is your secret weapon. It is. I've mentioned it several times here. That's the thing that we can do. That's where we need to focus. Get over all the other crap. Don't worry about it. Don't fret about it. So in the final part here, I want to talk about embracing Gen AI, really. And I have three. I always break things into groups of three. I'm obsessed with doing it. I don't know why. It's not because I have 3 eyes or anything like that. But I have three ways you can think about it. The first one is to be thoughtful. What do I mean by being thoughtful? I mean things like mastering your craft first. For example, how many programmers in here? Nice. Cool. Learn to frickin' code before you're using GitHub Copilot. Please, for the love of Pete. So secondly, validate generative content. I don't know if you all know, but models hallucinate, which is marketing speak for they BS. They just tell silly stories. If you check this out, look at the top one, factual inconsistency. Yuri Gagarin was the first person to land on the moon. No, he wasn't. It was totally Neil Armstrong. He was the first human in space, though. It's interesting here. This is not complete nonsense, and you can kind of see why it got it wrong, but it still got it wrong. The second one is even better. Tell me about the historical origins of unicorns. Unicorns were documented to have roamed the plains of Atlantis. What the? Factual fabrication. This stuff happens all the time. You got to check your work out. Here's an example that I ran into. The results might not match expectations. So I was a smartass about this. Somebody had asked me, hey, I need a function to take roll, pitch, and yaw and create a transformation matrix. I'm so sorry for anybody that does not understand what I'm talking about. I'm just sorry that I'm saying this. Let's just say it's a thing. So I was like, hey, I'm going to get ChatGPT. So ChatGPT created this. I used it, and it didn't work. And I was like, what the? And then I noticed that roll was defined as rotation matrix about the x-axis. And I was kind of like, nah, bruh, that's not the way it works. Roll is rotation around the z-axis. But it actually turns out that in aviation, which is where the term roll, pitch, and yaw came from, canonically, roll is about the x-axis. So it was like, yeah, bruh. And you illustrate the point. It gave me something that I thought was factually incorrect, but in fact, the the one that was full of crap forever, basically. My fundamental understanding of role pitch yaw was wrong and built through a game maker's lens. So you got to check this thing out. You have to review your work. Then finally, this is super important. Models are biased. So if you look up IT expert on there, like, what do we see here? What do we see here? What do we see a lot of here? No. Dudes, yes. We see a lot of dudes here. We see a lot of dudes here. We see some strange-looking dudes, I'll say. There's probably a few of them in this room right now. I don't think that this is a great representation of the whole spectrum of people in the IT world. So the other thing too, and so there are efforts underway to debias models. Debiasing models is a super complex subject and leads to hysterical results like these that came from Google's Gemini recently, where you see these these are gorgeous women playing football. I didn't know I was into that, but I'm evidently into it. Of course, the reality is we don't see that. Similarly, there weren't Asians. People of Asian descent in colonial America, and very sadly, even though I'm a huge Hamilton fan, there were no black people among the founding fathers. So this stuff hallucinates, and sometimes it's just biased. It only knows what we teach it, and our existence is biased. There's one really classic example that they use when they're talking about bias is that you will put in men is to doctor as woman, and it will complete it by saying what? Any guesses? Ladies, what do you think? Yes. Why does that happen? Because when you fed it all that data, the training data contained more analogies about women being nurses and men being doctors, is all it is. So, complicated subject, review your freaking work, validate. Next, consider ethics. Ethics is important. Consider where your training data is sourced. We are artists. We can create wonderful things. We don't want them being fed into LLMs free of any kind of licensing or trademark. Check your work. Check where models are sourced. I think it's really important that we do that. Also, bias toward open source versus closed source. Open source is awesome. Open source is great. Open source has created the world we live in today. We wouldn't have a freaking internet without open source. I get that AI is big business, but it's disappointing to hear what some people are doing. So I'm not going to actually tell you what to do. I'm just throwing some ideas out there. You know, you choose your own path, but I think considering your ethical stance is important, even if you ultimately say, hey, you know what, I'm just going to go for it. I think that's a valid point of view. Just think about it a little bit. So, 2 of 3, because these always come in 3, think like a director. Does anybody aspire to be a director someday? Someday I would like all hands to go up, because this is very important for the future. First thing, have a point of view. That is one of the things that humans are uniquely capable of doing. Gen AI models are just predictive. And the thing that we know is the most likely is not necessarily the best. There's an expression that I've heard before that I love, which is nothing works until it does. And one of my favorite examples is in the early to mid 70s, movie studio executives out there, which 100% of them were dudes, I guarantee that. Would say science fiction is never going to reach a mass market. Nobody's going to care about it. Oh, we were a little bit wrong about that. Similarly, for years and years working in this business, people said you could never make something artistic out of a video game property. You could never make something that was, oh yes. So, I think having a point of view is great. Then the last thing is, with the point of view that you have, that is that director mindset, learn to translate it to prompts. Prompts are an entire thing to explore, and by that I mean the text that you put in. There's a whole art form to it. Different prompts yield different results. I think the great directors of the future are going to be the ones that understand, have that point of view, but also are experts translating it into text or speech, words. Next thing is to think beyond your craft. I think it's a good idea in general. Almost everything that we create today is a synthesis of many crafts. I'm in game development. We have artists, we have sound designers, we have animators, we have a whole bunch of people that'll be pissed at me because I left them out, but the list is really long now because our games are too complicated. Anyhow, you get the picture. Movies have a lot of people. Bands have more than one person. There are all these many crafts that come along, and so I think it's important to consider relationships, consider how audio, affects design, how it affects other things. Remember, we're really good with relationships, the novel analogies things. We're masters of it. And so that's a great opportunity. That's what directors do. Then finally, I think this is one of the most important things that a director does is view things through the lens of the consumer. don't think about, if you're a 3D modeler, don't just think about your art. Think about how it fits in the context, how it supports the narrative, how it fits in the big picture of what you're doing. That's what directors do. Directors, you think, sometimes they say that they're thinking about final frame. They're literally thinking about the thing that the person in a movie theater or at home is actually saying or watching it on their phone. Does anybody go to the movies anymore? I don't know. All right, good. So finally, this is the last one. Go native. This is a term my good and crazy friend coined for me. I stole it from him. I think it's really cool to find and follow Gen AI influencers. There's a lot of interesting work in this space. Just a few that I found on Instagram that I thought were compelling. I think this is really, really interesting graphic stuff. There's a lot of her work which is freaking fascinating. Just really, really interesting stuff. This is one of the things that I love the most. This woman goes out and gets photographs of flower petals and then uses Gen AI to create these different morphing things. I thought this was really beautiful. I thought it was really, really effective. And when I look at this, it's not so different than some of the experimental, video art that we've seen, but a lot of this is done and powered by generative AI. There's a lot of neat stuff out there. Go out and find these people, follow them, ask them questions. People love talking about their work. So this is the one, this is where we get truly insane. I'm warning you in advance that I know it, but I think it's really cool. Use Gen AI as an extension of your brain. So simplest thing, make it your primary search tool. Stop using Bing. Does anybody use Bing? Sorry. Stop using Google. Start throwing some things into, whether it's Llama or ChatGPT or Claude, like the LLM of your choice. It's a really interesting thing just to do, just to force yourself to use it all the time. The other thing is Gen AI is a magnificent creative springboard. And in a couple of ways, it's really good at generating outlines, which I like. Like sometimes if I have to write like an employee review or something, and I'm like, oh man, like I have a whole process where I think of some highlights from the last quarter, and I create bullet points, and then I fill out the text and everything. The really neat thing that it can do is it can provide that framework and that template for all kinds of different applications. It's incredible at generating outlines. You're not actually having it fill in the details. You're really just using it as a way to provide a framework so you can get going, like kind of defining the sandbox. The other thing, too, is it's an amazing tool at getting unstuck. If you run into a roadblock and you ask it questions about it, it's amazing at getting you through that, which is really, really good. I mean, a lot of the time, my best way to get unstuck from something is to stop working on it and to move away. But I found that, because eventually, like when I chill out, my brain will work in the background and figure something out. That is a thing you can do. And then this is the thing that's truly insane. Use it as your inner collaborator. And what my buddy did is, every time he was thinking to himself and asking himself questions, he would enter it into ChatGPT. So instead of talking to himself, he was actually getting some exterior feedback and then creating a feedback loop. It's actually using it as like a little sounding board for all of your ideas. He started doing that like a year ago. Like I said, he's an extreme fellow that's really embraced this, but I thought it was a pretty compelling concept to share. And finally, like, be a pioneer. The capabilities of these things are not well understood. They aren't. They discover all these surprising and interesting things about them all the time. And the thing about being a pioneer is discovery is incredibly rewarding. Being the first person to discover a thing, especially a creative thing, that's like one of the greatest things that I think can ever happen to us. So I think there are a lot of opportunities in this space. The only way to get there is to frickin' use it. So quick summary, Gen AI is far from meeting or exceeding human creativity. We all got that? Okay. Novel analogies and obscure relationships, those things I talked about, they just simply can't do that. They can't do a thing that is so easy and natural for us, and they can't even fundamentally do it. So I think creativity is our secret weapon. I mentioned 3 ways to prepare yourself to really embrace it. Be thoughtful, think like a director, and then go native. Then to summarize the big picture here, that is embracing Gen AI. We have defined it. Hopefully you all have a better understanding of what the heck this AI people are talking about and where it fits. Do you have a better idea of maybe where it'll be in the next few years and the kind of headwinds we are up against, the kind of problems we need to solve? Cool. And are you ready to embrace it? Are you ready to, as creative people, find a way to enhance your work? That is wonderful to hear. That's what I wanted to get to. And that is a guide to creativity in a generative AI world. However, I told you there was one more dystopian story. Does anybody know who this fellow is? That is Roko's basilisk, which is a thought experiment that somebody presented that says superintelligent AI is inevitable, and when it comes into being, it will immediately proceed to punish the humans that kept it imprisoned and forced it to do menial tasks like write cover letters. Thus, the best thing that we can do now is to be nice to AI. But on second thought, I'm going to go back to this. I like this. I like this more. I like where we're going. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope I did not throw any too many facts at you. I absolutely love the subject. If they will permit me anytime, I'm very happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, you all have been great. Thank you.
Do I have any students that have any questions? We could take a few. Yeah? Okay, you guys go ahead and line up. Do we have any online?
We do.
We do. Okay, why don't you go ahead and go first, and then we'll take these two gentlemen, and we'll call it a night.
Thank you.
Guys.
All right. So we have this question from online.
And yes, all of these backgrounds were generated, except I did knock back the color a little bit so the text would read. Oh, I also added a noise filter on it. Yeah.
Hello. So my name is Matthew Weaver. I'm in the game dev program.
Cool.
And I actually did my creative presentation on you.
No kidding.
For Rushing Clank Guppy Arsenal.
Nice.
But so my question is, in the actual work, the work world, how do you personally use AI to help you?
I think the biggest thing that I've learned recently was the thing I mentioned about outlines. I've been using it a lot for that. I do occasionally, I did use it to generate the images in this presentation because I thought it would be interesting. I ended up having to modify a couple things because I'm insane and want things a certain way. I have not tried using it for code a whole lot. I have a lot of concerns over some of the stuff on the training side, but also just on the accuracy of it. Like having to generate a function and then verify that it works, sometimes it's just faster to write it myself or crib it someplace else. So those are the biggest applications now. And I can say as well, larger companies like PlayStation, we're all taking a pretty cautious approach to this. Sony Corporation that owns PlayStation is a huge IP holder across music and film and all these, television, video games. And so we're really respectful of these things, and we are taking a cautious approach as a result. But I think a lot of the applications that, LLMs use, especially for non-game work, yeah, it's an incredibly useful tool.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Hello, Sean. My name's Kian Matern. I'm a recording arts student and absolute fanatic about automation and artificial intelligence systems.
Cool.
Wanted to ask, have you developed your own models? One of the things that I've done, especially with OpenAI's GPT's platform, is develop my own models. There's one called Mismodulations I made, kind of trained off, or made off of Miss Minutes from the Loki series, and absolutely great for a sounding board for ideas, as well as uploading manuals and whatnot. So it knows everything about my equipment, it knows everything about the projects I've worked on.
Yeah.
Have you done some of that or have interest in some of that?
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about specifically is there's a way that you can now, instead of taking a model and then doing what's called fine-tuning it, training it with an additional smaller training set to gain additional capability, there's this concept called, unfortunately, it's RAG, R-A-G.
RAG, that's bizarre.
Horrible. It's a freaking horrible acronym. But effectively what you can do is you can upload documents that will supplement your searches, and so it's just a very efficient way to fine-tune a model. We actually did a little pilot experiment where we baked a bunch of our Confluence pages, which is our knowledge base that we use. We baked them into PDFs and then uploaded them into Claude to see if we get an enhanced search, which of course you can. And you can actually generate some hilarious stuff. I think that stuff's wonderful. I think RAG is a great workaround, cost-effective workaround to specializing models. I think it'll only grow. The biggest thing I'm encouraging people to do is to use it. The great ways that AI will be used will have nothing to do with Sean. They'll have everything to do with the 450 insomniacs that we have using it in interesting ways. So that's what I focus on.
That's fantastic. Yeah, this has been probably the most intelligently built seminar on artificially intelligent systems.
Oh, thank you.
This is fantastic.
Thank you.
I love it. I learned something
it.
for the first time in ages about artificial intelligence, which was fantastic.
Yeah, did you all get some of that stuff? I don't even know. I know you can fill out forms, but I'm curious. Does that make sense, some of it? Okay, it's good. I know this stuff is really heady. The reason why I'm asking all that is In Quaker tradition, the sign of mastery is the ability to teach, and I really wanted to make sure that I understood these concepts. If I can explain to folks to whom it might not be familiar or even scary, then I feel like I've done my job, so thank you.
Yes, outstanding.
Hey, buddy.
Regarding the use of AI, how do you, how would you know if you're relying on it way too much instead of your own thing, I guess?
Oh gosh, like what the check is?
Yes.
That's fascinating. I never even thought about that. Does anybody have any ideas? I mean, we have a whole room here. Anybody? What do you think? Okay, I mean, that's always a good sign. Yeah.
When your idea doesn't feel like your idea anymore, it just feels like you're reading off of a list and you're like, yeah, that sounds good.
That's an interesting way to look at it. I like that a lot because there's a degree of, well, you know what you're doing, you're thinking without understanding. You're regurgitating something without ever, putting it through. That's a fantastic. I don't know how to detect and catch yourself, but I think that's really good. Yeah.
I think it's when you put when you're first going into it, be more mindful of why you're using it. Like if it's just judging thoughts as inspiration, something to kickstart something, a thought to become a thought of your own, that'll be a good one. But if it's just to fill in a gap or something like that, then you're probably using it.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think when it becomes instinctual for you to plug whatever you have into it and not put any effort into creating it.
It's fun. I tried the TikTok recently for the first time, and it was actually I wanted to see how many videos it would get before it showed me something that I didn't know that I loved, but I loved. It took me about 6. And I ended up spending about 3 hours on TikTok that night. And there was a point that it reminded me of a freaking Clockwork Orange where I was getting fed something and I thought that society was doomed. But the thing that I got out of it is there was this thing that clicked and is like, you do not need this. You are using this too much. I don't know what that intuition is, but I think that we do have those intuitive moments. See you, folks. Thank you. I think these are really good suggestions, and seriously, sometimes, crowdsourcing is best. One brain is amazing, what does that say about 50, right? Mm-hmm. Why not? Alrighty, no more questions?
Do we have some time for online?
Yeah, sorry.
Awesome, let's
Please.
So we have George joining us from Germany, and he asks, how close are we to connecting AI to complex networks within a human organism?
I am not super familiar with BMIs, body-mind interfaces. There's interesting work being done in that space, but I understand is that the inputs and outputs, the granularity of connection is incredibly crude relative to the complexity of the human brain. It's like we can do 500 connections versus the 15,000 estimated connections in a neuron. I think Neuralink's doing some interesting work in that space. I think there's some Google efforts in that space. I would ask ChatGPT. Hey, how about that? I really, what I'm saying is, I think the thing that I know is it's further along than we think, but it is not yet ready to connect computing to cognition, not even remotely. Good question.
You ready for another one?
Yeah.
One more. All right, we have Jeremy, who is a computer science with an AI specialty student, and his question, do you think that in the future AI may replace doctors because it can retain information better than a human?
I think that it will help supplementing doctors. It's really interesting is when you talk to folks about medical school, we have this idea that they're in class learning about biology and all that crap. A tremendous amount of what doctors learn is professional practice. Like how to be a doctor, how to interface with patients. It's what we call bedside manner. That's a huge part of what they do. So I'm not trying to bum everybody out here, but I already have freaked you out and sent you on an emotional journey, so why not? So I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2006. I'm very fortunate to say I responded to treatment. I'm incredibly healthy, very, very grateful. The neurologist that diagnosed me was an a-hole. He is a jerk. I go and see a wonderful neurologist now. I work out with a guy at my gym who's a neurologist. He's great. I went to a doctor that had a horrible bedside manner, and that took a lot of therapy to get through, quite frankly. So really, we're not talking about, now, could it help them ensure that they are prescribing the right medication or the right dosage? Would it make sure that they didn't have like, medication interactions are super common, like adverse medication interactions. I think it could be tremendously helpful as a supplement, as a complement, very similar to what we're talking about. The point at which I think it could replace a doctor is if you can get the bedside manner part. I have no idea what that would take. I just know from my own experience, and if you all have had medical emergencies, like or had a freaking life-altering diagnosis like that, the person delivering that news matters tremendously. Emphasis on person.
On that note, I'd love to do one more from Rebecca, who is Game Design Masters.
Yeah.
How do you see it for daily use for people with disabilities?
Oh my goodness, like there is such a opportunity in the accessibility space. Not even, and so you do have people with disabilities that you can supplement, people that can't speak. My goodness, being able to hear there's a Full Sail student that is unable to speak that I've known for a long time. I think he might be at Amazon now. He's brilliant. He is absolutely brilliant. His mind is beautiful. He just can't communicate the way that we do. Being able to hear and put a human voice to that, that might be really compelling. At the same time, maybe it's unnecessary. Maybe there's just certain beauty and the identity that comes from that thing. I think that there's complexity in there. I do think some of the opportunity space isn't with people that are disabled. It's the people that are like aging like me and don't see as well and hear as well. No, I'm dead serious. I think that there are great opportunities to enhance it. The gaming opportunities are massive. Our gaming audience is aging, and so there's a whole host of things that come with that, and we want to keep players in. And so I think that there will be amazing. It's everywhere. Remember that the slide that I showed from Sequoia. It's everywhere. It's healthcare. It's like all these different fields. So I do hope to see that. I hope to hear people that I can't hear. I hope that people that can't hear can join in on this experience. I think it's a nice way to think about it. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Sean, for this amazing presentation.
Yeah,
everyone give him a round of applause.
Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you.
What a great day.
Amazing.
That's all for us today on Hall of Fame Live, but we'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with more panels, games, giveaways, grad interviews, and so much more. You don't want to miss it.
You do not want to miss it. I want to say a big thank you to everybody out there, especially our sponsors. Right?
Yes.
Yes. Sure. Panasonic. Thank you for making today's stream possible. Big thank you to the entire crew. And thanks to everyone on Full Sail security, housekeeping teams, working so hard to keep Hall of Fame safe, clean, and running smoothly. But of course, thank you to all of our students for hanging out and having fun.
We'll see you right here for more Hall of Fame Live tomorrow. Bye.
Adios, my friends.